This is the dive indeed. Reckless and Jez's summoner spells are available. Memento leaps forward. Flash and heal. Exhaust plus the enchanted crystal arrow. Reckless down to 100. The sapling scores! But somehow you do that. I mean, Satorius on this Camille.
It's your win condition here that you beat the Shen in the side lane for pressure.
And running away. Wonder's even going to flash engage. The ultimatum comes down.
But the curtain call is limiting the entry. One member drops. Odawamne now set to fall. Betsy moving forward, trying to find a little bit more. Jankos moves in. That's a lot of healing. They're going to try to burn him down quick. Death Mark's ticking down on him. Jay, he's in the belly. Is he still going to pop? Yes, in the end, goes down. That's another one. ROCCAT! Oh, they're ripping through. The shutdown goes. Trouble. Reckless goes forward, not even worried about getting knocked up, but he should be. The shutdown comes in. Wonder's looking to clean up. He's already got two.
Hello Summoners and welcome to another sizzling Saturday of European League of Legends Delights. We'll be closing out week 8 of the Spring Split and top lane week with a bang. So much is at stake as we head towards playoffs and promotion, and our teams tonight are desperately trying to find their place as we see the teams setting up on stage and getting ready for that first bout grabs. Of course, the ROCCAT coach, as always, prepared. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Eva Supporter, and joining me is Daniel Dracos and Andrew Verius Day. You're not sitting in this seat for a change, so
I'm ready. This is good. I'm ready. I'm results-based analysis. I've learned from Crepo and Officio. It's all we care about. It's all we want to give. Whatever works in the end is always right.
Yep, it's going to be a full day of Dracos and Verius, so I am excited.
I am excited too. Crepo is at home right now and already being frustrated and mad at you, so that's a great start. Now with 2 more matches to close out the week, here is how the teams stand. H2K, the Unicorns of Love, G2 and Misfits are all guaranteed playoffs. G2 still not locked in mathematically for first place, but it's looking likely. And if Origen lose today, they will be the first team locked into the promotion tournament. Now looking back on yesterday, our top 4 teams, they went at it. The Unicorns of Love, they took first place in Group B. Against a lot of people's expectations, they beat H2K in that fashion, I should say.
And for me, this was all about Vizicachi. Such an immaculate performance coming in from him. Renekton in Game 1, the Nautilus in Game 2. It was a beautiful showing from him. And Unicorns of Love as well as a whole team.
Well, for H2K, on the other hand, though, they didn't really have the level of performance that we were expecting from them. We heard Odawamne say on the desk that they felt like they had a bit of an off day, so I feel like we shouldn't base their performance off this series alone, and I'm expecting more for them in the coming weeks.
However, bad time to have an off day, of course, if you're up versus that number 2 team then, and now the Unicorns were able to take them over, and if whoever locks in that first place in Group B, they get the buy-in to the semifinals for the playoffs, so it is a very interesting result there. We'll see how it evolves. On the other group, Group A, it's not going. You're going to have to take it. You want to sit here?
We want to swap? We can swap.
No,
we can swap.
G2
played Misfits. Verius, break that one down.
G2, they looked dominant once again. Like, they had such a clean Game 1 against Misfits. They really were putting on a clinic. But to be fair to Misfits, while they fought back very hard, Kakao in particular was a standout performer in that series. G2 demonstrating that they seem to be a tier above every other team in the league right now.
And while we are critical of Misfits, I think we have to remember this is still a very young team. They're still improving very rapidly, and while they may not be happy with the result, I still think the team is growing.
Well, definitely showing resilience after the way in the first game they looked quite invisible. I thought it was noteworthy how they were able to fight back and bring the games so close in the end. And G2, also the member said, and Sven, well, we did obviously have an off day. It wasn't our best series, but they're still undefeated. They are still the absolute champions of Europe, and that's something to look forward to, how they can maintain their record. As for us, though, we have 2 series left this week, and things are looking dicey for Origen. They're up against Splyce later tonight, and 1 loss away from being sent to the promotion tournament very officially, and this might be a hard one for them because Splyce, they're up in the up and up.
Splyce really are looking very good right now. looking back at their series versus G2, they even took a game against the powerhouse team, and they were looking pretty convincing throughout the rest of that series. So I'm looking at Splyce and their upward trajectory, looking to try and use Origen as a punching bag today.
Yeah, and for Origen, this really is the final nail in the coffin. I feel like we've been saying that every week, but this is the last series. If they lose here, they are knocked down to that promotion tournament, and that's just got to be grim for these players.
Definitely is. Let's see what they can pull out of the bag today. And we are continuing to celebrate the top lane here at the European LCS. And we want to hear from you. Tweet your questions at LOL Esports using the hashtag #AskATopLaner, and we will answer some of them during the post-game lobby later today. First, though, we have ROCCAT versus Giants. And after Thursday's matches, the stakes are a lot higher. ROCCAT now on a 3-series win streak. I had not expected to say that coming into this week. They even beat Fnatic just a couple of days ago.
They looked good. ROCCAT have certainly been on the upward trajectory. We saw it from Splyce, we're seeing it from ROCCAT, and the fact that they were able to take that series off of Fnatic means wonders for them in the standings because they've now climbed above Giants. This is going to be such a big test to them now, though, to see whether or not they are the top of the pack when you look at these bottom 4 teams.
And such a crazy leapfrog, too, because coming into this week before we saw that matchup, we were all pretty convinced as a team that Giants looked like the strongest team of the bottom 4 teams, that they were the ones consistently making an impact, but ROCCAT have surprised us and may be able to continue that trend if they take down Giants here.
Yeah, super important match. If ROCCAT would be able to win, they would be at 4-7, and Fnatic, by the way, is at 4-6. So all of a sudden, that playoff spot there is also up for contention. So it's turning interesting in Group A.
And we didn't even consider kind of the playoff spot being an opportunity for ROCCAT. We thought the top 3 was locked, the bottom 4 were fighting to stay out of relegation, but things have changed so quickly.
Yeah, definitely have. Well, if we look at that, would you consider Giants as the best of the bottom 4? Is a question we've answered resoundingly yes before, but this is the big question now.
And I think today will be the big test, right? Because when you look at ROCCAT as a team, have they grown as a team, or are they taking advantages of the weaknesses from other? When you look at Vitality and Origen and Fnatic, they all have been struggling teams, whereas Giants also seem to be an improving team. So now today we get to see whether or not ROCCAT can take it to Giants. When we look at Giants, Hiku is the individual that stands out to me because as a player, while he may not be the strongest individual, he certainly is the most improved. He is an AD carry that came into the split as a bit of an unknown, and week after week he's just gotten better and better. And last week in particular, his game on Ziggs was fantastic, and he, at the moment, is a pleasure to watch.
And I like the way the bot lanes are going to match up too, because I'm interested to see how Hjarnan and Wadid perform as well up against these guys. But in the mid lane for ROCCAT, I have a lot of questions because for Betsy, Vladimir, Swain, these are the comfort picks we know him for, but if teams ban these away, how comfortable is he on other champions? You cannot afford to fall behind against Knight. You cannot afford to be uncomfortable in a mid lane matchup.
Great point as we move on into picks and bans, predictions, and why ROCCAT, they have the momentum. Can they keep it going, yes or no?
I honestly think no matter what we see, it'll be a 3-game series, and I'm going to give the edge to ROCCAT right now. They're coming in feeling great after a win over Fnatic.
Coming in hot.
Coming in hot.
I actually think this will be a 2-0 to Giants, largely because when we look at the junglers in particular, I once considered Maxlaw to be one of the best junglers in Europe, but now with the recent upswing of Memento and a synergy that's been developing with Knight, I think that will largely overpower the duo of ROCCAT.
Well, contrasting opinions here. I'm excited to see what happens, and the players are almost ready for picks and bans in Game 1, so let's hand it over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I'm Devin Pirate, and of course, joining me on this fine day is the Prince of Denmark. It's Martin Deficio Linga.
I thought it was King of Denmark.
You've been downgraded. I'm sorry, man.
What happened?
I don't know. You lost your crown. You had to go back and get it again. That's okay.
Sucks.
Let's not waste time, though. Let's run down the starting rosters on the blue side. It's going to be Giants, which means up in the top lane, we have Flaxish. In the jungle, it is Memento. Mid laners, Knight. Hiku, the AD carry. Hustlin, the beast himself, is on support. And Losark is the coach.
We just heard Vedius believing in Giants 2-0 against ROCCAT.
Confidence.
That is quite a statement to make after, ROCCAT with the 3-0 lately.
That's very true. Let's take a look at them. On the red side for game number 1, it is ROCCAT. Faxi in the top lane. Maxlor, the jungler. Betsy is their mid. Yarn the AD carry. Wadid the support, and their coach, Grabs.
We just had a quick chat in the lobby with Wadid and the rest of ROCCAT.
He wants to set a new record, he says.
Yeah, he said he wanted to have, like, what was it, more than 75 minutes in one game. We're kind of like, no, please. Just under 70 at least. That's all we're asking for. I don't think that's going to happen, though. Yeah. I think we will be under 70. I don't think we'll be above. I think, actually, these two teams have shown a lot of improvement. Even late game for ROCCAT especially, we've seen some good things. So I think if they do manage to get to that part of the game, they can actually close out.
Yeah, there's a lot of good things to talk about this ROCCAT squad because they're on such a hot streak. 3-0 over the past couple of weeks. And, you know, they're facing off against a team that is also lower on in the standings, but they've had some improvements as well. Let's see what they bring out in picks and bans. This will be Giants' first game on patch 7.5.
Yeah, so we can't really predict what Giants will use. ROCCAT obviously played against Fnatic 2 days ago. We saw Graga's ban, we saw a lot of Shen bans, and then we saw a lot of Vladimir and things like Rengar for Maxlaw, like key picks, guys. So I highlighted Vladimir for Betsy. That is important. Swain as well, like comfort picks. You then have the Rengar for Maxlaw, definitely his best champion right now, already banned away by Giants. And then for Yanan, he actually stuck to the old AD carries. He stuck to Jhin and Varus, where a lot of people have moved on to now Kalista, Lucian, all these other picks. He stuck to the old ones.
And that's the surprising thing for Yarnan, because he's the guy that's dishing out so much of his team's damage. He's stepping up as a big carry. And remember, when he was previously in the LCS, before he took his break, he was the guy that was making Sivir look like a hyper carry.
Sure.
I want to see him do that kind of thing again.
Sivir is a hyper carry, though.
Yeah.
Well, we do like late game
Bigger
Sivir.
hyper carry.
Yeah, we definitely like your late game. Vlad ban, just highlighted that for Betsy. I wonder if Swain is going to get removed there. I don't think you have to early if you're Giants, because you can then ban it in the next rotation. So I think getting a real Camille here is smart enough. Malzahar is available as a potential first pick. Nautilus first pick was something we saw quite a lot. Yesterday, the strongest of the tanks in the top lane, especially with Gragas being banned, his value goes up. And if you're Giants and you flex pick it, it's even more important. So I think a Nautilus first pick would make a lot of sense, but there's a lot of different picks here in 7.5.
Yep, the Shen is banned away. That's one of those top tanks. It has been pretty popular throughout all of the spring splits. Giants having some time on the board. Flax is having a little bit of fun before he decides to take his lock.
Yeah, that's a boring one, but it's okay. It's okay. We like it. Malzahar, always good. Problem here is ROCCAT should be able to play Lulu. And Lulu right now is one of the strongest supports, and she already worked really well against Malzahar. Another option is still the Zyra, not as good matchup as it used to be, so I feel like ROCCAT will have enough answers to this Malzahar and can then grab preferred jungler, most likely a Graves, unless we see Maxlaw Lee Sin again.
But there is also the Tahm Kench. That's going to get locked in fact, and they take the Graves, as expected, more likely for Maxlore.
Okay, Tahm Kench, also strong. I do like me some Lulu. Go things like Lulu, Caitlyn, as an example, against a Malzahar, Lulu, Ashe, and like that laning phase is won by ROCCAT straight away. So they do value the Tahm Kench, and this is just a preference for the team, and not something we will see every team do in Europe.
No, but does this give away anything for ROCCAT? Does this say, oh, we want to take something a little bit different, mix things up because we're adding some protection in early on?
It's hard to say. Rumble, we expect to be top. He's one of the safest picks right now. Doesn't really have like any hard counters. We have seen some Renekton picks against him with like a strong early game jungler, and you just camp the Rumble 24/7. Gnar has been picked into Rumble as well. There are definitely picks to take into this matchup, but none of them kill the Rumble. None of them destroy the Rumble completely unless they get the jungle help. I want to see if AD carry comes in, and we'll beat the Jhin. So this is the kind of pick and ban phase that could have happened on 7.4, 7.3 almost as well. Not really anything new. Maybe in the next rotation, Pyro, we get to see something spicy.
We'll have to find out. Let's see what ROCCAT take. Do they want to take that pick up against the Rumble in this rotation? Do they want to take their AD carry?
I think give me Renekton here. I think Renekton against Jhin is also fine. This is the other one we mentioned with the Gnar.
It's also
it's
Faxi.
Yeah,
it's Faxi pick.
It's Faxi. Also, Graves was already locked in, and we've seen this Graves Renekton combo. It's hard to dive because Graves just kind of shoots into the tower instead of the enemy champion. So Gnar requires less early game focus. Makes sense here for ROCCAT overall. A fine first rotation.
And the Talon ban comes out. That was something that Knight took a few weeks back. And there's your Swain ban.
There we go. We talked about it. Said they would save it. And they did. So there's some things like Syndra, Oriana, like picks that are really, really strong and safe right now that ROCCAT can take in their first rotation. So that's kind of a good thing. If you're known for like Swain, teams often have to use a ban on it when there's actually a lot of high tier picks left that you can still play. Imagine getting a Syndra and then seeing the enemy ban away a Swain is like, yeah, sure, you removed that one pick, but I got like one of the best right now. So I think if you're ROCCAT, there's so many good options for mid lane.
Good individual banaways. There's the Ziggs ban, actually. It's on Giants' side, and they'd already taken their AD carry, so wanted to deny the potential of Yarnan to play that one, and now it's back to ROCCAT. What are they going to lock in for there first? Will it be the Syndra or something similar?
I think Syndra or Oriana if you want to pick mid here. If you don't want to pick your mid laner because you want to counter pick, and you obviously have to go for AD carry, which is also perfectly fine. Varus is available for Yarnan. He's played it a lot. Sivir is another one that fits really well with like what they have so far. So
and he does it.
We get it. Glad to see Yarnan and myself. We think alike.
Yep, he's played a few games of Sivir so far this split. Obviously a lot more Varus when it was just the Jhin Varus all the time. But he still picked that one up, so they'll have a pretty solid mobility. Look at all those champions on the ROCCAT side to chance.
Is this Rumble jungle or Nautilus support?
Is it going to be locked in? 8 seconds.
Probably going to be Nautilus support then for our good friend Hustling Beast. Now that he's against another tank in the bottom lane. Obviously, it does suck a little bit for Nautilus when he does try and ult someone, and Tahm Kench can ruin the day, but it's going to be a fine matchup. Actually, yeah, there's a Balsar support, so...
unless we see some crazy flexion
like
Mal's
Rumble
mid,
jungle.
Right?
It's a Rumble jungle, by the looks of it.
All right, well, let's
yeah,
see.
you know, it's Hustling Beast, Nautilus, blah, blah, blah. Malzahar, who cares? He doesn't exist. All right, Rumble jungle.
Yeah. Likely to see it. Okay, so the mid lane, the last pick, it's going to be the Ahri for Knight. Now, the question remains, the last question for this pick and ban phase is, what does Betsy answer it with?
Oh, I think Syndra here would be just fine for ROCCAT. Even Oriana is definitely a fine choice. Victor is another one we see pretty often when you just need like something very safe in the mid lane, but can be very hard to use Victor properly, I feel like, especially if you're not Faker and SKT or KT. Echo's the other one. Okay.
Bit more aggressive maybe, but still can be pretty safe once he hits that ultimate level as well. So Betsy gets that one picked up for him himself, and you know, I don't believe he's actually played Echo so far this split.
Well, the thing is, we've seen this Echo into Ahri. I hear very mixed opinions when talking to mid laners about it. It's like, you don't really do anything early as Echo, so you kind of give Ahri a free laning phase, but then you become stronger than Ahri in a side lane as a split pusher, and you kind of force Ahri to look for fights, like team fights instead. And that's how Echo can kind of be a strong pick. So ROCCAT is like 1-3-1. It's like, yeah, we win top side with Gnar, we win bottom side with Echo. Once we get out of the laning phase, we have Tahm Kench ulti from the mid lane, like we can move around a lot. This is the kind of comp when a team has insane synergy and communication, it just looks beautiful. When a team then struggles in those departments, it can kind of fall apart. But I think ROCCAT are feeling pretty confident here.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago, we may not have said that ROCCAT would have been able to pull off a composition like that.
Well, let's wait and see if they can.
That's true. That's very true. The coach is shaking hands, walking off the stage for game one. ROCCAT definitely have some recent results to back up the assertion that they are working together as a team better. We'll see if they can take it to Giants in this game. We'll see if Giants, their laning phase, that's really looking pretty powerful, 2 out of 3 lanes, and see if they're going to be able to push it forward and dominate early on.
And Memento on the Rumble jungle. He is the man who deals the most damage on his team. Well, he's the jungler who deals the most damage out of any jungler.
He's going to get the chance, too.
Now he might be the man actually dealing the most in this game on the Rumble. Won't be too active in the early game, however, and that is something we normally see from Memento. He's very aggressive, you know, he's trying to force a lot of things. He needs level 6 in this Rumble.
Yes, indeed he does. Well, let's find out what's going to happen here. Giants and ROCCAT. They may be at the bottom of the table right now, but there are still a lot of implications. Getting out of promotion range, potentially even getting themselves into playoffs with the way Fnatic's been playing. Let's find out what happens as we load on to Summoner's Rift.
And that is the important thing, Pyra. If someone is sitting at home right now saying, yeah, this match, it doesn't matter, it doesn't mean anything, it's just 2 bottom teams, well, that is not true at all. Fnatic has 4 total wins. ROCCAT right now has 3, and Giants have 2. So, if ROCCAT wins this one, they're actually going to be on the same amount of wins as Fnatic, and then suddenly if Fnatic starts losing more games, then ROCCAT might actually take that playoff spot. Giants, if they win 3 wins and they play Fnatic later, then they can beat Fnatic as well. And then suddenly Fnatic will have to play Misfits and G2. I don't think they're going to win those matches. And then Giants might actually grab that spot. So this is so important, not just to avoid promotion tournament, but also to try and get into playoffs. And what an upset it would be if one of these 2 teams, in the end of the split, managed to climb into top 3.
It could certainly happen, and we haven't had too many upsets in the spring split so far, but you know, this is the chance for it all to kind of start changing. After ROCCAT beat Fnatic, it seems like a lot of things are on the table for a change.
Yeah, we've had 1. You just mentioned
that was it, yeah.
ROCCAT taking down Fnatic was the first time a bottom 4 team beat a top 6 team in the EULCS here in 2017. Unheard of if we compare to previous splits where our top teams would be inconsistent, you know, to drop games left and right to the bottom teams. We never really knew who was going to win. This split, we've had some very, very good top teams, if you look at just like in Europe. And they've been able to consistently take down every other team whenever they face them.
Yep. See if the times they are in fact changing. But right here, this is a very close matchup with Giants and ROCCAT. Of course, ROCCAT riding a big wave of momentum for themselves with those 3 victories over the last few weeks. Giants had a rough week themselves. Had to bounce back and beat Origen after the remake situation happened earlier on against Vitality.
Yeah, definitely a tough spot to be in if you are Giants, because you were playing so well. But yeah, Origen going down, important. You need that win. Also for confidence, something we talked about on the analyst desk yesterday with Chachi and Odoamne, and they're both saying, you know what, one of the reasons some of these teams here in Europe can, you know, look really good and then maybe look a little bit shaky sometimes is like it's confidence, a lot of it. Chachi was mentioning that like sometimes you just got to get that one win and then suddenly you feel like everything is working again and you trust in your teammates. Both these teams are coming off wins, so this might be the best we will actually see ROCCAT and Giants play.
Very true. Not only is it wins, but ROCCAT themselves have been fairly vocal about how important it has been for them to build up confidence off the back of just having good mentalities. Betsy, in an interview a couple days ago, stating that, you know, they had actually started working with a team psychologist, or at least on a contractual basis, to kind of get themselves in a better place from a critique and communication standpoint, and it's gotten so much better, and the wins are certainly proving that.
Yeah, taking or receiving negative feedback, it's not always easy. Something
don't we know it?
We all have to work a lot with, and it can sometimes suck, you know, to get told, hey, you're doing this wrong. But in the end, your teammates are doing it to help you, so being able to have a good setup where you can criticize each other in a proper way is very, very important for everyone, no matter where you work or what you work with, and it's the same for pro gamers, especially young pro gamers.
It's kind of lessons sometimes you haven't been able to learn at young life. It's easy to forget sometimes these players, 17, 18, 19 years old. Impressive performance on the stage, but...
Yeah, we're the old ones here.
Yeah, I know Deficio.
We're the old angry ones. Well, Trevor's actually the oldest now. I think he's turning 30 very soon, so everyone make fun of him for being an old man.
Wow, way to kick a guy while he's not here.
Well, ever since we lost D-Man, you know, the age kind of dropped down a
is
little
that how
bit.
it works? I mean, I came in old, man. I'm a dinosaur by esports standards.
That's true. That's very true.
All right, let's check back in with this game, though. We've been talking a little bit about mentality, but let's see what they actually are doing. It's obviously an early start because nobody's been going for any crazy plays early.
He actually missed the ward. Oh, nice. He knew it was there. At least I'm pretty sure he saw the ward getting placed over the wall, and then he just missed the vision cone here and didn't actually manage to kill it. Sucks for him. All right, so lanes, as we were somewhat getting to, very slowly. Top side.
We're buckling in for what could be a long one for sure.
Very slow and steady. Maxlaw and Memento. This is the classic. Fight over the Raptors. Get the experience. Kill the small ones.
Junglers finding each other. Maxlaw throwing down the control ward, and he's going to win the Raptor fight. We talked about Memento needing level 4 to really make the big plays early, but typically he has been the guy that's been making the early action happen, and, you know, maybe, just maybe, he can send out those electro harpoons a little earlier before he has the ultimate available.
Yeah, sometimes when people talk about, you know, who should you watch on some of these bottom teams, you know, there are no stars. Well, then we're trying to make stars. And I think Memento has become a bit of a star jungler for Giants. Look at these stats here. It's like his numbers on this team. So in terms of amount of kills he's getting, 30%. That is the highest out of any jungler. Average is 22, so that's pretty insane. Kill participation, he's part of almost everything. The highest as well for junglers. And then the damage percent. This is how much of his team's damage he's dealing compared to every other jungler in the league, and it's 3% above the average jungler. So this guy is so important for Giants. Whenever he has a bad game, the team loses. Like, he needs to be on form for them to win. He's on a very high damage dealing jungler right now, but obviously a jungler where you can't really gank so effectively, you can't really help your lanes. Luckily for Giants, everything is going pretty slow and steady. No one is actually falling behind. And that's great when you have Rumble in the jungle, because his team fighting is obviously fantastic.
Yeah, Giants definitely no strangers to being able to take it slow and steady for the early game for sure. And if they can get to that point where Rumble can start getting the fights off, that can be a good position for them. EQ and Hustlin getting the push on as expected in this bottom side when you've got a melee support versus a ranged. And it looks like ROCCAT definitely being the crowd favorite for the time being, though.
Well, dropped one when you said it, from 59 to 58.
I cursed
jinxed it. ROCCAT losing every single fan now. Maxlow will find a ward as well. Back to the lanes, though. We never got to talk about them. Obviously, Foxy with the counter pick on top side will have pressure for basically the entire game. It's all about getting Nautilus out of the lane into a fight where he's going to be stronger, more reliable than this Gnar, who needs the Mega Gnar, you know, otherwise fairly useless in a fight. Betsy, though, Just wants to get past laning phase, wants to get to a side lane on this Echo, and he becomes one of the strongest split pushers in the game. Because not only does he have damage, he has mobility. You can't really catch him, he can jump you every time, and if he's like, oh no, this was bad, boom, jump back with his ulti, and he's fine. So he's so annoying to play against in the side lane. And Knight will have a tough time then.
Yeah. He's even got the teleport, of course, getting in and out of there a little quicker. Talked about this matchup in the laning phase may not necessarily be the most explosive, but the junglers could definitely change that. Pings were flying onto Maxlore as he was spotted by Knight. Checking back in on the bottom side. It's still just going to be a farm fest for the time being. Staying pretty even. There's not a huge farm differential.
But here's what I want to see, Pyra. I want to see Giants with this Malzahar get level 6 and then use the Nautilus teleport, which is, again, way better than a Gnar teleport. Because Gnar, they can just time it around a mini Gnar and say, okay, let's make a play on bottom side. If Flaxes can then TP down to the bottom side as well, to set up like a dive or anything, that's the way to get like a first tower, maybe a first dragon, and really snowball it. Because imagine it, Malzahar ulti, Rumble ulti, and a Nautilus TP. No bottom lane is going to survive that. So there's a lot of ways for Giants to kind of play on the bottom side and then have that advantage. But obviously for ROCCAT, you want to play around the Gnar because he's winning his lane. So that's what they're doing now. Echo and Graves, both on top side. Flaxes, my friend, you're pretty damn doomed.
Yeah, he does get the knock-up onto Maxlore, but in comes Mega Gnar. He's going to juke it all out, but they Gnar him into the wall and blow him away.
It's not over.
First blood.
It's not
Here comes
over.
Knight. Charm doesn't land, but Memento, he's barbecuing down Betsy. Foxy's going to fall. It's Memento that claims it on the last tick of that Flame Spitter. In comes Knight one more time, flashing and dashing, and that's the return on the Orb of Deception. 2 kills for Giants.
Yeah, I love this response here from Giants. They knew that ROCCAT were looking for that play on top side. They had a ward down as well. Knight was moving, Memento was on his way. We just highlighted before how important it is for Memento to get a good start for this team, you know, getting the kills, being part of almost everything they're doing. Him getting a kill and an assist on his Rumble is fantastic if you are a Giants fan. And it backfires a little bit here for ROCCAT.
Let's take a look at it one more time. The setup for Maxlore and Betsy look good.
Yeah, it's already been pinged multiple times. Classic solo queue pings right here. Maxlore is going to get spotted on the ward, so Flaxes just trying to buy time. That's why he flashes. He knows he's going to die. But it's like, how fast am I going to die? How many things do they have to use to kill me? So him getting 2 ultis is fantastic, and then obviously the rest of Giants can join. And also, the fact that Knight gets a few kills, we want to see this man shine again. I missed the Knight of last split a little bit. But I also think the competition was a bit easier last split, and that's why he could stand out as a mid laner. And now he needs to kind of show that.
It's definitely gotten stiffer, but, you know, not for nothing did he receive the Rookie of the Split connotations. And
of course.
He's got the double buffs now. He's got a kill on. Let's see what he can do to work with against Betsy.
Yeah, you can only beat what's in front of you. So it's not really your fault if some of the other mid laners were not performing last split. Like, think about it, February. February 2016 was not the greatest thing ever. 2017 and 2015, February has been really, really strong. So there's a big difference in how he's performing, and that obviously does impact a guy like Knight when he's playing against these mid laners every week. And the fact that he hasn't really been able to kind of further step forward in his career here, progress a bit more, it's just a little bit annoying for him. This is going to be a lane swap though. See who gets the first tower power. I believe ROCCAT is slightly ahead on the push.
They've been the ones that made the big play early on. They got the Tom Kench Abyssal Voyage in. Should be able to knock that one down, but in comes Flax to try and stall them up for a few seconds. They've run out of minions, but they will in fact grab the first tower of the game, and Giants are trying to come back up and react.
And this is good, because we want fast-paced games. So open up the map, opens up a 1-3-1, opens up for Ari versus Echo in the side lane. It opens up for like potential ganks in these long lanes, and then we're gonna get fights around Dragon, Baron much later. So getting these early towers down stops a potential, passive laning phase where we saw that one roam, it backfired for ROCCAT, so they don't want to do anything for another 10 minutes. No, now you might have to do something because the map is open.
And for Giants, this is typically where things tend to change anyways. That 10-minute mark is where they go up or they go down. And you can see when they lose, it tends to start falling apart pretty quickly from here. But right now, they're starting to look pretty decent heading past that moment.
Yeah, remember, this is just in losses, the average gold. And as you highlighted, that 10-minute mark is where it goes downhill. And it can go downhill pretty fast if you are Giants. Have obviously picked up a few wins here and there where it's been looking much better. But if they are behind, it tends to go pretty badly for them. They're 100 gold behind, Pyra. I don't really want to call it over just yet.
Yep, I think that's a fairly safe bit of analysis right there. I mean, it's worth pointing out, too, though, that when Giants do get ahead, they do tend to stay ahead. It hasn't happened a whole lot, this is a little bit further ahead in the game, but you know, at 20 minutes, for example, they've only had like 5 leads throughout the split, but they've won every single one of them, and hardly any teams have managed to do that.
So let's see if they can get that lead before 20 minutes. We might get a fight here. Wadid.
Face checks right into everything from Hustlin' and Memento. In comes the curtain call. Grey Hell's on. Wadid is going down, or is he? Flashing away. Maxlor intercepting a curtain call, and Memento is fired down by Maxlor. Para teleports complete. Instant heal, but Flax is just left for dead. Is he tanky enough to survive this onslaught? Meganar incoming. It doesn't look like it, and he's gnarred against the wall. Foxy claims the kill.
Man, Giants, you didn't get the message. You were supposed to get a goal lead before 20 minutes, so we can see if you could win another game, but now you just overextended a little bit. I can't even blame them because Wadid was so close to dying early. They were just going to get that one kill, you know, chain CC him, take him down, walk away, take the dragon. It was all going to be fantastic. Wadid stayed alive, and all of ROCCAT just collapsed on Giants and killed 2 members. And now they get the dragon.
Yep. Giants were pretty much out of ultimates at that point. They'd spent everything, and EQ might want to check the sights on his big gun there because he just whizzed that last shot of the curtain call right by Wadid's left ear. Let's take a look at the almost catch.
Yeah, I think the setup is good because they think they can burst him down. Like good chain CC. They almost kill him before the gray health comes in. And now you just had to back away, but it's already too late. You know, Memento has gone too deep. Foxy TP is in behind him, and now Flash is left alone.
Yeah, I don't care how tanky you are on the Nautilus. That's about the end of it. Foxy gets the kill for himself, and you know everything resets. We're 13 minutes in, but it's 3-2 in kills. We have seen some more of that action, but ROCCAT now have that 1,000 gold lead, and they've got the first dragon.
Yeah, and they have TP on Echo. Obviously, Flaxius, not only did he die, he also TP'd in, so really a tough spot for him to be in because he's not going to win that side lane. He's just going to get pushed in. Echo has the TP to use in case anything is happening on the other side, Pyra.
Oh, yeah.
And now we're kind of waiting for Giants to get Malza ulti again. They have it now. And then see if they can create another pick. Because they won't be able to force a team fight right now without the teleport. But they can maybe still find a fat Tom Kench who's on his way for a second time.
Won't be able to flash for it, though. Hustlin' still got that on cooldown. A few summoners still down for a while. You talked about the teleports in the top, but Betsy's still rocking his. And he's starting on the side lane push, but he's not going to full commit to it. It's only 14 minutes after all.
Man, I love the way Tom Kench walks. Like, I just love the way he's walking around.
It's more of a waddle, you know?
He's like wobbling. It's like you at the gym as well. I'm like, it looks so good every time you come wobbling around.
Wow, I didn't know it was going that way.
I'm sorry.
Well, the cat's out the bag.
Well, he might get caught again, Pyra.
Let's see if he can get his gray health off this time. He does. On the hunt goes through, and now Giants, it looks like round 2, but they take Wadid down this time. How much are they going to lose for it? It's Yarden picking up Hustlin'. EQ loads the curtain call, but there's no one in the back. Betsy dives in, snaps back, and Yarden with a double on the boomerang. Knight's going to flash the wall here. In comes Betsy following through, waiting for that timeline. Winder loading it up. He dashes in for the phase dive. There it goes. The boomerang and the triple for Yarden.
Oh my God, this is so good for ROCCAT. Again, it's Giants trying to create that one pick. We said it, you know, they were looking for Wadid one more time with the Malza ulti and everything. They find him, but it's a bait. Second time around.
And Yarden is cleaning up right now. 3 kills on the board. He had 3 assists from earlier on. Let's take a look at how it all started. Wadid, he gives his life for this one.
Yeah, again,
you got to call it worth.
Wobbling around, and then he gets caught. But the rest of the team is already coming. I think Hustlin' actually didn't get to use ult on him, but used it on Betsy, which is fine. But the problem is, if you're Giants, you just invested almost everything on killing the support. You had nothing left when all the carries come in. Yanan is actually sitting right next to the enemy for almost the entire fight because they've used every single cooldown, so he's not afraid of anything.
Yeah. I mean, it just shows, like, that Yarden...
Classic AD carry kill steal, by the way.
Of course, you don't have the other one to Betsy. But, hey, 6 assists for the ROCCAT mid laner for the time being.
And I guess, is it really that bad that Sivir took the kill, you know, this, like, late game
you said it yourself,
carry?
hyper carry, right? For sure. And this is what we like to see out of Yarden. This is the kind of thing he was known for, even back in the H2K days. You know, it's easy to forget that Yarden, honestly, he didn't get relegated out of the LCS. He just kind of went off, took a break for a little while. He comes back in, and he was still one of these guys that was looking pretty hot.
For sure, he's been able to deliver on ROCCAT, especially towards the end of the split now. We only have 3 weeks left, actually. 2 weeks after this one, it's week 8.
But still potential playoff. I know, right?
Time flies.
It's been a real quick one for sure. And
it's almost playoffs and promotion tournament, and both those are going to be pretty damn exciting. Obviously, tomorrow, Schalke Misfits Academy playing in the Challenger Series playoffs. That's going to be interesting. I just made my producer very happy because I didn't call it a semi-final.
Well, it's not, because you don't
It's
have
a
to play a
playoff,
final
Pyre, it's
afterwards.
just playoffs.
Yeah, the winner of that goes into the promotion tournament. That's what these guys are trying to avoid for sure. Betsy is going to be able to knock down the tower on the bottom side, and this is the ROCCAT 1-3-1 you were talking about. Giants are scrambling to try and push him back.
Yeah, and it's not going to get better. That's the problem, because Foxy will keep winning top side. Echo will only get stronger in the bottom lane in the 1v1. So Giants, they knew this. They were like, we need to force something. We have to try and get some fights with this Rumble, you know, in the mid game, see if we can create some sort of gold lead. But every time they killed with it, or tried to kill with it, ROCCAT turned it around and got like 2 or 3, 4 kills, and now you're 4K gold down. We just showed that gold graph like 7 minutes ago, showing when Giants are behind at 10 minutes, it just keeps going downhill. Well, the graph fits this game pretty damn well.
Yep, starting to be on the edge of the curve here, and Giants are going to be looking for answers. Wonder where they will come from. We talked about Knight being able to do a lot of damage. Well, what about EQ? He may not be Yarnan level, but he's definitely been stepping up on this team. He's looked good. We talked about his Ziggs play previously, but on this Jhin, something that's been pretty comfortable for all the Giants 80 carries.
Yeah, I think
Or all the 80 carries, I should say.
EQ overall has been like one of the guys kind of flies under the radar, but he has actually gotten much better during the split. Didn't get to see a whole lot in the start, but now I feel like his laning phase has been fine together with Hustlin. I think his teamfight presence has been pretty good as well. Like, the stats aren't standout. Obviously, it's been a long split for him, but he's a rookie. He's a very young guy. And I think he's here to stay. And Giants can be pretty happy with the 80 carry. Problem for Giants has really been team play. Like, more than anything. So often have we seen them actually go toe-to-toe in the early game, or maybe even get a small lead in the early game. We saw that last week as well. And then when it comes to like the mid, like when it comes to the late game, when it comes to team fights, when it comes to what we call like the macro, it kind of falls apart for Giants very often. So it seems like they're really lacking like a shot caller who can keep it all under control.
Maybe they have to find that. I mean, it's hard. You need to be able to develop that in somebody, and when you have a lot of young players, you know, who is it going to be? Is it going to be Memento, who steps up early on in the game and is still pretty critical later on, even if they have trouble? Maybe that's the guy they need to look to.
You can't force it, that's the problem. Some people are just naturally very good at keeping it very cool in-game, having a good overview of what's happening, understanding how to communicate as well. Other players just want to focus on their own individual play, and it's a big thing actually on the top lane stream yesterday. Oh, let's see if Foxy might get caught.
Oh, he runs right smack dab into all of Giants. He gets a big gnar against the wall, but is he going to live? Flash forward, or flash out, I should say, as a teleport now comes in from Betsy. It's canceled. That's enough to push Giants back.
Yeah, ROCCAT was already doing the dragon, so they didn't really want to take the fight and potentially lose this dragon after, so they just secure the Mountain Drake, get out of there. But as I said before here, like yesterday when we had the top lane stream with Odamna and Source, we talked a lot about like communication for professional teams and how what looks like a very obvious call can go wrong. And like, why, you know? A lot of it comes down to like a little bit of a lazy approach sometimes when it comes to like calling certain things. Another fight, by the way.
Yes, we do. There's an equalizer. That might have been the one that Memento was looking for here. The curtain call is opened up by HiQ. Yarnan's burning down. It's a shutdown for Knight right now. And what did is going to get caught. That's a double kill for the Ahri. Maxler's knocked up. Knight goes right on in. Orbit Deception is not enough to finish him off. And Foxy is keeping the path clear for now. But that's 2 quick kills by Giants, and they're on to top tower.
All right, Giants not done yet. Very important they get some of these team fights. We mentioned how they couldn't win the side lanes. 2 kills, though, and a top lane tower. Foxy is level 12 right now.
Ooh, that was a bold flash. They're on to Betsy right now as he turns back in. On to Flaxish, isolating him. Snaps back, gets the health back, and he stops the charm from landing by dodging it out. He's trying to phase dive away. Goes back in and finishes Memento. Foxy's hopping and crunching and 3-man gnarring. What a wallop that was as Maxlor tags in to take down one. A killing spree for him as HiQ and Knight are limping away. Can they make it out alive?
We talked about confidence, Pyra. ROCCAT, they look like such a different team. Suddenly the individual members making big plays here. Betsy staying alive, and then Foxy with a huge ulti. They're starting Baron. This is only 21 minutes into the game, but everyone from Giants is either dead or back in the base.
Oh man, the timing now for ROCCAT. They should be able to secure this one. ROCCAT are always a team. When they get ahead, they also stay ahead. You can see that 5-0 when they have a big goal lead at 20 minutes, and that is definitely the case. Tick that box in this game as they pick the Baron up at 21.
And I love that it comes from these individual plays. Like, it was a big, scrappy fight in the jungle. It looked pretty bad for ROCCAT after losing 2 guys. Then Betsy and Foxy putting on a show. And suddenly, 21 minutes. and you get a Baron. Like, look at this again. This is after 2 guys have already died, so it's technically a 2v5, because Flaxish will flash over the wall. So you would call ROCCAT pretty insane for actually engaging into this. Betsy gets a lot of damage down. Good timing on the shield, good ulti from him. He stays alive, and the rest can't really follow up. And Foxy now, with the Meganar, able to get this huge ulti as well. Great kiting from Betsy, great play from Foxy, and that was, again, a 2v5 that I don't think ROCCAT would have taken in the past. Or if they did take it, they would have lost it.
And I don't think Giants is ready for that one. All said and done now.
I thought it was an easy kill,
with a 5K gold deficit. Baron buff now ticking in, and once again, it's just 1-3-1 from ROCCAT. They can shuffle around members wherever they want, put the 1 or put the 3 elsewhere. It looks like it might be a 4-1. But they've got the Drakes, they've got the map control, they've got the Baron, and, you know, ROCCAT are looking very solid in this game 1.
And I'm afraid of bringing up that point about communication for pro teams, because I've tried twice now, and both times a big fight broke out. So
3rd time's the charm to fish, yo.
Maybe,
tell me about it.
Maybe. It's just basically like, it's built around, you know, the way you're calling the same miss, or hey, they might be going here. A lot of times, you know, professional players, they just say, oh, this guy, he might be based. Instead of saying, careful, he could go top, he could go bot lane. And when you don't give that information, something I think actually Giants struggles with, players are like, okay, he's probably not in my lane because he didn't say anything, you know. He's probably not going bot lane, he's probably in base, as you said. And then suddenly, boom, the guy shows up and he kills you. And these kind of problems happen so often for especially newer teams. And it seems like with Giants, there is not that synergy and communication between all 3 lanes. And that's why they struggle.
Struggling though right now is Betsy. He's going to have to pop out.
He's so annoying.
He
Can you
back.
just die? Come on.
That's not how Echo does it.
Echo in a side lane. When it's not a big team fight, it's so hard to kill.
It's unfortunate. Flaxish, he's pretty hard to kill himself, but he's on a 1v3 situation. Deadly Florist is just going to take a bite out of Wadid's health bar for now. Meanwhile, tower in the mid goes down. Maxlore, they are just dragging Giants all over the place and making them lose ground time and again.
Yeah, really good to see ROCCAT able to execute the 1-3-1. Won a lot of these fights here, only lost the 1. We saw before where Giants actually took 2 kills in the jungle, then Betsy and Foxy turned it around, as we highlighted. So technically, they've won every single fight in this game.
Strong macro here for ROCCAT as they continue their surge right now. 3 wins in the series on the board. They're looking to make it 4. That would be all 4 of theirs if they get this one on the split so far, but this is the time to surge if you're going to. And look at all the gold difference, what it's translated into item-wise. Obviously that Nar's become a big monster, the Frozen Mallet, the Black Cleaver, Hex Drinker as well to get a little bit of extra defense, and everybody else on that ROCCAT lineup aren't looking too shabby either.
Well, Hikyu completed his Edge of Night, obviously nerfed again. Good nerf this time around with the shield duration mainly. Fine for him to go lethality, if you consider the fact that ROCCAT has to stack a lot of MR against Rumble, Malzahar, Ari as well. So there isn't really like any ninja tabbies to ruin his day. So it is a good build still for Hikyu, despite Edge of Night being nerfed. For this game specifically, will be harder though late game, because like you just need 1 armor item on Foxy, and then Jin doesn't really hurt him at all, and it becomes pretty hard then for Hikyu to do a whole lot.
Jin getting some nerfs himself as well, but he still enjoys competitive play for the time being. Betsy, meanwhile, he is continuing to push in this bottom side. And he's pretty big as well. He's actually held onto his Darksteel 9 stacks on that bad boy.
Should upgrade it soon if he wants to keep going with the stacking. Lich Bane completed, so not only is he a monster in 1v1s, he can also take down your tower pretty fast.
And he's hard to kill.
He's also hard to kill. I feel like Betsy is not going to really struggle in this game.
Nah.
ROCCAT would really have to mess up badly to get Giants back in this game. It can happen, we've seen it before multiple times, but again, ROCCAT in the last 2 weeks have really improved the late game. And we got to see now if they can close out this game cleanly.
Yeah. I'll need to bring that recent experience to bear here as we get close to 26 minutes on the board. They continue to push that gold lead. They also grab themselves another dragon. It's an ocean. They've got a lot of regeneration on their side. But what is the end game plan? They keep the 1-3-1 going. It seems to be the case.
Yeah, so first Baron very often will give you just the outer turrets. It's really hard to break into the base early. So easy for the enemy team to go back to Fountain, get home guards, you know, get back into a fight. You don't really have to sustain. You don't have the tankiness to just dive. So second Baron is always what you're waiting for to kind of close out the game or get the inhibs that wins you the game after. So ROCCAT will play around the second Baron now. Again, continue pushing all 3 lanes, set up for that Baron, and then force Giants to come and face check. That's why Giants is on the way to get some early wards down. It's not the most exciting thing in the world when people contested vision around Baron, but it is very important, Pyra.
It's the start, though, of a very exciting thing, the very traditional European Baron dance. We know it well.
It used to be way worse. It used to be 10 minutes of two teams looking at each other near the Baron, and no one would hit each other for 10 full minutes, and you'd just be like, yeah, here we are. And then someone would throw the Baron anyway, and you'd be like, welcome to Europe.
I mean, they got better at the steps.
Yeah, yeah.
It comes with practice,
Those
right?
are years ago, years ago.
Yeah, you're dipping way back into your LCS days, right?
Yeah. Around that time,
it was a simpler time.
It was a simpler time. It was a tough time for me, though, when I started casting and I had to fill for those 10 minutes with a potato in my mouth. And everyone was just kind of waiting for someone to die.
All right, now, we might be waiting for someone to die as well. Giants,
Baron
they don't want
to
a face check, though. They've not got the vision still, because ROCCAT have invested a couple of control wards keeping it from happening.
Hey, Pirate, did you know there was a patch change that made the Rift Scuttler eat the honey fruit?
What?
I know, that's crazy. It's actually eating all of them right now.
So he's actually not on the bottom of the food chain anymore.
No, he's not. The honey fruit is.
Oh, wow. Today I learned.
Today you learn.
I mean, he's got to get some nutrition every now and again, right? He can't just be wandering around for nothing.
A lot of people wonder why did I say that? Because they didn't watch the Crepo and the Fisho cast last week.
You caught me.
I got to give some context there because they're going to be like, why on earth would he bring that up? Is he an idiot? Yes, I am, but it's part of a little thing me and Mitch had. And now you're my Mitch.
Okay.
You're one of my Mitches
play-by-play
right now.
last week, so hey,
yeah.
I'm stepping into those shoes.
You've been play-by-playing today. You guys are basically the same. Probably lift the same as well. Like, I feel like
I think I still got a ways to go before I catch that one. But
okay.
Let's zero back in on the game because the Baron has hit the Rift again. And now, let's see what ROCCAT do to bait this one out. They have the jungle of Giants completely lit up right now.
And the lanes, they have everything set up. Should just go kill this Rift Scuttler though, get the buff as well.
Don't let him eat the honey fruit.
Yeah, just get that movement speed buff. Oh,
he's on the hunt.
He's a beast.
They've caught Memento. He's going to have to flash the wall, but look who's behind. It's Faxi. Betsy, though, gets equalized, or taken down, I should say, as the equalizer falls on top of Maxlore. That is a one-for-one trade jungler from mid, but ROCCAT, they're not looking so hot right now. But did having to tank the front. In comes Faxi. He's nearly got Meganar. It's about to pop. Yarnan gets spat back out on Flaxish, who has to flash away, but now Giants are on the retreat path. Wadid takes the Blast Cone Express out to relative safety, but in comes Wadid to cut him off once again. The tongue lashing and flashing forward. He's gonna get nommed up and taken down to 0. ROCCAT still win the fight.
In the Empire, they win the fight. It was a close one though, because ROCCAT lost Betsy so early. No QSS on the Echo. Hoslin took him down with the rest of the team. Let's see, he thinks they're on Baron. Stepping in. Look at that 5 seconds Edge of Night. It's not as cool anymore. It's running out now.
Decidedly less broken than it used to be.
Definitely less broken than it used to be.
Giants still get a moment to breathe. Like, this is nice for them because they can get some vision out for themselves. Catching Betsy was huge.
Those 2 wards, though, will get cleared really easy. Anyway, let's see the fight again. So keep your eye on Betsy to the left here, left of your screen. He comes in alone, and then bam, that's Maza ulti. And he's dead. And now suddenly this fight is actually wide open because the main damage dealer, or the backline damage dealer, which is, of course, this Echo is gone, and Yarnan is trying his best. He stays alive, though, doesn't take any damage. Giants respects the Meganar and backs away. So another kill. In the end, they're back near the Baron. We want to see that. We can cut the replay. We don't want to see Flaxis die.
We know what happens next. There's on the hunt. Faxi's caught now. Once again, the Malzahar ulti coming to bear, but it's not enough to finish the job. Betsy's in on 1v4. He goes right back in, and Faxi kills, and that's going to be Betsy snapping right back into the fight. Knight's getting blown down to 0. Shut down by Flaxish. Yarnan takes a kill. It's 3-2-0 right now as Hikyu is limping away. Wadid spits Faxi out. Meganar hopping and crunching, gets a wall up. They'll finish the job. Even Wadid gets a kill. Why the hell not?
Much better fight this time around. Faxi was the man who received the Malza ulti and didn't really do a whole lot against him on all the AMR. So this time Betsy got to the back line. And Yarnan 6-1-6. We said earlier that this man has delivered, especially in terms of the stats. You know, his numbers are great. This game as well, on this Sivir, he's never really in any danger. It feels like he's always moving just when he's supposed to and gets multiple hits down.
Started this fight once again.
So
Faxi completed teleport.
He has GIA as well. This is perfect. All of ROCCAT are cheering right now because suddenly no one is really at risk of dying. So Betsy goes in, ulti back, full HP. And the rest of ROCCAT, easy fight for them to win.
Knight didn't get much of a chance to do anything. Yeah, nice tag in, tag out. We know the rest of this because they kept on chasing it through. 16-6 in kills right now. It's 31.5 minutes. That gold just keeps on growing. We know how the graph goes for Giants' losses, and this is definitely shaping up to be one of those. They would need some kind of miracle to come back at the moment.
Exactly. Now ROCCAT with that second Baron, we mentioned how it's normally the second Baron that breaks into the base, gets the inhibs. They have the 1-3-1 setup. Echo with Lich Bane, he will destroy a turret. So let's see if they can actually do it. Wave clear on the side of Giants is mainly coming from Knights, so Betsy will get this bot tower pretty easily.
Yep, should be able to do it. He's got ultimate, not just yet, I should say. Up in the top, Foxy got the Mega Gnar, nearly there. Flaxish is not going to be able to push him back. Even the Riptide barely tickles the minions. And right now, ROCCAT are looking on course to finish off this base 1-3-1 all the way to the end, but Betsy's caught and taken out. Still no ultimate available for him, but is that a worthwhile sacrifice? It's now a 5v4. Equalizer comes in. Flaxish gets some knockups and bop-ups. There is going to be a redemption. Giants, they're the ones who are going to need it. What did get a big swallow onto Flaxish. They can't quite finish him off, though. Faxi gets his Guardian Angel pop. Memento's taken down by Yarnan inside the Giants' base. He grabs another. ROCCAT decide not to push their luck. They're rotating around and waiting for a minute.
ROCCAT so far ahead that even in a 4v5, they can win the fights here. No ultis from Giants. Important to highlight because they used them to kill Betsy. Where's the ROCCAT?
Whoa! Okay, that was a big ultimate now, and they're going to grab a couple more kills before taking down the last inhibitor of the game. Hustling trying to hustle back to his fountain, but this is going to be far too little, far too late. ROCCAT continue their surge. They will grab game number 1, a convincing victory, and a stylish 1-2 over Giants, 1-0 on the series.
Very, very good game from ROCCAT. Whenever Giants tried to do anything really, ROCCAT just responded instantly with more members. Like it was Wadid twice, getting called, baited, whatever, say it however you want. And ROCCAT just collapsed. Boom, 2 kills, 3 kills, 4 kills. And then it came into like, you know, this Baron after Betsy and Foxy had that great 2v5 up in the top lane. Like those kind of plays, again, are suddenly working for ROCCAT. It's momentum, it's confidence. It's a lot of things that's looking really good. And, you know, the sports psychologist you highlighted. And when you start winning, it also gets a lot more fun to scrim, you know.
It definitely feels a little better when you start stacking those wins together. And, you know, we talked about coming into this week, we were looking at, oh, okay, can they get themselves one step ahead and avoid the promotion tournament? Well, if they win this series, they're tied for wins with Fnatic.
Exactly.
It's not tied in the standings, but they are still looking in a good position considering all of that building up. This is the best time of the split to have this type of surge.
Exactly. Peaking at the end is always a good thing.
It's like you're running a marathon, you know? You start out, you go normal pace, you have your banana, you kind of keep cool for a little while. At the very end, all those guys that are right in front of you, speed past them.
Yeah, as long as you don't fall too far behind in the start.
Yeah, you obviously got to keep up, which I guess that does happen.
You can't be too far behind. And then
but there's still time to make it up, for sure. We still got a few more games to go. Now, game 1 is in the books. We're going to go ahead and send it back to the analyst desk for a closer look at how it went down.
I wasn't paying attention for a second, and they're talking about bananas. I guess it's official on that desk. That's what is to be expected.
Just don't need any context.
Nah, don't need any context. We're going to talk about this game, though. ROCCAT racking up another victory, and there were some differing opinions as to who was playing really well and who was maybe just capitalizing on other teams' uncharacteristic mistakes.
Now, I feel that something that's worth highlighting is that a lot of the early proactivity actually went in the favor of Giants. We have to remember that ROCCAT tried to set up a dive in the top lane. Giants responded in kind very effectively, got a very early lead. But then they were able to, they tried to keep forcing plays with the draft, which you kind of have to try and make things happen, right? You have a Malzahar, you have an Ari. The whole point of this comp is to try and find picks, catch the movements of ROCCAT as they're trying to set up for their 1-3-1. And we saw that a lot from Giants in the early game, but ROCCAT just did such a great job of responding to these early aggressive plays. And I think that that's worth praising ROCCAT for, but at the same time, you kind of have to criticize what Giants are doing because they invested so many of their resources onto a single target very early on into the game, and it's just an overcommitment. It's just Giants saying, like, we have to stop this 1-3-1 from happening and not respecting the possible collapse from ROCCAT.
I feel like we saw late TPs, and the big question mark for me here is the Rumble jungle coming in. I would rather see this in the top lane, even in an unfavorable matchup, because putting one of your best players, Memento, on a jungler who basically does nothing in the early game till level 6 is entirely reliant on that ult. Yes, he'll do damage. We know him for that, but his impact in team fights, while great, does not really mean he can impact the lanes in the early game, and it just wasn't enough.
He did impact the lanes in the early game. That top, we got a double kill for Knight also, so wherein lies the problem then?
I mean, for me, it's just stylistically, I would prefer for him to have a champ where he can make plays, a champ where he can set up the team, and Rumble, while, yes, equalizer, insane damage output, it's not really enough for me for him to only have a single ultimate be the key for the team, because clearly Giants weren't comfortable playing around it. It was used poorly in many circumstances, and I feel like because of that, some of the times when they would set up a pick, it just didn't work out for them in the end.
But I do think that that's really worth highlighting because the Rumble, I think the biggest issue I had was the Rumble with the Ahri. Like, if it was like Graves and Ahri, then it would have made more sense. If it was like Rumble plus an Orianna, that would have made more sense in terms of the duo. But you're picking a mid laner that's very much about getting picks and skirmishing. She really struggles to have an impact in team fights. And in the late game against an Echo, she really struggles to maintain that same level of side lane pressure. And if you're going to pick a mid laner like that that's very much pick reliant and is all about skirmishing, then you need a jungler that can help support that, like a Graves, who can move into the enemy jungle, set up for these skirmishes, try and force these fights. And I think this is where we saw the disparity. The blind pick Ahri for me, which while it did get ahead in the early game, was not a great pick. And also, I don't think Knight had the strongest of performances on it.
Yeah, that's what you guys were pointing out, and we have a specific replay to highlight that as well. On the other side, on the flip side, Betsy was playing it quite well on the Echo, but Knight did have some questionable moves, especially in this fight.
Yeah, so watch this fight, and here's the big issue. Keep in mind, Knight is the strongest member on the Giants team currently, and he has all the team's gold, but this is just, unfortunately, a comedy of errors. Charm goes wide on what should have been a guaranteed connect on the Echo ult. You know that timing. You played against this champion. You should be comfortable to hit it. Misses multiple Orb of Deceptions, and when this guy should be your biggest damage output outside of a Rumble ult, you can't miss that, right? You're already behind in gold. You have to mechanically keep up if you want to win in team fights that you should be losing. It's just, it was not clean.
It wasn't, but talk to me about what ROCCAT then did right in this game.
I mean, ROCCAT did a great, they got a Baron, which was good, and then the thing that we were assessing was how cleanly do they close things out, because you heard the casters discussing something that ROCCAT have been getting better at is their ability to close out games, understanding how to use their lead. We did see a bit of a dangerous fight in mid lane, which almost went horribly wrong for them, but they very quickly realized their issues, and then they were very swift to be able to punish and force these engagements onto Giants, which they were not strong enough to be able to win.
This is what's the most impressive thing to me about this game and about this ROCCAT, because you can say, well, these enemies are keep making these mistakes, and you know that the fights are very close, but I think after 2 times, ROCCAT probably said, well, they are not just going to magically play a perfect game from here on, so we know we are good taking these engages, even if they're a bit risky, and they close out the game fast, and I think that is just a huge improvement from the ROCCAT that we've seen in the beginning of the split.
And I gotta eat some of my words here. I was critical of Betsy's champion pool at the start. He played the Echo, he played it well. He was positioning on a side lane, pushing waves in before he joined the team. Teamfight execution wasn't flawless, right? But it was good. It was good enough to win the fights. And for me, Hjarnan, the big standout here, because turning around those team fights, he wasn't the 4-item fed Sivir, right? This is where we know Sivir guaranteedly wins everything, but he was doing consistent damage. Wadid was playing well with him. Devoured him once or twice, a few times he shouldn't have, but mostly very good play from the bot lane that, for me, I didn't really expect.
No, Hjarnan also on the up and up, the entire team stepping up. So for you then, Thaddeus, you had a lot of trust in Giants coming in, think they were going to 2-0. So what would you like to see from them coming into game 2? I wasn't trying to call them out.
No, I'm just saying,
I'd like to see a little bit more synergy between Memento and Knight. I just feel that right now, those two in particular are not working together. We are seeing more movement from the support hustling with Memento, and it's just, I'd like to see more focus on, let's get Knight ahead, let's see if we can make movements into the enemy jungle with this duo, and I want to see a return back to what Giants has had success on. Maybe put Hikyu back on the Ziggs. Sieging compositions, having better team fighting seems to be something that Giants have had success on in the past that we're not seeing from them as of yet.
All right, we will see what happens. We are going to take a quick break, but when we come back, it will be game 2 between Giants and ROCCAT. Don't go anywhere.
Factions, my friend, you're pretty damn doomed. Yeah, he doesn't get the knock up on a Maxlow, but in comes Meganar. He's gonna flash juke it all out, but they gnaw him into the wall and blow him away.
Got him. Nice, he's burning alive. Good shit, man. We defend. Yeah.
Let's see if he gets great health off this time. He does. On the hunt goes through, and now Giants, it looks like round 2.
Go fight.
They're gonna lose for it. It's Hjarnan picking up hustling. EQ blows the curtain call, but there's no one in the back. Betsy dives in, snaps back, and Hjarnan with a double on the boomerang.
Nice, Mega. Nice. Coming. Nice. I win this. Nice.
ROCCAT continue their surge. They will grab game number 1, a convincing victory, and a stylish one too, over Giants, 1-0 on the series.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Berlin for Game 2 between ROCCAT and Giants. And, well, ROCCAT, boys in blue right there, they picked a color that they can definitely relate to. It's blue side for them in Game 2.
Busy taking pictures between games shows...
confidence.
Yeah, confidence, clearly. Obviously, this was before the game, but still.
Of course, which
could
is
have
the
been
magic
after.
of production, right?
Yeah, we're actually lying to all of you. This is not even live. Woo! It is.
Shh, it's not supposed to tell people, man.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, just forget the last couple seconds happened. Don't worry about it. We're getting into game number 2. Giants, it's rough for them because after 10 minutes, they were looking on par for a lot of things, but then it just sort of started falling away because they couldn't execute those fights.
Yeah, again, that's the problem. I feel like the analyst desk was talking about how Giants maybe need to try and pick for more like late-game team fighting and try and win that way. I think if you're Giants, the way you have had success in the past was full early game. Try and win laning phase, ganking jungler, or skirmish jungler at least, like Kha'Zix or something for Memento, where he can find the enemy jungler, kill him, pushing lanes. Like, I think you have to snowball early if you're Giants, because your mid to late game is just not strong enough to take down other teams right now. So I want to see more focus on pure early game, not rumble jungle. You need something, again, that can be more aggressive.
You might get your wish. We're going to pick some bans once again. So, I mean, let's see. You have the counter big potential on Giant side, but let's see how these bans go.
See,
That's
I
the
love this
ban
ban.
away.
I love this ban because this is the kind of jungler Giants normally have a lot of success with. So when you remove that, because yes, you can say that Rumble is a strong skirmish champion as well. Problem is he relies so much on his ulti, which has long cooldown early. Kha'Zix without an ulti can still assassinate people. So when Giants lose a jungler like this, it becomes harder and harder for Memento to have that impact early. We saw in the last game how important it is. Shen ban on 7-5. Shen has been banned in every single game so far in Europe. After Maokai nerfs and everything, Shen has really become one of the S tiers. He's been up there as a high tier pick for a while, but we've seen him banned in every single game, which is quite unusual for Shen.
Yeah, pretty crazy. And it's something that both of these top laners have been pretty well versed in. It's their second most played champion after that Maokai, or has been for some time. And let's take a look at the other bans. The Graves is taken away again. The Cassiopeia now banned on ROCCAT's side.
So now the top 2 picks for Memento are gone. Again, I'm going to keep highlighting him because he's so important when it comes to the early snowball. He's not played Lee Sin yet. Elise's pick is only used once. And then we start looking at things like Rek'Sai, Iron. Not the kind of picks you need if you are Giants. You need early game, in my opinion. I think ROCCAT is a superior late game team. And I think they have shown that also in the last game where they were constantly reacting to some of the plays from Giants over and over. First pick anyway, we saw Malzahar first pick in the last one. Didn't really have a whole lot of effect, but ROCCAT will try their luck with the same.
All right, so that's locked in forward. Did this time, do Giants do the opposite? Do they take the Kench for themselves? Obviously no Graves available. There's the Karma actually. So we get some of our more typical earlier in the season supports. Once again, let's see what Giants use their second pick on.
I find it very interesting that people don't want to use Lulu in this series right here. I think Lulu is so good at the moment. And she's also great against Malzahar, but Karma is of course overall a very strong and safe support pick. Jungle choice, very few high priority picks that Memento still play available. This is most likely Gragas top lane. Can be jungle, but I'm expecting it to be a flagship pick. And if you're ROCCAT, if you want to match tank v tank, you just take the Nautilus and you are pretty damn happy with that.
Maxlar takes himself the Lee Sin. Let's see if they want to match on their top for now. You'd think they might be going AD carry style right now.
Well, that's the thing, you know. You can go AD carry and then have a few top lane bans because the top lane pool at the moment is pretty wide. We saw yesterday 5 or 6 top lane bans, and you still had good picks to play like Renekton. Camille is also open. And they haven't decided to lock that one in yet, so there's a lot of good picks. Ooh.
And there's the Swain.
The special.
They valued that enough to take it in the first rotation, and Nightlocks is Talon in. Oh, this could be spicy.
See, I want to see if Talon can actually do something early on, because Swain will always itemize towards Hourglass, which obviously is very good against the Talon here. Not only the active, but also just the flat armor you get from it is fantastic against a champion that normally builds a lot of lethality. So ROCCAT have 2 picks already in Lee Sin and Swain who can itemize armor. Giants' magic damage is the Gragas and the Karma, not enough to force you to build early MR, which is really good. In laning phase against the Gragas, yes, you get like a little bit, but that's about it. So we talked about the Renekton also being available. It's gone. Nautilus is still up there. You can just pick him, take him against the Gragas, take the 1v1, and it's fine.
In terms of magic damage for Giants too, if it's not banned away in these last 2, the Ziggs is still available if EQ decides to take it.
I'd probably ban Ziggs if I was ROCCAT here. Maybe force the Gragas to be jungle and then force Giants to pick an AP top laner like Rumble. But right now, Ziggs is still available and Giants can take it. Also with the Sivir ban, could set up for it.
Yes, indeed. Let's see what ROCCAT banned in their last. Is it going to be that Ziggs? Are they going to let it through for EQ?
I think you get rid of it. Just get rid of it. Force Giants to move some of these picks around. Like a Gragas jungle for Memento, it's not his kind of pick. You want him to play something like that. That's in your favor if you're ROCCAT. Ashe ban is very interesting. It is a good pick against Malzahar. Due to the very long range of Ashe, you can kind of force Malzahar to play without his passive most of the time. It is still going to be either Rumble jungle or Gragas jungle. We don't actually know which one goes to the top lane just yet. Giants might decide depending on what ROCCAT is showing. I think you can play it fairly safe with the Nautilus, otherwise the Gnar is something that can lane against both Gragas and Rumble.
Flexing to the end is Giants. On ROCCAT's side, they take the Varus. Went through last time without even being considered. So they have a very pokey bottom lane, a la the likes of 7.1 to 3 or 4, and there's the Gnar preempting.
As talked about, simply because, again, it can lane against both these picks. It would have been a little bit difficult if they had gone for like a Nautilus against the Rumble. They would lose pressure on top side. Giants did get the AP, but they got the AP from Rumble, so they can go for this. Very, very hard to execute comp from Giants, though. Talon who falls behind, useless. Rumble, early impact, not really there unless you can find a 1v1. And the bottom lane from Giants as well, with this Ezreal against Varus, can struggle. Like, that's the thing. Varus, while the nerfs definitely hit him, his laning phase is still fine. His level 6 is still very strong with his ulti. I want to see if he's building crit or lethality in this game, but we can talk about that in-game. Ezreal on the other side, you need a pushing support with you. That is what Karma offers, so that's why the lane can go against most things in League of Legends, because you have like the ability to shove these waves with the Karma Qs and the Ezreal combined. Very interesting pick and ban phase though. Rumble jungle again, Pyra.
Yes, indeed. We'll see if Memento's able to get up to speed a little earlier on it. Curious. You said HiQ and Hustlin should be able to at least stand toe-to-toe, but I mean, you have to think they're going to get pushed in, unlike what they were doing last time around. They had the push on themselves.
I think, yeah, they just don't have a lane that you play around. And that's the thing, like ROCCAT can just have an even bottom lane if they choose to, or they can play super aggressive with the Lee Sin, because you have the ganking jungler right now. Talon against Swain, I want to see this matchup. Swain is very strong in the laning phase, and it's great for Swain to go early armor because he wants that hourglass anyway, so it can be very difficult for Knight to really get rolling, but I want to see how it plays out. He instant locked it. Instant locked it and said, I'm taking this champion no matter what.
Let's see whose comp reigns supreme. If you believe in ROCCAT and the 2-0, hop on Twitter at LOL Esports. It's hashtag ROC win. Or our Giants going to fire back. Will they force game number 3? Hashtag GIA win if you think so. We'll be about to find out. Swain versus Talon in the mid lane. We want to put a big magnifying glass on that one and see what happens early.
Definitely agree. Overall, though, very good lanes for ROCCAT all across the board. Getting the Gnar against the tank in top lane as well. So once again, they're not, you know, drafting, pure scaling on the side of ROCCAT and losing hard early game, giving Giants that opportunity. They're picking very strong lanes overall. They're saying we can match you there, and if we match you in the early game and get to mid and late game, then we can beat you. So I think it's an overall very good plan for ROCCAT.
Let's see if it all goes according to plan. Starting off, Yarnin with the boots on Varus. HiQ with the longsword. Check in how they match up in the duo lane. I have to think Dragon's going to be a pretty big priority with the Infernal being the first on the Rift, but it's a while before that'll happen. Only a minute on the clock, obviously, as everyone's taking their places.
Yeah.
Red side start for ROCCAT.
So we have flat armor penetration on Knight. Only 6 here early on.
Minions have spawned.
On Yarnin, not a whole lot. So I want to see the build order. I think crit Varus is something we might see more of right now. Because again, Edge of Night after the nerfs, it's harder to fully stack pure lethality, and some of it has been nerfed as well. Simply means that your damage outside of poke against squishies is kind of meh. And then you're not that useful as an AD carry.
Yeah, it's got a utility ultimate, but not nearly as much damage as we're used to seeing from that Varus. Max are getting a pretty healthy leash here.
I want to see the path then from him. Normally when you see the changes and suddenly the bottom lane is actually surrendering the early push in their lane to get the jungler rolling from the bottom side, it's because there's some new jungle pathing. Because now you can see, you come down to the bottom lane, you already lost, or you've already seen Giants take down a few minions. You take a Q to the face, another one now. So you surrender the early push, which is not something most bot lanes wants to do. Because no one wants to be the lane losing. Like, it doesn't feel great, the casters are flaming you, Red is flaming you, it just sucks.
Yeah, all around bad news, right? Well, let's check in with the top lane. It is top lane week. I want to shift things up a little bit. And Faxy's gotten to play this Gnar not once but twice now. Flax has maybe had a little bit more trouble dealing with him.
And Faxy had a great Gnar in the last game. Some really good ultis from him. I miss the days where people were amazed when you said rage bar management. Those days are long gone though. Now it's just like, yeah, this guy understands Mega Gnar, so good for him. He's not really gonna mess that up. Oh, Maxlaw, he's sneaking in behind Knight here. Knight, level 2. He's squishy. Double buff Lee Sin.
And the birds. Level 3 gank incoming right around the backside, and it's an instant exhaust on. He flashes. Oh, Maxlor does not connect on the Sonic Wave. Flashing forward doesn't get the job done.
Jesus, Maxlor! Huge mistake. He needs you to save the Q for when Knight jumps or flashes anywhere. You can just follow him with the red buff, even flash after him if needed.
Yeah, that was a misfire.
Oh, sad for Maxlor and ROCCAT. They got a flash, they got an offensive summon as well. Memento might look to try and counter gank Knight. That's like 40% HP. Betsy's full, but no exhaust on Betsy, and he might feel a little bit too confident, but Memento does back away. I want to see if we can get a potential replay of the gank, because Maxlor thought that it was mind games and Knight was saving the flash, and then he could just Q him and follow him after. Betsy now, he's overstaying.
Oh boy, Betsy just might be. He's walking towards the wrong base right now. He's got flash. He might have to use it. He knows he's dead, and Knight is going to pick up first blood.
Oh, this is bad for ROCCAT now. Good response here from Memento and Giants. Classic one where after you had that gank, you feel like, okay, I'm winning the lane, I'm full HP, I'm pushing this guy on the turret, everything is great. You feel too confident. And then suddenly you can get ganked. There was no ward spotting Memento. He gets the kill, and Giants off to a good start.
It's big for the Giants mid laner too. We talked about difficulty of playing out this comp. Well, it gets a hell of a lot easier if your big assassin in the mid lane starts to get fed.
But obviously, Pyro, to go back to that level 1 start with Maxlor, where we saw ROCCAT surrender some of the bottom lane pressure, it allowed him to end on the top side and then move around Knight, probably where he didn't expect it. He most likely thought that Maxlor would be on the bottom side of the map. That's where he was putting his wards as well. And then suddenly he snuck in unwarded, unnoticed, and he got that gank off, but it didn't work because of misplays, simply. The plan was good, great play,
yeah,
but you gotta execute.
I mean, we've been giving ROCCAT a lot of praise for their recent performance, but they still can make mistakes individually. And as a team, let's see, that continues. Oh, Hustlin is flashing in, forcing everything out of Yarn, and Hikyu getting pushed back, though, has to shift away. Memento is looking to come in, but Maxlor has already joined the party as well, and Knight there too. Giants are unable to come up with anything as the health bars are a little too low to fully commit.
Don't want to jump into their 3 or 4 Malzahar minions. They thought they had a free 4v2 play, but Maxlor, of course, on the bottom side, surrendered or defended his bottom lane. With it making sure Giants doesn't talk to his AD carry anymore. And now Betsy, where's he going? He's just going to ward. He's not going anywhere. He's level 4 Swain. You're not going to do anything.
Yeah.
Trust me, from playing too many Swain games in solo queue in the past, whenever you fall just slightly behind, you feel weak. You feel so weak, Pyra. But he's still going to be fine. He has exhaust. He's going to get 6 soon. He's going to get some armor. It's okay. It's okay.
Just might need to take a little while before it gets to that point.
Yeah. Also, people flame you instantly if you fall behind on things like Swain, because they're like, why would you pick that? Just like play something Oriana, Syndra, or something else. And you're like, no, trust me, it can work.
It's a hard life out there.
No one
not
believes
just in the team
you.
environment, but
no
solo
one.
queue too.
They do not believe.
Oh yeah. Sounds like you're coming from personal experience here, Deficio.
Yeah. Too many times. Too many times.
But let's go back to the bottom lane. Hustlin has gone pretty far to try and get a little bit of deep wards here into the ROCCAT jungle, but the AD carries are the ones I want to talk about. Hikyu, he definitely got wrecked a little bit in the later stages of the game by Yarnan, but it's a different AD carry matchup this time around. The Ezreal versus the Varus, and the Varus was the one getting pushed in, not something we were used to seeing in previous patches.
No, again, he had to pull red buff level 1. Some nerfs as well. As we see from the last game, you mentioned it, Hikyu couldn't really do a whole lot where Yarnan 9-1-8. Another great game from him. Like, he's really become a strong AD carry here later on in this split, and it's important for ROCCAT because one of the things we talked about, like week 1, was like, okay, we like some of these names here, but we want to see them perform. We're kind of looking for the carry. Who is the carry right here? Yarnan has become the carry on this team. Like, it's old form, it's great, and it's something that has been paying off for ROCCAT. It's why they've been able to win.
Yep. Also bearing in mind that that was on pretty much his signature champion, the Sivir. It's a little bit more conventional this time around, or not more conventional, I should say, but more what used to be conventional.
I want to see Juggernaut with Yarnan.
Yeah,
that's an old classic, man. That's
this is where you get to see your Lulu, right?
Also, I got to see the Lulu, which was so contested yesterday in G2 Misfits. Early picked almost every game. It was even banned in some of the other ones.
Surprising we haven't seen it come up in 2 pick and ban phases here between Giants and ROCCAT, but different teams do have different priorities.
Yes, it's a new patch. It's a fairly large patch as well, and it takes time to figure out what is the correct champions. Like, what is the correct pick order, what is the correct meta. And I'm glad that every team comes in with something different. You know, ROCCAT with the Swain, even still playing a lot of Varus. We saw a little bit of that in North America yesterday. Giants on the other side with the Talon, something we've seen in LCK quite a lot. So I'm glad we're seeing a lot of different things. The Rumble Jungle as well.
Oh yeah. Even though Memento last game had a harder time placing the equalizers where he wanted them to be, wasn't able to get us involved early due to the nature of the champion. Has had less trouble this time around. Started off with the counter gank in the mid lane, netted him an assist.
It was perfect for him. Like, you couldn't ask for a better start, really. Your Talon got the kill, your Rumble in the jungle got an assist. I want to see, though, with Knight, his impact, obviously, when you play things like Talon, and you see a Varus, you love it. Like, you can jump in, you can kill him, he can't do anything. But everything else on the side of ROCCAT, not really going to be the ideal target. Again, Hourglass and Rod of Ages, Swain at some point. Armor is going to come in on both Gnar and Lee Sin. It's going to be pretty difficult for Knight.
Yeah, it's difficult to play Assassins overall, right? It's always a little risky, but, you know, his Ahri, even though it got shut down pretty hard during the later stages of that last game, he was still able to be a threat early on. This talent, it's something that he is pretty credited to bringing out in Europe at the very least. Only a handful of games really played on the champion, even though we were really eagerly anticipating seeing the parkour in action. He's the one who's been delivering on it. See if he can find a win here. 1 kill to start things off, and he's got some lethality already. Knight working his way to edge of Knight. 1 step closer to the edge.
He wants to Ghost Blade first.
That's true. I'm getting ahead of myself.
He'll go for the edge of himself.
To change the name if he goes good on it. Let's see what Maxlor can get done. He's in the mid lane once again.
Last time it didn't work. This time there's flash and ulti.
And he's out. Knight's hopping the wall.
It's actually really hard to gank Talon because all these annoying walls around the mid lane, you can use them. See, now he's actually waiting for Maxlor. Who jumps who, Pyra?
That is, in fact, the question.
Sneaking around.
Ward's cleared. Maxlor, places that one in. There's a control ward, though, and he'll know it.
Double value for Maxlor. He gets 1. He's afraid of going for the second one because he doesn't know where Memento is. We can obviously see everything, but he can't.
Yeah. Let's toggle vision here for just a second. See what ROCCAT are seeing on the map. They definitely don't know that Memento has just gone back and started things off.
Well, overall, ROCCAT will be very happy because they have the full river vision. They can see people in the lane. They can see Talon now coming from their mid lane. And they know, okay, Memento's bottom side. They have to know he's bottom side because, again, they're starting this dragon and Talon was even hovering around. Because otherwise Talon would never even walk close to this, to this river, because why would he alone? So they kind of knew Memento was nearby, but not close enough because they had full vision in the river. So they get the Infernal Drake, fantastic for them. Memento, he's looking for the Raptors.
Might be able to chase him off.
These Raptors, by the way, they're so damn useless. Like, how are these ever going to survive in nature?
Oh, this is a controlled environment, Deficio. It's a Summoner's Rift.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. It's you have different enclosures, more like a zoo, really.
It's just like if
where you just kill each other on the map.
If you're like a chicken, you can't even fly or jump or anything. I just feel like you don't really have any way of doing a whole lot. You're going to be bottom of the food chain.
Yeah, typically that's the case, although
you have arms
looking creeps on the board as well. No, they don't. And it is unfortunate that they were designed that way. They don't have any maze to fight back. But
they give a good ton of experience, and Knight...
That's the important thing to fish.
He's on his way, Pyre.
They were picking up that experience. Now, Knight wanted to get over the pit, but he gets spotted. There's a couple of wards there. Faxi playing it out safe. You saw that last game. He was on the up and up with the CSD, and it's the case of the matchup that he's doing it again against Flaxish.
Yep.
Pushing him back with that Gnar boomerang. Oh, he could be in trouble. No Gnar bar. Now it's coming up.
Like we were both charging up a word there, depending on what was happening. But we talked about, the Hourglass 500 times already for Betsy. He has his early arm guard. So this lethality here from Knight, not going to be that great against the Swain. I want to see Ninja Tabbies coming in from certain people on ROCCAT as well. Yes, there's going to be one from Yanan. It's going to be one from Betsy. Well, Maxlor. Faxi. Betsy might not need it.
Might still be a little while.
Stupid Raptor.
Giants this game on the up in the gold game just because of that early play, but they lost out on the Infernal Dragon. Now they're trying to keep the vision very clear in this river, but doesn't seem like they have too much they can get done because ROCCAT are playing it mostly safe on the rotational game.
Yeah, they're looking for something, Problem is, if you're Giants and forcing plays, it's not always that easy. You don't have like a ton of hard engagement with your comp other than the Gragas, but he's stuck in top lane, so the Rumble's not forcing anything. Knight wants to look for the 1v1s, but he needs to find the proper squishy targets, and they're sitting in the bottom lane. So as you can see, there's a control ward, 2 control wards actually in the bot side jungle of ROCCAT. They will spot the roam.
If it ever does, in fact, come. EQ and Hustlin staying safe, but they're not pushing their luck right now.
And that makes it tough, because even in the 1-3-1 later that you always want to do with Talon, Swain will be able to hold him 1v1. And then Foxy on the Gnar will again win the other side lane with their Gnar into tank matchup. So once again, ROCCAT will actually have winning side lanes. And that forces Giants to win through picks. And that's where it gets difficult. If the enemy team has proper wards, creating picks is really, really hard. And you can see on the map again, it's just like ROCCAT has a ton of wards down. They're pinging and spotting Knight every single time he leaves the mid lane. Every time.
And it's exactly what you said in the end of the pick and ban phase. That Giants have such a hard to execute composition, and it's compounded by the fact that they just aren't going to be able to do this in stealth either. Ghostblade popped as Knight goes over to pick up the blue buff, but they do seem to have been stalled out for the time being. And 14 minutes into this game, it's 400 gold lead, but that's not huge.
No, again, we need to see if Knight can show some crazy moves. He might find Maxlaw now, and Maxlaw checks it with Betsy. But yeah, Knight needs to be creative in his pathing. That way he try to get down towards that bottom lane, or maybe top lane. Like, Foxy is still fairly squishy. If you can get up there and set up a gang with Gragas, it can work. But there's multiple wards on top side from ROCCAT. Bottom side, they just killed those control wards that Giants had set up to allow Knight to go to the bottom lane. So we're kind of tracking just how ROCCAT is defending without actually fighting. They're just defending by putting out vision and killing the enemy control wards to make sure there's no clear path to take. If you go anywhere, even parkouring around, we will find you.
Playing the safe enough macro game.
See, now he gets spotted here by this ward.
He is going in. He just loses Mega Nard, but Knight gets hopped on. And unfortunately, he can't get any damage down before he's got to get out of there. Wasn't expecting Foxy to just jump right over his head.
Foxy saw him, walk through that ward. So this means ROCCAT now with bot lane control with the ultis on Varus and Malzahn. Let's see. This might be something for Giants.
Teleport coming in. Let's see what Memento and Flaxish can do right now. There is the ultimate. It knocks Maxwell right into Memento, but he kicks away Memento. And there's the equalizer coming down. Knight around the side looking for Maxwell, finishing the job he does, but another grasp blocks him in place. Not for too long as he hops in for a double kill. That is exactly what Giants mid laner needed.
Oh,
in, heal from EQ, and Hustlin gets the final hit.
All right, very important here for Giants. They get the kills. Knight was just outside tower range, so he didn't die, even though Malzahn ulted him. Foxy will get the top lane tower. Giants trying to race for the bottom one. Close.
Oh, wow, that was milliseconds away.
We talked about it though, Pirate. Giants needed these picks. They needed to find a way to just get a few kills on the board here, because they can't just let ROCCAT sit and farm in these lanes. Well executed play on the bottom side. 3 kills and a tower. Important. And 3 of them onto Knight. Well, 2 of them. Sorry, he had 1 before.
Yeah, I mean, that's still critical, though, for Giants, is that they've got the kills on their mid laner. Whenever you pick a champion like Talon, you want to be able to get fed as best as possible. Assassins just love it. And he's going to do a lot of work with all that extra gold. See, it's going to be enough to take down the likes of Betsy. Was able to get Max Lauren what did in that.
And ROCCAT they were just defending and defending and defending. They were clearing wards, they were spotting Knight every single time. The one time they didn't overcommit for a tower, everyone from Giants react and go to the bottom lane. TP, Knight roamed down as well. It was everything Giants were hoping for. And ROCCAT were trying to play it safe. I mean, like, hey, we can maybe push in this tower, we have some vision. But it was just a little bit too far forward. And that's how quickly this game can go. Like, from doing everything technically correct. Oh, is that a bot lane tower for us? Oh, wait, now there's a chance for Knight to come down. And 5 members from Giants show up, 3-0 Talon.
One slip up can punish. And not only have Giants managed to get the kills, extending their lead, they also grab themselves another tower. So, starting to push a little bit farther forward, 1,000 and a little bit more as CQ tries to 2-step away from Yarnen's hail of arrows. And now the focus is on mid.
Yeah, Betsy will get bot lane tower, so ROCCAT will trade. Have to respect the fact that Giants are coming from top side, though.
Equalizer, it's found Yarnen. He gets the Ghostblade popped away. EQ going forward. Max Lauren Yarnen a little bit low. And what did pushes them back with the Voidlings, but Knight is on the other side. Let's see, he pops the shield, goes in on the ultimate, and there is gonna get kicked back, but he still manages to take down the support. Red buff in tow there. Now ROCCAT are trying to react as Faxi came in and got a big gnar against the wall. Yarnan gets one. Yarnan gets two. Giants are running. EQ sends the true shot, finds Maxlor. Looking to try and outplay, but no thank you, says Yarnan with his third kill of the game.
Just like in the last game here, Giants chasing the kills and Yarnan and the rest of ROCCAT responding. 3 kills for the AD carry now. Good response here overall, but Giants still got a few kills. 4-0 now on the Talon. It's even in gold though. Infernal for ROCCAT as well, and this mid lane tower might also go down. Full HP blue buff Swain. Just lost the blue buff, and they're respecting the fact that Giants is on the way back.
Yeah, this was what looked like a promising fight for Giants.
So Knight is actually running between 2 turrets right here to get into the fight. Joins it, and then they just try and deal as much damage to him as possible. Buying enough time for Faxi to join. Obviously, we have the Swain roaming from the bottom lane. Good ulti again from Faxi. What a great Gnar performance, both in game 1 and 2 now. Yarnan getting 2 kills, and now Betsy obviously joining. So Hikyu realizes, can't get out. He has to go for the kill. And don't want to show Maxlor dying.
Trades 1 for 1 at least.
We've shown Maxlor dying enough this split, so we just caught away from that one.
But we have seen Knight starting to get pretty big. 4-0-2 now on this Talon. Has had the Ghost Blade for some time. Also sitting on Serrated Dirk, so he has a fair amount.
But look at that. Look at that. Everyone on ROCCAT, they agree. We need some ninja tappers.
Oh, yeah.
Except for, of course, the support.
Now it is breaking the
odd man out. Well, I like them.
To be fair, he also wanted the 70-minute game.
That's true. But he didn't want the long games.
I don't think we'll get that one. Last time around, remember, it was only 33 minutes before ROCCAT were able to close this out. It's getting closer and closer to 20 right now. But Giants are the ones in the lead, even though it's slim.
Such an insane amount of damage you block with Ninja Tappy against some of these physical damage dealers. That's one of the reasons they're so good. The item in itself, just through the stats, are 104% gold efficient. And that is without the damage you block from the Ninja Tappy as well, just from the armor and movement speed. So Faxi getting caught.
Yes, he is, and Narbar is not going to complete in time. Memento gets the kill. That's AP, so no able to block it too much with the Ninja Tappy. Maxlor, meanwhile, is picking up a consolation prize in the form of that Cloud Drake.
And we were praising ROCCAT so much in the early game for their vision. It has been slipping a little bit. You saw top side right now was all red. Giants had everything down. This one ward has just been placed, and the other one up in the tri-bush didn't really do anything. So Faxi was caught with his pants down, had no idea they were coming, and that's exactly what Giants want. You want this chaos game, you know, wide open lanes, Talon who sneaks into the enemy jungle, you don't know when he shows up, and then he tries to one-shot someone. That is how Giants will win this game. Pure 5-on-5 against Ninja Tappies, Swain Exhaust, everything becomes real difficult for Giants. Obviously Exhaust is nerfed, we have to highlight that. But it still reduces damage. That is the key thing.
And movement speed, just not attack speed. So if Knight is coming at you, sometimes it might be best to pop that on him right away, as per usual. But 20 minutes into this game, ROCCAT are the ones with the Dragons. They have unfortunately lost out on the kill game, 7-3 so far. Last time around, they were 21 kills to 7 when the game actually ended. And let's see what they can get done. They're trying to play it out the 1-3-1 style, but they have a lot less map control than they had the last game around.
This is the moment where you sell Doran's Blade, you sell your potions, you just get a ton of control wards if you're both teams. Because ROCCAT needs them to defend, and Giants need them to deny vision from ROCCAT, so suddenly the Talon can move around in the shadows. So you have defensive control wards from ROCCAT and offensive controls from Giants. And Betsy
right on top of him. There's the exhaust. He goes in. Let's see if they can finish the job. Yes, he can. Raking it to finish the job off, and Maxlor now a little bit low, but Flax is just the one that got grasped by the Nether of Wadid. Boomerang, not enough damage. Flax just gets a shield out. Piercing arrow nails EQ and Knight, but not for enough damage. It's a 1-for-none so far. ROCCAT still fancy their chances on this mid tower.
Classic Swain move here. You feel like a god. You think you can 1v3, but he needs a few more items. No hourglass to keep him alive for longer just yet. So Betsy did go down. 1 kill for Giants. Mid lane tower dropping low. It's not dead yet, though.
Every one of those arrows, always think it's going to do a lot more damage. Now, Knight is unfortunately standing on a ward this time around, so it looks like that'll be the end of that right now. 3-8 is now the kill score as Giants manage to pick one up, but that might change. Okay, Faxi is nearly Mega Gnar. Memento turns on the heat, but looks like Giants are the ones trying to get out of the kitchen here. Ultimate comes out from EQ. True Shot Barrage cleaves the minion wave just a little bit, but not nearly enough. They're going to need Knight to do it more, but he's taking a lot of return fire.
Keeps the tower alive. Well, we get to see ROCCAT looking for the 5v5s. Giants trying to single out people, like they just found Betsy right there. Important to kill him while you still can.
That is true.
0-2. Generally a very good advice. Like, if you can kill someone, go kill him.
Betsy picked this one during the first phase of picks and bans because he thought it'd be banned away once again. And, well, Giants have so far done a decent job at trying to keep it from getting too powerful too early on, but there is still that late game Swain to contend with. And this game looks like it may go a while yet. Giants with a slim lead. 23 minutes in, and it's all about the vision control. It was an early Baron last time around for ROCCAT, but that was because they were able to pick up a really big fight. This is a very different style of game right now.
Yeah, we might see Giants, get a kill on top side and then go for this Baron. Use it to force a team fight when they're 5v4. We get division from ROCCAT right now. Can't really see a whole lot in the river, and that is a problem because that's where Knight and the rest of Giants are going to move around. Just trying to get into this jungle. Giants with a bit of vision.
Okay, Betsy, the tether's on him, and he's going to have to flash away from it. There was no way he'd be getting out alive otherwise. Can't even contest his Gromp right now. Giants, 3 members strong up topside. Knight, Memento, hustling, all looking to push on this tower. Betsy's here to defend, so is Maxlor. Are they going to go for him? It looks like it. Shadow Assault, and Knight picks up a 6th kill now. What did in Maxlor trying to come in, but Hikyu's right behind.
Man, Betsy's just looking at his amount of gold right now. He's like, come on, where's my hourglass? There it is for him. Finally, he can actually stay alive a little bit longer. Get some sustain back. Faxi is bot lane with teleport. He's pushing for that turret. Rest of ROCCAT trying to just defend. They have the wave clear now, so they're going to defend this tower, Pyre. This is actually not bad for them. Losing 1 member, but getting a bot lane. Well, they didn't actually get it. Almost got it down. Now Faxi might die because Memento's on his way.
Well, Faxi gets barreled in, and Memento is going to send on the equalizer. Faxi already burning Flash to try and get out, but still Flax is just right at his back here. Meganar is building up. The boomerangs come flying, and it looks like he will make his great escape.
All right, so in the end, Giants, they get a kill. Knight
goes in on Wadid, burns the spell shield. There's the Nether Grasp. He sends a rake, but Wadid was able to dodge it away. Ghostblade popped. He's right into the Baron pit. The Voidlings keep chasing and aggroing on the Baron. Yarnan was coming, so Knight had to get out.
It's a good at least for Giants to get that 1 kill. Another one for Knight. He has all the gold on Giants right now. If this guy's out of the fight, they can't do anything. So you can see how Knight, he wants this to be a solo queue game. He wants to be just everyone split up. No one can see a damn thing, and he just jumps people 1v1.
Yep.
Betsy has hourglass now. Now he can actually feel more confident.
Still, Knight does have the damage to dish. Let's see if he can find anybody. If it's him that gets caught, the Nevermooth dodged away. Just steps right on out of it as Betsy was revealed inherently there. Pings flying for ROCCAT. They don't know exactly if Giants are covered up in the pit just yet.
Now, remember what we talked about, Pyre, how Giants using control wards for offensive vision, place it in the enemy jungle or in the river to clear out their wards, so they have to face check. And suddenly, surprise, surprise, you get jumped by the Talon.
Classic thing, and now Maxlor's finding that one out the hard way, but he safeguards away before he burns down too low.
And there's a blue trinket ward in the Baron pit, so ROCCAT can see the Baron. You always need a ward in there.
Oh, they pulled in Yarnan. What a shutdown. Hikyu with the final Mystic shot. And now Betsy's trying to defense. Memento is a little bit low here. He's got to be careful. Giants wavering for a second. Faxi is still pushing now.
That was a great ulti. Yarnan did not expect that, otherwise he would have flashed it. So great engage from Giants. Botlane tower is still alive. I think Yarnan used the flash after he got hit.
Yeah.
If I saw it correctly.
It's a little slow on the fingers sometimes, that happens. But this will give Giants the opportunity to open up for a Mountain Drake. It'll help them when they want to siege down these towers. The ROCCAT are going to be clearing vision around the Baron pit once again.
I want to go back and see that little engage. Can't really fault Yarnan because he's busy looking at other things. He doesn't expect Flaxes to sit at that Raptor camp.
I think he can dodge the barrel too. It's obviously
he's
slower travel time.
He had actually just placed his E in the minion, so he's clearly looking at the minion wave when it actually happens. And then ulti flies in behind him. He's not looking straight at his character, and he ends up going down. So good engage for Giants. They got the Mountain Drake, important for the potential Baron, because when you play these comps like Talon, a lot of split push, you need Baron to win the game. You don't win the game through just purely catching people left and right. So here, look at Yarnan. He used the E in the minion wave, so that's why he's looking. And then, surprise.
Yeah, oh, and even healed right after it, but then there was just enough damage. And, well, you know the rest. So Giants, now 2,000 gold in the lead. Knight pushing back minion waves here and try to get more vision back on the Baron. Faxi's really been relentless about trying to push down on the bottom side. ROCCAT are playing this objective game. It's a tense one, though. You have to think, it's so much is on the line for these two teams at the bottom of the table. ROCCAT, despite the fact that they had a big surge in momentum, they don't want to give up any games if they can avoid it.
And what makes it funnier is even with the 10-3 difference, or 10-3 score, it's so even. Like, this small amount in gold doesn't matter. The fact that it's all about key items and one team looking for the complete different thing than the other one. Like, one wants to group team fights, another one wants to split up fights. Makes it super fun because whichever team gets to play their style, they will win the game. If ROCCAT gets to just get 5-on-5 team fights where they have full control of talent, they're going to be okay.
Need the tempo to make it happen. So Maxlor gets to smite off on the blue.
This stupid blue trinket is still in the Baron pit. It is blocked now by control wards, luckily, so that is something. It has a lot of blue trinkets in there, so it's good enough. There's another one actually just got popped into the Baron pit by Giants. Sorry, by ROCCAT. Also being blocked, so they're just doing it to get the instant vision.
Oh boy, Maxlor checking face first into that brush, but they couldn't quite finish him off. Betsy was exhausted. There goes the redemption for Giants. They're looking for round 2, and they found what did. Who gets shut down. Hikyu taking the kill on that one. Flaxus on the front line, continuing to push forward, but now they're backing away as they realize Foxy nearly has Mega Gnar. He hops, he skips, he can't find the ultimate that he was looking for, but he's still able to chuck the brick house Giants' way.
So once again, Giants get 1 kill. Can they get anything else? Bot lane wave might threaten to take down a tower, so they have to send the Gragas in to take it. That means no Baron is being started. Knight is sneaking around in the enemy jungle, but this time, Giants haven't denied vision, so he is spotted. This tower needs just a few hits from these minions.
Oh. Man, Foxy just keeps on going back there and chipping away at it. It's just bit by bit, inch by inch, but Flaxus is going to defend it for now. Now, Betsy is caught out eating some honey fruit. Knight actually doesn't want to go in on that.
Kill control the other way. Release the blue trinkets. Yeah,
there we go.
They can see something. All 3.
All right, so Giants will have to clear those ones out themselves now unless they want to pop down another control ward.
Luckily, killing those blue ones are pretty easy.
Yep, it's one shot.
It's just one shot.
Mega Gnar's up there top.
Or you just place another control ward and you deny the vision anyway. ROCCAT again, they get to play their game right now. They get to just sit as 5. They're losing a member here and there, but they're buying time. They're buying time every single time. And that is key for them. Varus still stacking up some of these items. We get their lethality.
Yeah, didn't play the crit build, but did clears out.
Wait, Betsy?
Control ward. Let's see what Betsy's doing right now. Memento's actually the one that's caught in, and Maxlor takes him down. There was an equalizer, but it wasn't enough to finish the job. However, Hikyu manages to take out Betsy on a true shot, and they've got Hustlin flashing forward. He got it on the boomerang, and now he's almost got Mega Gnar just in time for a big shutdown on Knight. It was Hjarnan that managed to get it, and Hikyu and Flaxus limp away at the end.
And we keep talking about it, Pyra. ROCCAT, they want their 5-on-5 team fights, and they're getting them. Giants are not able to play this crazy style where they split up the enemy team over and over and create catches. It was Memento got caught. Flaxus is trying to stop the Baron. Or stopping them for killing the wards. Another fight though, and this time ROCCAT managed to win it. I think Betsy had Hourglass ready when he died.
This is big though. Giants, they were the ones that were managing to win fights earlier on in the game, and it started to shift a little bit. 31 minutes now. As you said before, the gold was not honestly a huge factor, even though Giants were on the up and up early on. It wasn't by a whole lot. Baron, the all-important buff, is on the line. Let's see how it started here in this fight.
Good ulti. Great ulti from Hjarnan onto Memento. They take him down very early in the fight. Betsy didn't get to use his Hourglass. And then ROCCAT is still winning the fight because Foxy, we have to remember, on this Gnar, like, he's strong. He's very, very strong. He has damage.
Timely Mega Gnar, really.
Very good time. Very goodly timed. Luckily won in a sense, I guess. Well, also good timing on your Rage Bar. It's a bit of both, you know.
I mean, he hadn't got that. That was looking like a GA pop for sure. Take a look at that last team fight, and even though Foxy joined in at the back half of it, he obviously was pretty big.
So the last 15 minutes, it was Giants controlling around the Baron, around the topside river. Now it's ROCCAT, able to kill all the wards. Giants are sitting and 5v5ing in the mid lane. Makes it harder for them to win fights as well. Kind of relying now on someone from ROCCAT getting jumped and killed by Knight in the start of the fight, but then Knight also has to stay alive, which is very difficult. Does have QSS now, important to highlight.
Makes it a little bit harder. It's a little more slippery. Giants on the siege here. They have that Mountain Drake. Knight's around the side.
It's not spotted.
Not just yet anyways. Nobody's placing the wards down, but the wave is cleared, so he doesn't see an opening to go in.
And we need just full defensive wards from ROCCAT. Knight is behind enemy lines. They don't know he's sitting there. They haven't seen him at all.
Here we go, he hops the wall, and Betsy realizes something is up. There's the equalizer. He goes in on a Yarnin, and with a Shadow Assault, he gets in, he gets out. Betsy now being fired down. He's gonna have to pop his Zanya's Hourglass. The rest of Giants, they turn right back after a big redemption. It's Hikyu that comes up with another kill. True Shot Barrage flying, chipping away the health bars. Faxi's Meganar comes in at a bad timing this time around. Never move dodged out, and Giants will finally finish off the mid turret. Wait a minute, they gotta take a few more shots.
They're gonna get it. Such an awesome play from Knight. Hiding in that jungle, moving behind the enemy, and then he instantly sees the Varus with no flash, and he jumps him, and he takes him down.
Oh man, he went full Mission Impossible for a while. Cue that theme music because he was just waiting and baiting for the moment. This buys Giants a chance to start on this Baron. But ROCCAT, Wadid's coming up, Yarnin's coming up. It's a 3v5 for now, though.
Let's see what they can do. Foxy stacking up towards that Meganar as well.
Foxy, they've got to turn for it right now. They turn off the Baron at half health. It's Betsy. They fire down. Exhaust is there, but he's being chased by everybody. Maxlor comes in. Knight hops the wall one more time.
So Giants get another kill, but ROCCAT stopped the Baron. Probably the best they could hope for in this situation.
Crucial.
Still, that last fight from Giants, fantastic. Watching them play around. Everyone from ROCCAT moving towards the Dragon, and then Knight sneaking in. ROCCAT probably now talking about how they need more wards. They need defensive wards on both sides.
Teleport's coming in here. It's Flash. They want to contest this Dragon. Memento's in the front, but Faxi, he's pushing him back once again. There's a big ultimate out of Wadid, and it's Yarnin that finishes him off with a piercing arrow. Flaxish, they weren't in sync with this one. Hikyu, he's going to get taken down by Foxy. He's going big on this one in Mininar, and Flaxish is trying to hold 3 here. In comes Knight. Can he make up for lost time here? Flaxish a little low, but it's a big redemption for ROCCAT. They stay healthy.
Get the redemption here. We have a Locket on the way as well from Wadid, making it even harder for Knight to carry this game. He's trying 8 kills on this Talon, but everything will be against him later on. Armor, Locket, redemption.
It's not just 8 kills, man. It's 7 assists. He's been involved in every single kill Giants have had.
Knight is playing, you know, a fantastic game.
He's the solo queue hero of this game for sure, but it's not the Giants are playing solo queue. It's that they just don't seem to have enough weapons. They haven't been able to make the fights happen later on in this game. Now ROCCAT are the ones starting the Baron.
Oh, this is scary though, because Giants are on the way. However, the jungler just spawned, 80 carry as well.
Slow.
They're taking it down now though. I think they're gonna get it. What a great call from ROCCAT.
Yeah, they're gonna get that trade-off there.
Redemption steal.
Coming in. No, not this time around. It's smited away by Maxlor and ROCCAT. 5 members on the Baron. Giants took the trade, and not one they would have hoped for.
Good call here from ROCCAT. Exciting game overall. A lot of fights. Cool, small individual outplays. Obviously, watching Knight against the world in some way. And ROCCAT trying to just get these fights together where they can see the talent. It's all about information for ROCCAT. Memento getting caught out. Not been a great performance on the Rumble. And now you're fighting this fight here where you've lost multiple members. Faxi going crazy on this Gnar. And Knight is trying, but look how fast. He just rallied to Yarnin. Redemption comes down. He stays alive. And Knight sadly has to wait for the next fight.
All the while, they had minions pushing in side lanes as well. And Foxy was just a beast. It's not just the damage he was dishing, but the fact that he kept Hikyu out of the line. I mean, he's definitely been showing up pretty big. 2 games in a row now on this Gnar.
Pretty scary that ROCCAT gets the Baron as well, Pyra. It was Giants who was supposed to get a few kills and take the Baron and use it to get into the base of ROCCAT. Didn't happen now, and it's been a while since we've seen Giants near a turret. It's been all about the mid lane fights, like either Dragon setup or Baron setup. That's what they've been fighting, and it's just bought so much time for ROCCAT. We said it before again, if Giants gets to play their style, or it's split up, then Knight can carry alone. If ROCCAT gets to play 5-on-5, grouped, then they can control Knight, unless Knight makes the sick plays, like we saw he did once.
Yeah. Still has some of that in him. The potential is there, but ROCCAT, they've learned to play around it. They've learned to avoid what Knight is dishing out, and now they're the ones sieging with this Baron buff all together in the mid. It's already down to half health on second tier turret. They're looking to get their 5th of the game. Giants had only knocked down the outer ring of turrets on their part. Knight is still looking, but unfortunately all he could really find was a Meganar up in the top.
Locket is complete now from Reddit. Very important against some of these burst assassins. Insanely strong shield coming in.
Fox is going to get this one. Does he commit to it? No, he's going to hop on top of his own minion and send the boomerang out for Knight, who hops right in. Once again, Noxian diplomacy there. But it buys enough time for the rest of ROCCAT to finish off this tower. Giants still in damage control.
So we still follow the trend of the first Baron, giving you the last outer turrets. The Baron will run out fairly soon, 1 minute left, and that means ROCCAT might have to just settle for vision and pushing in the lanes and not getting an inhib turret.
That's one trend we've met, but for Giants, this has been a very different type of game, and they
I didn't see this
are going to
big
have
wave.
to defend this, though. Betsy was marching those Baron-empowered minions.
Yeah, let's see what they can do with this one. I didn't see such a big wave in the bottom lane. They have 2 cannons as well. Trying to see if they can get that tower down. There's engage.
They knock in Yarnin, but unfortunately they knock him back, and they mistimed on Memento's ultimate. Here comes Betsy in the front. He goes gold, and that's enough time for the rest of ROCCAT to react. Flaxus, though, goes in again. Another grasp on him, and Knight looking to assassinate Yarnin round number 2, but Foxy's already got 1. Knight's having to hop out. Foxy chasing him down. What a big shutdown. And now it's ROCCAT charging into the base.
Once again, ROCCAT together as a team. They're able to lock down the Talon. Good ulti on Flaxus as well, so ROCCAT, they finally get more than just a few kills.
They knock down the inhibitor. Faxi still on the front. He's low, though, and that's a Guardian Angel pop there, but it's worth it to take down Memento. They're still firing on the Nexus turret, so they want to end it right here, right now. It's EQ and Hustlin here to defend, but they've got to hightail it back to the fountain. Betsy chasing him down with no minions left. It doesn't matter for ROCCAT here. Maxler coming in trying to push off EQ, who takes him out, or no, not nearly. That's going to be just enough to finish the Nexus. It's ROCCAT. No minions required. They're going to take it out. 39 minutes. 2-0.
Such an important win for ROCCAT. 4 wins now total. They are tying Fnatic. They're chasing that playoff spot, and if Fnatic don't manage to win games, then ROCCAT might steal it from them. That is so important and insane. Like, these guys were sitting, coming into the Origen match without a single win.
They had 2 game victories in 6 weeks. And then it all changed when ROCCAT started blasting off to victory.
And this
8-2 in the last 2 weeks in games.
This is so good for ROCCAT, but it's so tough for Giants. Like, you think back to last week. So unfortunate. And then now losing to ROCCAT. So it's 4 series win for the guys on the side of ROCCAT and 2 only for Giants right now. This simply means that unless Giants can take down some of the top teams in the group, they won't catch ROCCAT. They won't avoid the promotion tournament. I think, however, the Giants is more than good enough to requalify for the LCS if they end up in that promotion tournament.
Oh yeah. I mean, they still have a couple of wins, so they won't be looking like the last place team. Origen still not managed to find anything on the board, but it's a tough couple of weeks ahead that they're going to have to face G2, Fnatic, Misfits. Yeah. Maybe in Fnatic's current form, they can find a victory there. That's important. But it's harder and harder to catch ROCCAT now that they've lost to them.
The positive, though, again, is ROCCAT. It's their transformation. We watched these guys struggle against Origen in this 75-minute long game where nothing worked, and we were just like, what is happening?
And then
suddenly, by winning that series, it's like they got confidence, they got momentum, everything suddenly started working for them. 4 series wins in a row now from ROCCAT, climbing out of that last place. It's a fantastic story, and we start seeing these individual players really show up. Yarnin is one of them. Betsy in the first game on Echo had a good performance. Wasn't as great on the Swain, but then Foxy suddenly steps up on the Narc. Players we haven't seen much from all split long, looking really good at the moment, and ROCCAT looking like a very good team.
Yeah, and this is the time that you want to show it off. When you're getting towards the end of the split, there's still a chance for this team to make playoffs. There's still a chance for them to push themselves far. And it's so important for the ROCCAT organization because they have been in and out of promotion tournaments for the better part of the last few years.
Of course.
And it's a once proud brand for sure that they are looking to honestly make great again.
And we're obviously talking about, ROCCAT now, comparing them to every other team around them. That's why we're saying they're looking good. We're obviously not saying they're going to beat G2
Nothing
suddenly.
happens in a vacuum. They're looking good in that bottom 4 for sure.
Down towards these bottom 4 teams, they have now become the strongest. If we compare them to Vitality, Origen, and Giants, that's what we see today with the 2-0. It was a tough second game. The Talon got super fed. You had to get so much defensive vision up. But then as soon as Giants started opting into these 5-on-5s, only once did they actually win it. We saw otherwise ROCCAT keep it so even within like 1 kill every time, just buying a bit more time, and then in the end, they finally won a fight that then allowed them to push all the way in and actually open up the base.
Absolutely.
Fun
and
game.
I think we should definitely highlight at least one player that you were saying really was stepping up throughout the series too, and it's Faxi. He's our player of the series. He got himself Gnar twice, and boy, did he make that work. I mean, we talk about being difficult to execute with the teleports and managing the Gnar bar, but I mean, he gave a masterclass in it.
Exactly, like good laning phase. He was able to have pressure every single time. Didn't really get, you know, surprise ganked more than once from what I remember in the last game where the Talon came to his lane. And then team fighting. Like that was the key one for me. How he understood his damage in mini Gnar, so he was actually able to chase down kills. And then as soon as he got Mega Gnar, every time we got a pretty impactful ulti. 1 or 2 guys, maybe 3, knocked into a wall. They could follow up. It turned around quite a lot of fights for ROCCAT. So really good performance from him. And again, as we said, it's a player we haven't seen a whole lot from. So it's great to see now here later on in the split that he's starting to kind of feel more comfortable on stage. And we get to see what he can do.
Oh, the guy's still a rookie, man. I mean, he just had 26 games in the European LCS so far. It's really impressive to see him finally starting to show these, you know, carry-esque qualities on himself and starting to differentiate himself from some of the lesser-known names. And it is top lane week, so it's all the more important we put a focus on this guy.
Yeah, that's not why we gave it to him.
No, he played well on his own,
He
even if
played
it
well.
wasn't.
Yeah, he deserves it. He definitely deserves it.
It's just good timing, trust us.
Definitely deserves it.
But he's not the only one, too. I mean, you look at what Did had a lot of really crucial nether grasps in the last game. Honestly, despite the derp early on, Maxlor still showed up pretty big on the Lee Sin. You know, nobody makes a perfect play, but that's the difference between an S- and an S, right?
That's true. That's true. Maxlor became the team playing Lee Sin. Every team fight, he would just jump to whoever Knight jumped and like, trying to kick Knight away, defend this guy.
Keeping everybody off Yarnan, who
exactly.
you know, also had a pretty solid performance on the Varus, despite maybe getting shoved in a little bit early.
Yeah, no, I think Yarnan overall, especially outside of laning phase, is looking really strong.
Oh, it's such a treat to see this guy back in action in the LCS too after the hiatus. And
I like
Sivir, the first game was really impressive. I really want to see that Kog'Maw Lulu come out again though. Eventually, hopefully.
We will get Joggermaw at some point.
Yeah.
We will.
It's a soon TM, right?
We have to. We've seen it somewhere else in a few other places, but not in Europe yet. I feel like we're getting a lot of exciting picks though right now. Like, look at this pick and ban phase.
I mean, 7.5 is a whole new day.
Swain, Talon, everything.
Yeah. We're taking a look on the bottom of the screen, too. They're setting up for interviews post-game as well, so we'll get to hear some of the insight from the ROCCAT players.
We have to be careful now, because when the players get the in-ears in, they can hear what we're saying.
We're not allowed to flame them anymore, right?
You don't want to drop that one. Yeah, I think Maxlor sucks, you know? Like, suddenly, and he hears it, and his day's ruined.
And then you're just completely, like, flamed on Twitter by him for, like, a week straight.
Exactly. You know, you don't want that to happen, so you got to be careful now. We have, like,
it's hard to be an analyst, isn't it?
It is sometimes, you know. I don't think Maxlor sucks, though. I think, actually, also the last few games, he's been looking much better.
Well, ROCCAT is a team. I mean, it's so crazy to think that we were talking about just last week that it had been since 2015 that they had strung together a completely winning week. However, they then now double that. They've gone on and won all their series in the last 2 weeks. And it's just been impressive to see this growth overall.
So they've done their job now because they played Fnatic and they played Giants from their own group. And they won those series. So that was the important thing for ROCCAT. They have Misfits and G2 left. And as we said, you know, when we're talking about them looking much better right now, we are talking in comparison to the teams around them. So we're not expecting them to suddenly go in and like stomp a Misfits or G2.
Now that'd be quite an upset for sure.
If they can go even though against those teams, we're seeing the good trend continue from these guys. Most importantly, they dodge what looks to be like the dodge in the promotion tournament, and that is the key thing. Like Giants have to now pick up a lot of wins to catch them. And maybe again catch Fnatic.
Yeah, there's always that chance. Things start to look a little less certain in Group A, and honestly, the one thing that is certain so far is that ROCCAT have been on a big uptick, and it does kind of challenge the world order, or the Group A order, as it were.
A lot of people were saying it was a little bit boring, that the groups were just the same. You know, no one was changing in the groups at all. We have a chance
We
now.
didn't have to update the graphics too much, though. That was nice.
That was very nice. We just keep the same one every week and just change a little number every time, and that was about it. It was mainly in Group B we actually saw like switches in you know, first and second with ROC and Unicorns. The Splyce guys were just kind of sitting in third place, but
things are changing. It's a new day here in Europe, of course.
On the way. I see you guys. I see you.
All right, well, that's enough for Mustaficia. For more on that important 2-0 win for ROCCAT, we're going to go ahead and send it over to the analyst desk.
Here comes, guys. Yeah, thank you guys very much. And of course, we had to speak to player of the series, Faxi and Maxlor, as now ROCCAT is on their 4th consecutive win. First off, congratulations. Very unexpected for a lot of people, Faxi. Tell me about this series specifically. You again had a fantastic 2 games on Gnar.
I just got really confident on Gnar from the previous series I got on Fnatic, and I got a lot of hate in some previous Gnar performances. So I tried to prove myself that I can actually play Gnar pretty good. So I went ham today.
Yeah, you were giggling a bit about that. See that as well. Did you help him and say, hey, you know, if you want to play it and you know they're good at it, just do it?
He didn't really talk to me about the fact that he was reading Reddit comments and saying Faxi now was bad, but he definitely improved. Like, he showed a lot more confidence and actually like pushing the side lanes more, and I could feel him more in the game. No offense.
It definitely looked like there was a shift, and you used to play a lot of Maokai and Shen, and now with kind of the patch priority,
Yes.
do you feel like you want to show more on champions like Renekton and Onnar? Is that more kind of your natural tendency as a top laner?
Yeah. I'm more like a split pusher top laner. I don't like tanks that much, even though I can play them because they're really easy, but I just like to split push, carry the game, carry team fights, kill turrets on side lane, just push.
Yeah, that's what we usually hear from top laners, but sadly the meta is not always that forgiving.
Yeah.
Maxor, talk to me about this series specifically. For me, looking at it, Memento and Maxor are quite similar in the vein that they can carry an early game and propel their team forward. Were you looking to specifically shut down Memento in the series, or where were the priorities?
I think both games I wasn't really concentrated on shutting down Memento, but instead getting my laners ahead. We kind of messed up both games, the early game. Like the second game, just the gank on mid was, I didn't play it I played it okay, but we could have killed him. Yeah, as I said, more focused on getting my lanes ahead and then just playing our comp right.
All right, last time we talked to you, unfortunately, was after a loss, and then now all of a sudden you guys go on a 4-series winning streak. What has happened? What has changed in the team that you guys have been able to move upwards so fast?
I think it's mostly that win against Origen that gave us like that hope that we can actually win games, and after that we just started like, let's win, let's just win more games, I guess.
The momentum just changed?
I think it was more than that. Like, of course, that helped with the team atmosphere, but I think it's also like we sat down as a team and we talked about drafting because I don't think we were pulling off the best drafts. We didn't really have a game plan, but now we talk to each other more in game about what we need to do with our composition, and in the draft phase, like we talk about what we need, and it really depends on what side you are. So we just improved on that, and yeah, we're just playing better, I guess.
In the entourage, you guys now also are working with a sports psychologist, is what we heard. How is that working out for you guys?
It's good. I was able to flame my teammates, and they wouldn't get offended.
Is that
by
the
it.
point of it? I don't think so.
I saw it that way.
Faxi, has it helped you specifically?
It's more like clearing the wind, like getting on the same page, that everyone understands what the team needs, and I think it helped, honestly.
Yeah, it's always good to have an extra voice. Before we move on, I do have to ask you about the standings. Before it was ROCCAT at the bottom of the standings, maybe just trying to avoid promotion tournament and getting into that safe spot, but you're now tied for wins with Fnatic. Is your brain going a bit crazy now because that playoff spot is within reach? How likely is it, Maxor and Faxi?
I think we're against Misfits and G2 next. I think it'll be really hard to beat G2, but against Misfits we have a chance if we just focus on what we did wrong these games, like mainly the early game, because I think we played the macro pretty good and vision control and stuff like this. Maybe we can pull off a series win against Misfits.
All right, anything to add?
I would agree with that. G2 is a really tough opponent, but I think we can take down Misfits if we play really good.
Have a good day. Well, I'm definitely looking forward to that. Thank you guys very much for joining me, and congratulations, Maxor, Faxi, and ROCCAT. 4 series win in a row, and for us, 1 series down and 1 to go. When we come back, Origen's final chance to save themselves from the dangerous waters of the promotion tournament. They'll be up against Splyce when we return.
And now ROCCAT are trying to react as Faxi came in and got a big gnar against the wall. Yarnan gets 1, Yarnan gets 2. Giants and Betsy right on top of him. There's the exhaust. He goes in. Let's see if they can finish the job. Yes, he can. It's Yarnan that finishes him off with a piercing arrow. Flaxers, they weren't in sync with this one. EQ. He's getting taken now by Foxy. He's going big on this one in mini gnar. Or no, not nearly. That's going to be just enough to finish the Nexus. It's ROCCAT. No minions required. They're going to take it out. 39 minutes, 2-0.
Welcome back, everybody, to the European LCS, where I am joined by the Fisho and ROCCAT's Foxy. He's feeling amazing, probably player of the series, won another series, so...
one trick.
Got
it all. He got it all.
Got it all in there. But we're going to talk about Origen and Splyce because it's our final match of Week 8 and do or die for Origen. The Fish Show, they lost 0-2 to Vitality on Thursday, and if they lose one more series, they are definitely mathematically for sure locked into the promotion tournament. So do you think that they have a chance here?
Against Splyce? Not really. I mean, if you can't beat Vitality, why would you beat the team above you right now? I think if you're Origen, I don't even think you're thinking about like avoiding promotion tournament at the moment. I don't think you're believing you can like beat H2K, Unicorns, all these teams. I think it's just like improve as much as possible. Try and get some confidence. I think confidence has been very important for you guys when you beat Origen, and I think that's what they're looking for.
Yeah, Pop Foxy was saying how important one win is to kind of propel you forward. So for Origen's going to be very hard. So I want to turn my attention also to their opponents in Splyce. You guys recently played them in the cross-group play, and a lot of players have said that they seem to be improving fast. What do you think of them?
Splyce?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're improving pretty fast. In the beginning, they were a bit shaky, but right now I think they found their play. They're playing carry top. They're starting to play a lot of carry top champions, and they just found that way of them.
Yeah, and Wonder is a player we're definitely looking at, who seems to be finding his own in the new meta. When you played versus him, what did you think?
I think Wunder is like one of the best top laners in Europe right now. Top 3, I would say, with Chachi, Odamne, and then Alfari, then the others. Me.
Yeah, Wonder was also in the All-Star, or like in the All-MVP. What is that? I just forgot.
The All-Pro team.
The All-Pro team, last
Yeah.
split. And he was someone that we were super looking at. It seems to be that the meta change is kind of a make or break for anyone. And if anything, Wonder should be someone who can take advantage of it.
Yeah, 100%. Again, as you said, you know, he's a really good player, very strong laner, good mechanics. We saw a lot of Gnar from him last split as well. If you remember that playoff series versus H2K, 5 games in a row.
They did not ban it out,
but they didn't
ever.
ban it, you know, and he was just so good. So I think also it's also because it makes it easier for Trashy in the early game. Like when he can just say, you know what, I can go top, play around Wonder, and then I know we're gonna have like a winning lane. It makes it a little bit easier as a jungler to path around, where before I felt like Trashy had to pick between 3 lanes where they're all going even or slightly losing, and then it becomes pretty difficult. So I think it's good for him that he has his brother in the top lane playing well.
Well, if everything goes as we expect, it should be a 2-0 for Splyce. But if Origen is to make a mark here, where does it come from? Who can step up? Is there a chance?
I'm gonna give him to you.
I'd say it's more on Synkrov. If he puts up some confidence in him, shows some good plays, maybe he can take down the game. Because I think Trashy has not been doing like really well this split. It was more like the others, so maybe Synkrov can do something there.
All right, well, we'll see if Synkrov can make something happen for Origen, and we'll see if Splyce can put the first nail in the coffin of Origen as we send it over to the casters for Game 1.
Thank you, Shocks. I'm Daniel Dracos. With me is Vetty, and we're about to find out if an Origen that can win a series is a mythical animal or a real one. Vetty, are you ready? Is it real? Is it going to happen? Are we going to see the OG win?
Well, that's the big question. I think that a lot of eyes are on whether or not Origen can perform, but there are also a lot of eyes on how well Splyce are doing, because as the analyst desk mentioned, and we've been seeing over the last week, Splyce just seem to be improving week on week on week.
Well, we'll see if they can continue that improvement. We'll start with their roster on the blue side. Coming in the top lane, it's Wonder, Jungle, Trashy, mid lane, Senkux, AD carry, Kavi, support, Mickey X, and of course their coach, Yamato Cannon.
And Splyce, they're looking to get themselves a clean 2-0, but they're going to have to go through Origen in order to do that. So let's have a look at their lineup on the other side of the rift. With Sartorius up in the top lane, their jungler Synkrov in the mid lane is Nahyun, their AD carry Tabs, their support Xpeke, and coach Leduc.
And this team, of course, struggling, but they are making moves to improve the team. We saw Synkrov come in. He didn't have the greatest performance, but it does seem to be Xpeke and the Origen organization taking steps to ensure that they keep their spot in the LCS, even if they do seem mostly doomed to that promotion tournament.
I think that I was a little critical of Synkrov in his last game, saying that the team doesn't really look that much different with him on the roster, but I suppose that shouldn't really be the expectation, because the team haven't really seen any sort of strength. There's no, when you look at their lineup of Origen, where do you seem to think, oh, this guy can really carry, this guy can really run away with the game? It doesn't feel like they have that, so Synkrov joining a roster that's already struggling makes it even harder for him to stand out and shine as an individual juggler.
It's definitely going to be a difficult fight for OG. And on the other side for Splyce, I mean, we have to talk about it. This is a team that's been kind of down and out this series compared to what we expected. And for them, anything less than a 2-0 will be a disappointment. But it's now into the pick and ban phase. Already seeing some small adaptations coming in. Tom Kemp's taken off the board. Elise, not quite perma-banned in the last few weeks, but definitely high priority when it comes to shutting down the jungle.
I actually really like this ban away from Splyce because we were actually looking at some of the numbers for Trashy and his junglers and the shift in the meta. And when he gets his hands on champions like Elise and Gragas, he actually does well above the average amount of damage that you would see from those usual champions. It's simply because of the early pressure that he likes to exert, something that we wouldn't normally associate with Trashy. I like the fact that Origen are respecting this and the fact that Trashy really has been able to have such a huge impact on this champion in particular.
See what is left open and available for him. The jungle ban continue to come out. Graves taken off the table as well. Now we have Zyro, we have Tom Kench, we have Malzahar. There's a lot of attention onto the support here. Is this Splyce shutting down Xpeke in the pick ban phase?
It looks like they're really tunneling on making sure that Xpeke is either on a melee support or is just taken away from these comfort picks. We still have to look that Lulu is still available. The fact that a very early rotation Thresh just leads me to suggest that Origen are just going to go, well, we're going to take Lulu. This is something that Peck has had a lot of play on already this split, and I think that it's a champion he's very comfortable on. Remember, he used to be a mid laner that played a lot of Lulu. Like, this is a champion that just fits into his ball house.
Very powerful champion overall, but OG firing back quickly with the first rotation of their own Rengar as well as the Gragas. So Gragas top lane once again for Sartorius. It's been a solid pick for him, but I kind of just want to go back to the Thresh. This is really surprising to me to see this first pick priority. Is Thresh that good now in the meta?
Well, we hear Crepper talk a lot about it, the kill power that you have with Thresh, especially with the changes down in bottom lane where Exhaust isn't as powerful now, so you can go towards the Ignite, the all-in power that you have. But if you're Splyce right now, you've already seen the jungler and the top laner have been locked in, unless they randomly decide to put Gragas down in support. But I'd be very surprised given how often Sartorius has played it. So if you're Splyce, you could look to get yourself a Renekton right now, but instead they're going for Fizz.
Okay, well, this pick ban's delivering so far.
Yeah,
OG's like, so we're going to pick champions
cool.
that make sense, that people know what they do. Splyce, on the other hand, they're mixing things up. We're seeing the throwback to the Kha'Zix, not a pick that Trashy has seen a ton of success on. Now, Fizz coming in here. We did see some changes. We saw some adjustments to Fizz on the most recent patch, but still, yeah, we've seen it once or twice in NA, but for EU, this is a very new pick.
The fact that it's been picked this early on actually suggests to me that this will be a top lane Fizz rather than a mid lane one. You do have that flexibility, but bear in mind, if we think back a very long time ago where we had the Blade of the Ruin King into Trinity Force Fizz, that was often a pick into tanks because of how much of a free lane that he has. And with the recent changes to Blade of the Ruin King, this could be Wonder saying, hey, I've got a new pick and I'm ready to bring it out.
Blade of the Rune King Fizz top. You heard it here first, folks. If it appears in your solo queue games, you can blame Vedius. I know I will. So Syndra taking off the board, Vladimir to follow. Peke does, in the end, pick up that Lulu support for himself. So both teams kind of mirroring their picks in the early phase. If it is that Fizz top, and now both teams shutting down the mid lane pool. Nahyun, of course, a pretty solid performer for OG, and Senkux has been kind of hit or miss this series.
He certainly has been up or down. Up and down, rather, throughout the regular season. I wouldn't be surprised right now, given the mid lane priority bans, for Origen to get themselves... I mean, they could go for a Cassio on this rotation if they wanted to. Even if it is a Fizz, Cassio actually does very well into him early on. So you can deny him a lot of farm, shut him down early. But the problem you have is you actually don't know where the Fizz is going to go, right? You have that flexibility, which Splyce are taking advantage of. The fact that they've banned away all these mid laners, and they're saying like, hey, these mid laners are actually pretty good into Fizz, and we're going to play a mid lane, or are we, you know?
4 mid lane bans coming out, Vedius. This is a lot of attention paid to Senkux and Nahyun. Now, OG, they want to save their last pick. They want to save that mid lane. They want to hide it as long as possible, but that means they're going to pick the Jhin up pretty early. And while this pick is still very good, it has seemed a lot worse. Since the nerfs to lethality, since the nerfs to Deathfire Touch, it feels like a lot of minor hits to Jhin overall is a power pick.
Yeah. I feel that Ezreal, Caitlyn, even Kalista are actually much stronger in terms of the AD carries right now, but Tab's sticking to what he's found more comfortable. Ezreal is a natural answer to Jhin very often. He does very well during the laning phase, and he scales quite nicely into the mid game. But with the Arya lock-in and with all these mid laners banned, it does confirm that we will be having a top lane Fizz come out. Now, Arya as a biome flick, I think, is always a very dangerous thing to do, because often what you can do is she has a very weak early game, so if you pick a very early game heavy champion, you can very effectively shut her down.
Well, interesting to see how this is unfolded. LeBlanc comes in on the opposite side. Now, this is a matchup that we've seen kind of go both ways. LeBlanc, of course, we thought would fall out of favor completely and utterly when just about every pro we talked to told us that the nerfs gutted her. But now coming up once again, being shown off here, this is a lot of pressure on Nahyun to perform in this matchup.
I mean, the thing that people have to remember, I feel that when you look at a champion, when it gets a couple of nerfs, right, it's not the worst thing in the world. Like, what was originally an S tier now maybe falls down to A tier or B tier, right? That doesn't necessarily mean they're completely gone. And just because LeBlanc took a lot of damage hits, it just means that her early game impact is not as potent as it once was, but it doesn't mean that she still can't have an early game impact. She's still great at roaming around the map. She's still effective at moving into a side lane. She still has a lot of strength that she originally had. She's just lost a lot of damage.
Interesting to see, too. We have two very different compositions going toe-to-toe here overall. Now, this is your chance, audience. If you want to get involved, vote at LOL Esports on Twitter, hashtag SPYWin if you believe in the Fizz top, or hashtag OGWin if you're staying true to Xpeke in the squad, if you think they can pull it out here and keep themselves out of that promotion tournament for at least another week.
And remember, ladies and gentlemen, it is top lane week. If you want to ask a top laner about Fizz, you can go ahead and tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag AskATopLaner and send all your questions over to Faxi and Deficio.
But don't worry, because if you don't, Vedius will ask all of the questions after this
I'm
game.
gonna ask
He's so excited. You can't see him. It's just a big old grin on his face. But this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Splyce versus Origen. The final nail in the coffin for OG. The chance to rise back up for Splyce. One very enthusiastic fan. Here we go. Okay, well.
I like that he's trying. Keep trying.
Yeah, I mean, wrong day for tickets. A little awkward, but, you know, fair.
So, let's start with the top lane, shall we? Because it is a Fizz. It is a Gragas.
It is top lane week.
It's even a yellow Fizz. Perfect for Splyce. But we talked a little bit about it in Champion Select, where now with the changes to Blade of the Ruin King, as along with the changes to the passive, where now he applies a mark, right? The mark now lasts a little bit longer, and while you're hitting on that mark, you do more damage, which is great. So Fizz does more damage. When you stack that on with the Blade of the Ruin King, it becomes even more potent, right? What makes things even better is the changes to Blade of the Ruin King means that when you steal movement speed, when you use the active, right, that duration with which you steal movement speed gets extended each time that you hit them. So you can just stick onto your target forever. If you didn't think Fizz was slippery enough before, try escaping from him now.
We're going to have to see if that's what Sartorius wants to do, or if he just wants to fight straight up with the Fizz. In the past, you mentioned it. This was kind of the free matchup into tanks for Fizz. He's so comfortable to keep trading. See if all the changes have adjusted that, because it's been a long time since we've seen a top lane Fizz, maybe an AD one. Still, obviously, some room there for Wunder to interpret however he wants. But for now, it is the Raptors start on both sides. Both junglers getting a little help out from the team. Laning phase starting up.
Now, Wunder actually doing a really cool thing up in the top lane where he moved very quickly up into the laning phase because he wasn't giving a pull for his jungler. So he's actually set up the wave to push towards him, right? So if we pan up towards the top side, or actually he's just focused on getting an earlier push as possible. He wants to make sure that Sartorius isn't forcing him underneath the turret because he knows that Sartorius has stronger wave clear during the early laning phase, and a Gragas is actually pretty effective at trading naturally during the early levels. So,
and of course, Rengar not notorious for incredibly aggressive early game ganks, and you can assume since Gragas was late to the lane that he helped the Rengar out, so you know he's going to be pathing towards the bottom side. And a lot of damage already coming out from Tabs. Mickey not really respecting that Jhin level 1.
It's a good thing that you mentioned the Rengar, Dracos, because look at the shift in pathing that we've actually seen from Syncroft. Bear in mind, you've heard a lot this weekend about the Korean jungle start, where you do Raptors into red, into Krog, into then stealing the enemy blue buff. What Syncroft has done is he started on his Raptors, and he's gone straight to blue, and now in a 1v1.
Oh, Trashy going forward. Syncroft says no, has enough ferocity to lock him up. That could have been disastrous. Though the only thing keeping him alive there is the snare.
So, Charm lands onto Nahyun, but I think this will just be a bit of a back and forth. Regardless, going back to this jungle matchup, while it does secure the blue buff for Syncroft, by going for the Gromp as well, you will get level 3, but you will be taking a lot of damage because your smite will be unavailable, which is where Trashy looked to take advantage of, and unfortunately for Syncroft, he ended up losing his flash. But at least he won't get 3 buffed.
Yeah, keeps the buff at the end, and this is kind of the thing that we heard Foxy talking about on the desk, is that we need to see Syncroft succeed if we want to see OG succeed, and it's already Trashy moving into the jungle, contesting some of these buffs. Yes, he doesn't get anything away in the end, but from Syncroft, he has to play safe, he has to play smart if he wants to be that guy that OG can depend on.
Well, on Rengar, he has a lot of potential. We won't really see much from Syncroft until around the level 6 mark. But look at this movement from Wonder. He's just pushing so aggressively in the top side. He knew full well that Syncroft would be in the bottom half of the jungle, especially with the vision that Trashy applied for him. And now, reading the pathing, Wonder gets that deep ward down onto the Krugs, and now the entire team of Splyce know exactly where the enemy jungler is. So look at the bottom lane. Kobbe and Mickey pushing OG's bottom lane straight underneath the turret, taking advantage of this strong early level of Ezreal and Thresh to just force this advantage and net a pretty significant CS difference.
Yeah, this is crazy because earlier we saw a really good trade going in the favor of OG. I thought Mickey X was overextended, but we take a look back down at the bottom lane, 31-20. We're only 4 minutes into the game. That's 2 waves of CS already been missed out by Tabs.
And this is just great understanding of when to push your lanes, thanks to the information that you've gotten of where the enemy jungler is, because Kobbe and Mickey can't take that gamble if they think that Syncroft is around the bottom half of the map and is primed to set it for some kind of a gank. Instead, they knew full well that Syncroft was top side of the map. They knew they could go for a very early push, and now Kobbe has got a perfect back timing for when he can get his tier. He's gotten about as early as he possibly can get, so he's already going to get that stacking.
Gets the control ward as well, so it's pretty nice to have a little bit of extra vision control. Mickey, this is an old school Thresh classic, the roam mid. But LeBlanc pretty hard to lock down in these exchanges. Syncroft waiting in the wings as well. Naked, potentially overcommitting. Nope. Flay goes wide.
Bit of a bait from Zenkox. Let's just say that he missed his charm on purpose in order to bait them in now.
Trashy. Face check the bush on purpose. Oh, Mickey now locked up. Syncroft goes in, Syncroft goes out. Nothing gonna come. Both teams aggressive, playing on the front foot, looking to make a play here.
So just a bit of back and forth, testing the water there. They're dipping their toe into the pond. It's a little bit too cold for now, so they might come back later. No summoner spells end up getting burned as we see some trading in the top lane.
Wonder, no hesitation there. He's a fish. He loves the pond. Sartorius, on the other hand, not so much. Oh! I didn't know that would do that much damage!
First blood goes to Wonder.
Okay. Apologies. That was a poor play-by-play moment on that part. I haven't seen a Fizz in a year, probably.
Oh, man.
I didn't know he could do that. Betty, did you know he could do that?
Well, okay, so for context, right, what you have to remember is that the AP ratio on his Q got buffed this patch. But he doesn't have any AP yet. He didn't even have any.
It's a Sheen. It's just the Sheen proc on the Urchin Strike. That is a lot of damage. Tabs, though, he's the one in trouble. Locked up, knocked back. Well, now Kobbe's the one who's in trouble, though, because Xpeke is trading with him on the front lines. That's a great start for Splyce.
I mean, it's fantastic. Oh, that's absolutely fantastic. Really good play from Wonder. Is able to get himself the kill onto Sartorius. And when you're looking at the composition from Splyce, very much orientated towards the 1-3-1. You want to have your Fizz in one side lane, the Ahri in the other, the 3-man unit of Trashy, Kobbe, and Mickey. And if you have your split pusher already getting a first blood this early on, that's a great start. As we actually see Trashy hanging around the mid lane.
Well, Mayhem getting aggressive, running forward, dodging out in the end. Found an even trade there for him, but Bettis looks like he might be right. Oh, bot lane, though, gonna have to be attention. Zoss goes in. Kobbe now gonna need to go out, pulling back. Doesn't use the lantern. Arcane shift to safety. Bettis, I like this. There's junglers, they're staying in their jungle. There's laners, they're trying to kill each other.
Yeah, they are.
And that leads to an exciting game.
And for those that may not know, with the changes to LeBlanc now, a lot of LeBlancs actually choose to max Q rather than W because it just better aids with wave clear. So you use the W to just get the passive mark down onto the minion waves, and then you throw the Q out. And with the added damage, with the Q moving in between all of the marks, that provides better wave clear over maxing your W. So it's just a better laning and trading tool since the hits that LeBlanc did take.
Now, Venice, when we started to look at this matchup, I think we expected it to be pretty one-sided. And admittedly, we're only 7 minutes into the game. But so far, nothing bad has happened. What is the breaking point for this matchup? When can we really expect to see Splyce find a lead or OG find something? Because it's pretty slow so far.
Well, the problem you have as LeBlanc is that after the nerf, so pushing power isn't as strong, which means that Ahri has an easier laning phase early on. One of the big weaknesses that Ahri usually has is that because of her mana cost being so high and her base stats actually being pretty low, she doesn't really have a powerful pushing lane pre-6. Once she gets level 7 and the Lost Chapter is where she can start to be more aggressive in lane and look to try and trade more efficiently, like you're seeing a little bit more now. But it's very snowbally, so if you ever misuse an ability, if you ever take one overstep, things can really turn in your favor.
It's just that overstep. Senkux goes out the charm. Nahyun goes back. Oh, Synchron! There he is! Surprise, surprise. That's the thrill of the hunt. Action doesn't stop, however. Wonder getting knocked back. Kabi throwing out the ultimate. Where's that going to go? Nahyun! Ooh, sniped out, dodged by Sartorius. He flashed nothing, but that's okay. Oh, there's Trashy. Goodbye. Yeah. Vedius,
yes,
I asked you when the game would blow wide open, and I don't remember what you answered, but I'm going to assume you said that.
Yeah,
good job,
it was
Vedius.
exactly that. But I don't think the action's over yet.
One shot, 2 shot, 3 shot, miss. All right, Mickey though in trouble.
Yeah, has no support.
And Thresh Hook, it looked pretty. I know, it saves his life in the end too, that's nice.
Okay, so a lot of action has just happened in a very short period of time, and it comes off the back of the laners trading aggressively into one another. They want to kill each other. You talked about it earlier on, Dracos, and when you have an Ahri versus a LeBlanc matchup in the mid lane, you have a Fizz up in the top, you're naturally expecting this level of violence to occur, but it's the junglers that are then swinging things in their favor. So Syncroft, he came out of his ultimate, he's guaranteed a crit. That gave him more than enough damage. You can't flash an auto attack. Once he's leaped into the air, that damage is going to land regardless. So Senkux, he couldn't do anything about it. Meanwhile, on the top side, Wonder was like, hey, I'm not going to go for the same play that I did before. I'm not going to look to kill you. Instead, I'm going to let my jungler do it. So Trashy comes in from the flank. He gets a kill into the top side. But overall, it's always going in the favor of Splyce. It's Splyce that's netting themselves the extra kill here or there. They're getting that small CS advantage here and there, and it's maintaining this pretty significant gold lead in their favor.
And Origen's so close to finding kills of their own. We saw the Jhin ult on the bottom side. 2 more bullets hit. It may be important, but the top lane for us, this is Splyce solo building an advantage out of player skill, and for Wonder, he just keeps looking better.
This meta has been doing wonders for Wonder. As a top laner, he does prefer the carry-style champions. He's very similar to Faxion that he likes to split push, he likes to try and train lane, and you can just see the difference between pre-patch and post-patch, where we saw all of these new carry top laners like Gnar, Renekton make their way into the meta, and now Fizz, and it just so much better suits his style because he can play aggressively, he can look to try and get kills, and so far he's done a fantastic job of it.
Well, they're no longer happy with the 1v1 Vedius. They're now sending the Lulu as well as the Jhin to the top side. Maybe not quite as comfortable as it once was for Wonder. What's the next move here? Are we expecting just Splyce pushing in on the bottom side? Are they just going to be able to break this tower?
Looks like it right now. Sartorius has been forced back. He actually has no knowledge of where Trashy is, so he's just respecting the possibility of a roam from the jungler. But speaking of junglers, look at where Syncroft is right now. He is hanging around the top side. He does have his ultimate available as well.
Of course, Fizz notoriously hard to lock down. Not a ton of health in the pool yet. But the fish is going to go in. It's nice and big, and it's going to eat the wave. At least part of it. Tower race going on. Yeah, unfortunately, too much pressure in the early game for Splyce. So they've got the push advantage, but the Ezreal comes up and well. Splyce now moving to set their sights on the tier 2, and OG have yet to break the tier 1.
This is a big deal for Splyce, taking advantage of the fact that OG, they were the ones to try and set up this play initially, but they were just a little bit too slow to execute. Splyce already had a pushing lane in the bottom. All Trashy had to do was join his duo in order to push down that turret, and that's enabled them to start knocking on the tower.
And now not only have they gotten nice damage down on that bottom tier 2, about a third of the health taken away, OG also haven't gotten anything here, and the gold lead now continuing to grow. Almost 3K in the favor of Splyce, 12 minutes into the game.
They have 1 kill. That's a bright side. Unfortunately for them, it's not on the LeBlanc, who usually you would prefer to have it on this early into the game, because now the LeBlanc is constantly just getting pushed underneath the tower. Surprised that Senkux has actually gone for what looks to be a very early Abyssal Scepter. I do understand the reasoning behind it. Mainly, you want a defense against the LeBlanc. You expect to move into a side lane relatively soon, so you want to be able to itemize more effectively against a champion like LeBlanc. But by not having them around Nomicon, you will lose out on that cooldown reduction. Your ability to wave clear will be hurt slightly. I think it's just such a perfect item on Ahri that as long as it comes second, it should be fine, but I'm not a fan of not having that item.
We're seeing so many Proto Belts.
Yeah.
Abyssal Scepter. Are you just a sad
I'm not a massive fan of Proto Belt, personally. But that's just a personal preference. That's not to say that it's wrong. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Syncroft.
Oh no, that's the face check. Wonder's gonna go in, the fish is now attached. Syncroft now potentially doomed to fall. Wonder goes in, Wonder goes down. Syncroft quick to follow. Now getting aggressive on the front side. Trashy ready to go in. Oh, Wonder does so much. Flash to safety does the Ezreal. Trashy not gonna commit. That's a nice play coming in from Splyce. Now a 4K lead on the back end of that.
Oh, Splyce with the 2 versus 3 end up netting themselves another 2 kills. And look at Kobe and Mickey, they're in the top half. But here comes the TP.
Oh, they want to kill for themselves. Wonder's back, Wonder's TPing in. Mickey gets the hook through the air, but he's going to give his life in the end.
He's
or will he? Flash out, Satorius. They're looking for a little bit more. Goes in, leaps up, comes down. Wonder on a killing spree.
And Splyce picked themselves up kills all across the map. Wonder is having a fantastic game. Already completed the Trinity Force, but action's not over yet.
Man trying to get something back, uses the clone to block the charm, walks out of the trade. Not bad from him, but Splyce breaking a tower in the meantime.
My word, Splyce, you guys are on fire right now. We talked about them being on an upswing, but who would have thought that if you give Wonder a kill, he just runs away with things. Now, what you will see is just a tiny fish coming out from Wonder. That is because he hits it on melee range, so the damage and the slow isn't as impactful. But Wonder is so fed at this point that it doesn't matter. He's more than happy to trade with Trashy and just go for this play. Now, this back from Wonder, the fact that they go back to base and they sit there and go, you know what? I've gotten a kill down bot. I've now got a bunch of gold. You know what? Let's make something happen top. Kobe, Mickey, I felt like we haven't had enough quality time together, so let's just make something happen on the top side of the map, and they get themselves another turn.
Yeah, dive buddies for sure. Now, Mickey, we can say Mickey may be a little over-aggressive, still makes it out in the end.
Mid-air, like, that was sweet.
It definitely looked cool, Vedius. Oh, fish goes in. That is a big fish.
It is indeed a big fish.
Tower slowly breaking down. Nahun charmed. Nothing gonna come. Splyce, they just know they have the lead. They are so far ahead. That's a 6K lead, rather. We're 15 minutes in. Vedius, is this it? Is this game already over? That is such a big lead. How do you come back from this?
I mean, it's very difficult. The big thing about 1-3-1 compositions is if the side lane threat ever becomes unstoppable, then what answer does OG really have? You can put the LeBlanc up against the Fizz, but this is an AD Fizz. This guy is very much about extended trades once he's picked up what looks to be a wit's end next, building already towards magic resistance. Like, that LeBlanc is also going to struggle.
I mean, he's already on a killing spree. We're a few kills away from unstoppable. Is that it? We just now waiting?
I feel like at this point he is unstoppable. I feel that Origen have very few answers, and if they want to kill him, they have to commit this many members. But look, Trashy is also here to stop any kind of dive.
Yeah, but if they can take down the tower, this could be good for them. Wonder does sidestep on the Deadly Flourish. 4 members of OG strong now looking to get something, but Kabi's here as well. Wonder going forward. He's not even remotely scared. They look for the disengage. Wonder still on the front line. He's taking no damage, but Trashy, that's not the case for him. Wonder exhausted, now backing off. Rengar ult used. Wonder not going to get locked up. Suddenly on the side lane, Mickey fighting a little bit too closely with Nahun. Out comes the curtain call. Down's going to go Mickey. That's a pickup for OG. Hops back. Small victory for the team. Now looking to break the tower. OG continuing to mount the pressure. Splyce overstaying their welcome. Now OG going to grab a tower for themselves, shrink that gold lead right back down.
So this is how OG answer. We talked about how Splyce, a lot of their power right now, is also in mid lane.
Okay, wait. Oh, Nathan. Oh, flash charm. He's done. He's done.
Well played, Senkux. Gets the 1v1 kill down onto Nahun. Another advantage gain for Splyce.
I mean, I'm going to be honest, but that feels like Nahun trying a little too hard to style. Couldn't he have just flashed under his tower instead of going back to the copy and then flashing out?
Well, Nahun could have not been that overextended in the mid lane, giving Senkux that opportunity to get the solo kill. Many questions, regardless. What you do have to praise Origen for is making that map movement. They realize, look, Ari's in the bottom lane. She still hasn't been able to push the wave up underneath our tower. She's not even going to take our tower that quickly anyway. So let's just, as a 4-5-man unit, try and push down onto this top lane tower. Splyce tried to fight, but they're a little bit too big for their boots there. They couldn't really make that trade happen. And we're actually going to get a replay of that 1 versus 1. So you'll see that Nahun is just trying to run away. I agree, he could have just flashed towards his tower. Instead, he did not. Good charm, though, from Senko.
Quality analysis. Instead, he did not.
Instead, he did not.
It's grim, Vedius. It continues to be grim. And this
if you're an Origen
us...
fan, it is. If you're a Splyce fan, this is great. You're having a wonderful day.
This is the Splyce highlight reel right now, right? But this is not where you wanted to be. Is OG. They're so far behind. We look at the lanes. Chain Vest coming out just to mitigate some of the damage that's coming through. But just bits and pieces of each individual item.
Oh, okay. So Wonder, he's actually picked himself up Merc Dreads, which means that he can even better handle the LeBlanc in a side lane. Now he's picked up the Longsword, which to me suggests he is building towards that Blade of the Rune King. So this very much is the itemization that we talked about during the draft phase, where with the changes to Blade of the Rune King, it makes it super easy for the Fizz to be able to stick onto his targets. It naturally fits in with his kit because of how much percentage health damage that he already has. He's really good at killing tanks. And if Sartorius was already struggling before, once Wonder gets himself the Blade of the Rune King, along with this additional Rift Herald buff, it becomes pretty much impossible for Sartorius to hold his own.
This is the solo Q nightmare, Vedius.
Oh, it is.
This is the 302 Fizz. He's roaming to every lane. He's killing everyone. And if you're Sartorius right now, all you can do is apologize. Did not expect this. Wonder going down, but they have the vision. OG have been proactive in placing that vision. They do control the bottom side of the map, and that is something for them. But at this point, we're just grasping at straws. It's the little advantages for OG and the giant, massive gold lead on the side of Splyce.
And now, if you are Splyce, all you have to do is set up the 1v1. You can already see they've got Fizz down in the bottom lane. They have Senkux up in the top lane. They just keep these pushing lanes up, and then every time you see Wonder pass the Wither or pass the buff mark, that's where Splyce should be. The Wither, yeah. Look, sometimes I struggle with words too, okay? But then that's when Splyce move in to get a bit of deep vision down, and then gradually over time, Splyce will gain full vision control around the jungle, and that enables them to set up for things like the Baron, like the Dragon, or just look to get themselves picks. They have a great skirmish and pick comp with a huge amount of mobility that should make things very difficult for Origen to try and contest these objectives.
Vedius.
Yes, mate.
We have a little time here.
Yep.
While Splyce push in. When are you going to finally come to the gym?
When am I? Look, mate, I'm just waiting for my trainers to arrive, okay? They take a while. Synchro.
Trashy.
He's already got his trainers. You see how keen he is? Like, once those are done, he's like, I'm going to run in, I'm good. But I don't have them yet. Once I've got those, I'm ready, I'm primed. I'm going to look great in the gym. It's going to be from Vedius to Shreddius.
What? Oh, I wonder he continues to push. I'm going to introduce you as Shreddius from now on. Andrew Shreddius Day.
Yeah. I'm also great on the guitar, so it could have double meaning. I almost feel like you're lost for words.
I'm lost. I don't know what to say about this. It's turned into
Hey, you asked me about the gym.
I did. I mean, I wanted to know.
Soon TM.
Soon TM. All right, Vedius. 20 minutes, 33 seconds and counting. Wonder's pushing in the bottom side. I am grasping at straws. Origen are getting trounced right now. Now, they're not completely out of the game, but Splyce are just taking their time. Slow and steady wins the race. That's kind of the Splyce MO, right? They get a lead. They kind of choke their opponents out. How do OG get out of the chokehold?
Splyce have to make a very big mistake. They have to overcommit to a Baron that OG could potentially steal. Nahun gets a miraculous 1v1 kill either against Wonder or Senkux as a possible win condition back into it. Tabs on the Jhin, there's the possible pick potential that OG does have, but it is very difficult as well. The problem that OG have is the big deficit that they're currently in, and with the champs that they have relying pretty heavily on, at very least, this LeBlanc getting an early lead makes things difficult. If they had someone like a Victor, then I'd say their win conditions, or they would have had a few more options and able to come back into it, but because they put all their bets on this LeBlanc, it just makes things that much harder for OG to be able to come back.
Truly a grim fate. This side of Origen. The slow, steady loss, but still trying to make some plays here. TP's coming in. Trashy not going to take the Lantern. Sartorius hesitating on the engage, goes in, knocks him back. Trashy potentially caught out. Nathan jumps forward, Sentucks over the wall. Mickey going to go down. That's 1 kill for OG, but they're going to get one back in return on the side of Splyce. Wonder taking his time. Sentucks goes to the wall. He wants one for himself. Syncroft, he needs to run to safety. Sentucks gets the dash off in the end. Nathan going forward, trying to get something on the back. Move in. Tabs looks for the snare. OG finding trades of their own.
Now this is not that bad for Splyce as Wonder continues to chase. Given that they are able to come out ahead 2-1, but OG, they're just trying to find whatever fights they can.
Oh,
the Wonder.
Ooh, doesn't make it through with the Urchin Strike. Of course, limited distance on how far that dash will take him.
But this is good from OG. The fact that they try to find a pick, they try to at least catch Splyce off guard. Yes, they get themselves only a kill onto Mickey, and they end up losing 2 on the backside.
And the tower.
But you have to at least try if you're Origen, because you're so far behind at this point, you're gradually going to lose the game anyway. Why not try and force these plays? There's no need to just roll over and die. You may as well at least try and make something happen.
This is the test your limits kind of game, I think, if you're on the side of OG. We'll take a look one more time at this play.
You can see the setup from Origen is actually pretty promising, because you have the flanking teleport. The problem for Sartorius is he doesn't commit to the engage. Splyce actually are allowed to reposition into the choke point, where OG are now the ones that are funneled into this bad position, and that allows these great mobility champions like Ari and Fizz to just keep chasing you down as you're on the retreat. And I think if OG had just committed a little harder, if Sartorius had just said, "I'm going in," then maybe it could have swung a little bit better in their favor, but they hesitated. They allowed Splyce to reposition, and Splyce ended up winning that fight.
Astute analysis.
I don't know why Gragas was Scottish.
I was going to ask about. I was going to be awfully critical of you today, so I'm just going to let you have that one. But
when I look at Gragas,
I mean, he has a VO, right? Like, he has a voiceover.
That's
I don't
very
know why
true.
you need to assume a different nationality. Like, do you have an alternate lore now? Oh, Syncroft. Well, no alternate lore for Syncroft. Still just a Rengar.
I mean, all 4 members of Origen are now trapped in the top side of their jungle. Does give room for Wonder to be able to push down mid. He's now moving back towards the bottom lane again, and Splyce, they're just dancing around this Baron, constantly testing OG, baiting them towards this objective, while Wonder just says, "Your base now belong to me."
Has the Blade of the Rune King now. Can he just kill Sartorius?
Yeah, well, he probably can.
Well, the minion wave's still here. Wonder gonna take a bit of damage, and then just walk right back in. No one else from OG is here. That's 50% of the tower health for nothing.
But that's why I was saying earlier on, Splyce, it's just a matter of time before they eventually end the game, which is why OG, them trying to force fights is really one of the best things that they can do, because otherwise it will just be a matter of time before they end up losing their entire base. But here's 2 members of OG down the bottom lane.
Oh, Trashy, though, going to find 1 member of OG all alone. Nice blast coming from Expeke. Ult, not enough. Wonder, definitely going to take down Naya in there. He's going to burn. Maybe. Oh, Naya. Good job, man. You made it out, but you made me look like a fool. That's fair. Now, Wonder, though, he's not done. Hops in, makes it to safety.
But now Wonder's even winning at 2 versus 1. This allows Splyce to just move directly towards the Baron, and Syncroft, he's just lying in wait.
There he goes, runs forward. He's going to go down. I was hoping to steal a Baron and just dies in the exchange. Trash is on a rampage. Someone's excited about it. Nahun goes back in for round 2. Can he get it? Oh, no! Fizz! Oh.
Nahun just had Ignite back up. He didn't use it.
No. Vetty is the troll pull.
Oh, no. And now Peke, is he going to fall for the trap?
It's the Congo line. I talked to Kreppel about this. It's the combo line. You just run in one at a time. You think, I'm going to be the guy to do it. This is going to be my moment. I'm going to take down Wonder. No.
But Baron steal. But I got hooked. But now I'm dead. And now Splyce, they go straight towards the Baron.
Control ward, sees nothing, knows nothing. Dark times.
It is dark because that control ward denied the vision. OG, they lost their entire top half of the jungle. Thanks to all this pressure that Splyce has been exerting. That will be the Baron for Splyce. And this just makes their 1-3-1 all the better.
Yeah, I think at this point they're probably going to break the base, given that Wonder was 2v1ing on the bottom side of the map and almost
GIA
solo
too.
took an inhibitor. This might be the breaking point we talked about earlier, Vedius. Well.
So,
wait,
fans,
okay, hold on. No. Are we wrong, Vedius? Is it us that is wrong in assuming that Splyce will win this game? Because clearly the fans are united behind Origen.
I mean, at least 2/3 of them are. They're thinking, you know what, OG, they have a chance. I'm thinking that the late game Lulu is what's going to swing it in favor of OG.
I mean, it is Xpeke.
It is. I mean, if there is a door, he will find a back to it.
Fair. Right now he needs to find a way out the front door, though.
Yeah, that's
He's
the hard
currently
part,
trapped in the base.
In order to get to the enemy's door, he has to get through his own door, which right now has a 4-foot fish with a giant pole. That's making his life very difficult.
You know, when you describe what the champion is, he's not nearly as menacing.
Here comes Sartorius.
Large man with alcohol problems going into the back line. Kabi gets knocked back. Yeah, describing what he is either didn't work.
And now Splyce, they're going to quickly move over towards the bottom lane. Inhibitor in their eyes. They still have the Baron buff, the Baron empowered minions. And OG, they tried to go for the flank. It doesn't work once again. And Splyce just continue the onslaught.
The lone man who cheers for objectives, thank you. Whoever you are, you bring me joy. Splyce, however, don't really need any of it. They've got plenty of joy just from closing out this game cleanly, if they can find it. Nahun's not giving it up yet. Does bait out the ultimate, but it's going to be another inhibitor to fall, and it should just be Splyce closing this one out. Plain and simple.
That's 2 inhibitors now for Splyce. The gradual onslaught, and we've seen some great stuff from Wonder. Senkex has actually had a very good game as well on the Ahri. And Splyce have done a lot of fishing, and I feel like they've come back pretty successful.
I mean, do you ban the Fizz next game?
I mean, I kind of feel like you have to. I'm a little surprised that Wonder has brought out the Fizz now, given that this is actually a bit of a surprise pick that you can save for one of your possibly bigger matches later on in the coming weeks against H2K or UOL. But using it against OG, it now shows your hand. You're effectively telling all these other teams, look, I have this great top lane pick.
I mean, what if he's not 100% confident? What if he wants to try it here?
Could very well be that.
Look, maybe I can get something done with this. We can see how the Gragas Fizz matchup works out. Apparently it works out great.
Yep.
So now he knows that coming into the next series.
There's always that risk of now blind picking a tank into Wonder. Alternatively, it now forces a ban onto Splyce, and there's always a great advantage of that, knowing that we have to ban away this champion from this particular player. It means it does open up the possibility for some of these stronger, more S-tier overall picks.
Yeah, OG already banned the Camille away, maybe now having to ban the Fizz. That's going to leave something else open if we come to game 2. But OG, this is the final stand. Mickey's going to hook Xpeke, looking for something to start the fight. In goes Trashy. Oh, Xpeke's still alive. Sinkoff trying to get someone on the backside, but he gets popped. Sartorius, the only man moving forward. Xpeke, though, he's going to fall as well. OG, they're getting torn apart. This is Splyce cleaning up, taking members down. Nahun wants a final kill for himself. He's not going to get it. Quadra comes in for the fish, and this is the story of Wonder dominating the game.
Very clean flight from Splyce, and a very clean win on the books. This is what we'd expect from Splyce.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, here it is. Splyce victory in game 1. Exactly as predicted. It was quick, it was clean, it was confident.
And Splyce, they lead the series 1-0 right now. OG have their work cut out for them. We've talked a lot about how Splyce, they seem to be on the up and up. They seem to be a team that look to be getting better and better each week, especially after IEM. They just seem like a very different team. And now, especially with Wonder coming back on these tanks, he effectively, I don't want to say he solo carried that game because the whole of Splyce played very well, but his initial advantage gain in the top lane was a large part of where they got that.
I mean, he solo built leads, right?
Yeah.
2v1, he built leads, and of course the team helped out as well. Everyone was having a good game. Trashy had solid impact, came up on top, picked up that kill that Wonder sort of donated to him, and it just exploded across the map. And if you're OG, is this a game where you can really learn anything, or is this just too one-sided to take something away?
Ooh, I think that, like, when you look at OG, they didn't necessarily do anything wrong. It was just, it all snowballed off the back of that 1-versus-1 death in the top lane, right? Because the moment Wonder had that advantage, he did not stop dictating the pace of the map. OG were forced to lane swap to the top side. They tried to make something happen, and it didn't work out. And OG were just constantly trying to react to this constant pressure that was coming out from Wonder.
Yeah, see how OG adjusts. But let's send it over to the analyst desk to analyze the Fizz out of game 1.
Thank you so much, Dracos. And yeah, well, Splyce, said they were on the up and up, and they had a statement game here versus Origen. Talk me through the picks and bans and kind of the Fisho and Foxy's thinking as the picks came out. Was it clear to you guys that Fizz was top lane straight as it came out?
It wasn't 100% clear, but we were like, hang on.
Yeah.
Why would you blind pick mid lane Fizz? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I already knew the Gragas was picked. You talked about the matchup from solo queue a little bit. You'd seen it.
Yeah. I honestly thought the matchup is in slight edge for Gragas, but I guess Wunder just the strongest player here, so he showed dominance.
In general, what do you think about the Gragas as a top lane pick?
I think Gragas is a really good blind pick, but when you're blue side, red side, like Origen was this game, you usually want to last pick the top lane or pressure a counter pick, so I don't think it's a good pick on blue side, on red side.
Yeah, because in this situation, Origen kind of ended up just getting like a skill matchup in mid lane as the counter pick with the LeBlanc on red side. So that didn't really go in their favor. Mickey, of course, with the first pick Thresh. That's the new meta right now. Miss every hook, but Foxy was just like, oh, he wants the highlights. He wants the montage. That's why he's doing it, but he didn't get it this time.
All the picks came out, and I was like, Yamato said, guys, you can pick anything you want, but if you suck, you don't get it again. Well, Wunder is definitely going to get the Fizz again.
He's going to get the Fizz. Not sure you're going to get the Yamato Oscar right now. So, Foxy, what's happening here?
It just Fizz abusing his all-in. Like, he bought Sheen first item, and the Gragas had 3 Doran Blades, so he just wants to all-in, and it's Sartorius not respecting the damage.
Talk me through some of the viable Fizz builds, obviously, here. Yeah.
You can usually go tank, like Iceborne Gauntlet and Spirit Visage, but if you get ahead or a solo kill like Wunder did, you can obviously go for Trinity Force and Blade of the Ruined King and just go full split push build. You can like win 1v1 against any tank with that build and just roam around the map.
That's what he did.
Yes.
Player of the series, Wunder?
Yeah, let's go right here.
We don't even
we don't know
game.
what's going to come out. Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate, of course, for Sartorius because once that kill was given up, there was nothing to do and the game snowballed absolutely out of control. Even with, and I don't think he'll be mad at us for saying this, and Mickey X not really delivering on the Thresh.
We just do him because we have his friend here, so.
Yeah, definitely. Yes. But it's definitely, it's stuck between a rock and a hard place for OG, and it's good to see for me, though, that Splyce, they didn't just sit back, they picked some new things and they wanted to show, hey, we can try these new things. We are on the up and up. We can't not play around a bit, we can test new things rather.
Yeah, exactly. Like, let's remember that Splyce last split played like Talia top lane, we had Science support from Mickey.
All very serious games.
Well, they were bringing out a lot of new things, or trying a lot of new things when they played against weaker opponents, and they're doing the same thing here. So I think it's pretty cool because I guess in a way it puts it in the mind of the next enemy, like, oh, he might play Fizz here. Like, I need to know the matchup at least now, because if I'm playing Gragas again, maybe Wunder picks the same as before. And we saw Sartorius clearly didn't he didn't know how much damage the Q into the second W hit from Wunder would do. That's what we saw in the replay. That's why he didn't flash. That's why he died, and then it snowballed.
Yeah. Is it a case of even if you read the patch notes and you've played against it a couple of times, once you actually have to play the matchup on stage, do you sometimes miscalculate those things?
I guess you can, yeah. Like, Wunder played really aggressive in his laning phase, so he just got Sartorius off guard. I think that was the case. Like, Sartorius was confident that he won't die, but Wunder just knew it, I guess.
We also had Odoamne yesterday talking about the Renekton versus Camille matchup. And he was talking about how, when he played it normally against everyone else but Visichachi's Renekton, he was like, yeah, I'm going even, it's okay. Then you play Chachi on it on stage, and then you lose. And it might be the same here. Maybe Sartorius was kind of like a kind of no Fizz matchup, but Wunder just played it way better than maybe he expected, or maybe he was used to.
Yeah, and he got the snowball rolling, and that was it for Splyce. Well, our tier of the Goddess is almost fully stacked. We're going to take a 3.5-minute break while we upgrade to Muramana, and we'll be back for Game 2 between Splyce and Origen. See what I did there?
Yeah, now it makes sense. Yeah.
I didn't know that would do that much damage! First blood goes to Wunder.
Oh, Sigma! There he is! Surprise, surprise. That's the thrill of the hunt. Action doesn't stop, however. Wunder getting knocked back. I'm pulling out the ultimate. Where's that going to go? No! OG, they're getting torn apart. This is Splyce cleaning up, taking members down. Ahun wants a final kill for himself. He's not gonna get it. Quadra comes in for the fish, and this is the story of Wunder dominating the game.
I'm not sure what to think about top lane right now. I think it's probably in a good spot since there's tanks and carries and you can play everything, kind of.
When it's not only tank tops, then I think it's a lot better for me at least, because then I can be a lot more flexible, and we like to play champions where impacting top can win you games. So I think that right now top lane is quite good for jungle because a lot of matchups are vulnerable and you can impact that. The great thing about us as a duo is like, I'm down for whatever Wonder wants to play. We just figure out how we make it successful, you know? That's kind of the story of every pick. Wonder plays like so many champions. Sometimes I'm like, holy f***, how he plays one game on a specific champion and it's like, yeah, I'm probably really good at this champion. I'll continue playing this. So, and then we just work together as a team, and me and him, to find out how to play around it, and then it's fine.
Okay, so my favorite part about that is I did the interview, and the context you missed when he said I can play anything is that Wonder spent like 5 minutes describing why he wanted to play Akali competitively. So really hope we see Akali. Side note, I mean, we've already seen Fizz. It doesn't feel outside of the realm of possibility.
Hey, over in the CBLOL, they have actually been playing some Akali top lane. She has been getting steady buffs over a period of patches. But now you're just getting the fans' hopes up, Dracos.
Yeah, we're getting my hopes up too. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the EULCS. Origen do now have red side in this game, potentially not going to see too many changes to the pick and ban, although we do expect to see Fizz taken away.
Would be like,
yeah.
No, fishes are prohibited from entering the Rift today.
There's also Nami.
That could also open up the possibility of a Spider joining the Rift instead. Perhaps they want to shift the focus and say, okay, look, we can't give Wonder a top laner that's like super good at carrying, so why don't we just allow Trashy to have one of his carry junglers? Like, we'll give him maybe an Elise. Bear in mind that OG, they're still on red side for this game, so they won't be able to shift too much up. They won't be able to get that first pick, which means they may very well still have to ban away the Malzahar, and they might be stuck in banning away the Camille as well.
I'm curious to see what the strategy was, because of course Origen had side selection and they opted into red side again, so we have to assume that something's going to change, that maybe they thought, hey, if the Fizz wasn't there, we could have just won. We could have...
If Fizz wasn't there, maybe we could have won.
It was all Fizz's fault.
I mean, he definitely had a big impact, but we shall have to see as we jump into the second game. Draft.
Now, game 2, remember, this is do or die for Origen. On the side of Splyce, this is a chance for them to improve, a chance for them to adapt in the coming weeks, where the pressure will grow for them for playoffs. But for Origen, this is a battle for survival. Here's where the path may end. This team, for this organization, they'll be doomed to the promotion tournament. And there's a lot of tough competition this year. However, Spider remains banned away. The Catfish quick to follow. Zyra taken off the table as well. Looks like Splyce are more than happy to just rinse and repeat and run the same ban phase back to back.
Yep. If Origen continue with the same pattern, they're looking to ban away the Malzahar on this rotation. I think you can gamble and leave it open. You actually give Splyce the Malzahar, and then you look to pick the Lulu into it. Lulu's a very strong champion. Never mind, this point is completely invalid because they've banned away the Malzahar. I think this is a gamble because now you're either giving Wonder the option of picking Fizz, or you're giving him the option of picking Camille.
Or you take the Fizz away because there's no way Splyce are going to first pick it.
But then you're giving Wonder the opportunity to pick something into the Fizz. And
like... well, Gnar now banned off the table, so interesting opportunities here. Looks like maybe trying to bait Wonder into the Camille pick, and then now, is this going to be the Renekton Vedius, or are we just going to see the immediate pick back?
Shen is available. Shen usually is banned in every single LCS game. Now, he wasn't actually banned or picked in last game, but I think it would make a lot of sense for him to be prioritized here. He is a pretty good pick into the Camille. He can trade pretty effectively. He will eventually get outscaled, but at least during the laning phase, he's pretty solid. Origen don't like my drafting ideas, Dracos.
You're an amateur, Vedius. Clearly, Rumble was the right answer all along. Now, it could be a jungle Rumble. We have seen... I would argue more than our fair share of jungle rumbles today. Not a huge fan of the pick, but OG, you know, maybe putting this in the top lane as well.
Like, Rumble is fine early game. He'll push the Camille in, but he gets outscaled much sooner than the Camille. The difference is Rumble has a much bigger team fight impact than, say, a Shen necessarily would. So perhaps Origen are just saying, look, we're going to try and force you into fights, which with the Rumble, we should have an advantage, given that you are playing Camille.
Yeah, Camille, of course, not known for insane fight presence without a significant lead. Wonder did build one last game, but the thing that makes me excited about this game is that Lee Sin, Vedius, giving Syncroft a champion where he can start to dictate the pace of the game. But right as I say that, the opposite side, Trashy, now getting his hands on the Gragas, and this is the absolute definition of comfort. Oh yeah, run it back, run it back.
Wait, we forgot. We completely forgot that this was Mickey who brought out the bottom lane Camille. It's the Ziggs Camille bottom lane.
Love watching Splyce games.
Oh, Splyce. They got us. They got us.
The thing that's the best part about this, and the worst part is, I have no confidence that anything is as we're predicting it right now. Like, that could be a Fizz mid, a Camille top, Gragas jungle. The only thing I'm reasonably sure of is the Gragas jungle at this
even
point.
then, that could be a Gragas top. It's a pretty safe top laner. Wonder can play it. You can look to then put Trash on like a Kha'Zix. You don't know. Like, I mean, that could be Fizz jungle too. Highly unlikely.
Well, there's a pick ban phase, and then there's the Splyce mystery power hour where you never know where anything's gonna go. Lulu, though, we can be pretty sure is going to the bot lane. OG, we know where we can expect everything to go. And I think they're pretty confident in assuming it will be the Spore Camille, it will be the Fizz top, it will be the Gragas jungle. And the mid lane bans continue to be the trend here in the second pick ban phase, almost identical to the previous pick ban overall.
By doing this, what you're enabling is the possibility for the Fizz to go in mid, because I remember having a conversation with Perks about this a long time ago where I'm like, oh, you know, have you seen all these recent Fizz changes? I actually think it could be pretty good. And he's like, yeah, but the big problem you have with Fizz is that his laning phase is like super weak, and he can be really easily bullied by champions like Syndra and Ryze. Now, bear in mind, Syndra's now been banned away. Ryze has experienced a lot of nerfs, and you want to take away these early game champions, which are very good at punishing champions.
And I like this Ziggs ban coming in from Origen. They do not want to give over the Camille Ziggs bot lane combo, which we have affectionately called the boombox due to the alt combo. And it makes sense. You don't want to give them the early pushing advantage. We already saw what Splyce could do with an early game lead. You give them early game champions, they are sure to kind of just run away with this one. But Splyce taking away the Jace that has been the nation special.
Now, if you're Origen looking at a possible, it's so difficult. Like Ezreal, I think would be the safest, but you're gonna have a rough laning phase. Why do I bother predicting? Why?
Shout out to the Korean mid laners in European LCS for playing Talon. We saw it in the hands of Knights. It was an immaculate performance despite losing in the end. Now we're gonna see how Nahan handles it, how he can pilot this pick to his advantage, and it's.
Bear in mind, Kobe had a lot of success on both Lucian and Caitlyn in last split, two of his strongest champions, but he was just teasing us, a bit of a taster. We'll just continue with what he played last split.
Mickey.
Stop it, don't bait for the hover, we've fallen for it before.
He's playing with our hearts, ladies and gentlemen. Don't trust him. Okay, that one you can trust. Vladimir now locked in. This is the Senkook special. When we saw Senkooks kind of going from 7th place Splyce mid laner to approaching top of the table Splyce mid laner, it was Splyce, it was these team fighting comps, and it was this Vladimir pick backing him up. So this is old school comfort coming in once again for him. You've got comfort for Trashy as well, and I like the comp Splyce have put together.
You've got a playmaker once again for Mickey on the Camille. You've got a frontline tank in the form of Gragas. You've got two fantastic split pushes in the form of Fizz and Vladimir. And oh my word, we are seeing the Lulu Kog'Maw.
Yes. Ooh. Now, notoriously people are critical of this lane because it is a lot of right click and hope that you kill people.
Yes.
But when you can kill people, you can kill everybody. Kog'Maw is terrifying.
Now, people may not believe me, but Origen actually have a fantastic team fight composition. People don't appreciate how good Talon actually is in team fights. And I'd highly recommend, if you didn't watch the previous game with ROCCAT versus Giants, go and watch Knight play Talon, because he did such a fantastic job of utilizing how easy it is to set up flanks, how easy it is to actually dive onto the backline and be such a big kill threat. And once he instigates, once he dives onto that priority target, then you have this Kog'Maw just run in with the Lulu. He's pretty much a tank at that point, and he just steamrolls. He just stands there like an artillery weapon, just sieging through the entire lineup of Splyce. It's an exciting comp, but it's very difficult to get to that point in the game.
Very difficult against a Fizz, against a Camille, against a Gragas as well. A lot of pressure put onto Tabs in this composition. But this is it. Origen fans, you're going to need the proverbial spirit bomb of #OG wins at LOL Esports. Origen are down. Splyce are up, but Splyce, can they take it with the 2-0? Hashtag SPY win is what you need to put in. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2. Loading bars rolling up. Game getting ready.
I'm going to give you a hype moment. It's coming.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's do or die time for Origen, as it has been in the last few weeks. They've found single wins. They've yet to find a series, but can they turn it back? Can they pull the nail out as Splyce are so determined to drive it home? Red side once again. You've got Talon, you've got Kog'Maw, you've got a Camille support, and a Fizz top. This is going to be an explosive game. And he's red now.
He is
chosen red.
He has decided to choose red. Just mixing things up. Splyce have actually grouped up as a 5-man unit, trying to get a better vision around OG's jungle. Want to see where Syncroft is starting. Will enable Wonder to understand what he wants to do. Now, we can talk a little bit more about this Fizz versus Rumble matchup as we get into the laning phase, but just keep your eyes on what Origen is doing while they know that Splyce is getting all this deep vision in, because the common practice is to respond vision with vision. If you can see all these members of Splyce trying to get knowledge of where the enemy jungler is, what you'd expect OG to be doing is doing the same, either dropping a ward down on the red buff, maybe dropping a ward down on the Krugs. They're not doing this. Tabs and Xpeke immediately went to lane, and they're actually setting up for a deep brush, bait, or trap, so they can get a huge chunk of damage early on onto Kobbe and Mickey.
And it is that double range advantage that they have on the bottom side of the map, so finding early advantage here could be big. Waiting in the brush. Mickey taking a lot of damage. Hookshot wall dive in, is not concerned. Adaptive defenses, and Tab's actually taking a poor end of that trade in the end.
That's really cool. Mickey going for the courage of the Colossus meant the moment he went in, landed the stun, he had a shield on top of his passive, which meant that he was guaranteed to win out on that trade, even in a 2 versus 1. Really well played from Mickey, no hesitation whatsoever. And they know they can look to make these sort of aggressive moves because they know where Syncroft is this early part of the jungle.
Moving forward, now Kobbe's running in as well. Double exhaust burn. Tab's gonna burn heal as well. Splyce starting off aggressive on the bottom side.
Level 1 all-in play from the Splyce bottom lane, utilizing the fact that Ezreal has a huge amount of damage early on into the game. The stun coming out from Mickey is just so potent. They end up trading 1 summoner spell for 2. They're just going to continue on with this level of pressure. Stun once again.
Interesting to see. More aggression coming out. Early jungle pathing. We did see Sartorius take actually a few of the Raptors. Did stop Syncroft from getting the immediate level 2. Does still get level 3 in the end, but gives Sartorius a little bit of a lane advantage here.
So, while we're seeing a lot of trading down bottom, Wonder shouldn't have an easy time like he did in game 1, because by going against Rumble, Rumble is a natural early game lane bully. He's all about getting that early push, putting a lot of harass down, and one of the weaknesses that we were discussing about Fizz is his early game is often pretty weak. If he can get a free lane, that's ideally what he wants. He wants to work towards that Trinity Force, the Blade of the Ruin King. That's the point in which he becomes this big dueling menace. But Rumble does a great job of just shutting him down early on, constantly forcing him under his tower, losing a lot of farm, and it makes his life difficult. So now we see a gank
running forward. They're trying to take him down. He's going to get first blood. Oh, gets the empowered. Is the Q going to come out from Syncroft? Wants to follow it up. Moving forward. Flash out to safety. That's disaster for OG.
Senkux, well played, good sir. That was a fantastic outplay. Nation, he tries to go for the all-in. He doesn't respect the turnaround damage from Senkux. Need to go back and watch the replay because I wasn't entirely sure if he had his passive up and available, but if he did, the fact that Nation would go for an all-in at that point in time was just a big mistake.
I mean, he did. He had the Crimson Rush.
Well, then that was
triggered
the mistake,
it. There's
right?
so
Like,
much healing. There's no way that... And you just wait. You back off. You wait for Syncroft. He is right there, but we're going to have to focus on the bottom side because the fights just keep happening. Xpeke has to flash to safety. He'll be taking decent damage. Tactical sweep to back it out. Kobbe just continues to get aggressive. This is so bad for OG.
This bottom lane harassment from Kobbe and Mickey, I just love how brazen they are, not afraid to just dive in whenever that stun is available. It's a pretty long cooldown at early levels, but they know that they should be able to win out on these trades, especially with a big minion wave backing you up.
Yeah, 16 seconds, all the time it takes before they're going to look for find another engage. We can watch this one.
So here, you can see the Crimson Rush is starting to stack up. The jungler is coming in, and then Senkux, he just gets this massive heal and a huge amount of burst damage. That was just a big misplay from Nathan. Big misplay. He should have been more patient.
And the crazy part, too, is that they shifted the damage around, so the Crimson Rush isn't as critical as it once used to be, but it's still powerful. Not quite double damage anymore, but a lot. Mickey, though. Ooh, walks to safety, but Trashy's here now. How confident are OG feeling? Maybe a little bit too confident. There's no flash available on Xpeke. He's going to go down. Tabs potentially next. Trashy flashing forward. Mickey with the extend. That's 2 kills for Splyce.
Beautiful setup from Splyce. OG, they thought that they could punish Mickey for trying to freeze the wave. He'd just taken a huge amount of damage that OG felt confident enough to try and push this underneath the turret, reset the wave, go back to base, pick up some items. Instead, they get caught overextending. Trashy comes in from the flank, and he's able to punish the no flash Peke and Tabs. He couldn't get out either. He ends up giving away his life, and Splyce off to another fantastic early game.
Even better than last game, I think we can safely say. 3-0 at the start. And this is, I feel for OG. I've been there. You think you're good, you're winning the lane, you get confident.
I mean, look at Mickey's health. You think that, hey, we can do this. And then the heal comes out. Trashy's there being like, surprise, want to have a drink? And it looks like OG, they just couldn't hold it. They drank a little bit too much.
Oh, the wall dive flash. Nice mechanical plays there coming in. This is pretty much the exact start you want. Now, Ezreal, not a really strong early game laner. Neither is Kog'Maw. Ezreal, of course, only after that post tier. But Camille getting this early start, bot lane already winning. It's going to be so difficult for OG just to survive here in the early game.
Well, so far, they're not doing a great job of surviving. That's certainly true. 3-0 already in the favor of Splyce. And you and I talked about it, Dracos. Moving forward, looking ahead, week 9, week 10 for Splyce. As a team, they're very much about setting themselves up to be a contender for this playoff and maybe making it to that top 4 spot.
And right now for Splyce, it has to be all about week 10. We talk about week 9, that's Vitality, but week 10, that's H2K, Unicorns of Love back-to-back. But right now, it's Sartorius who's got his back to the wall. Wonder moving forward, waiting for the mark to proc, and a leap in, not going to get it in the end. Syncroft now moving forward. Wonder is out of mana. Ooh, nice sidestep from Wonder, going to save his life there.
Good utilization of the minions from Wonder to also guarantee that the Q would not land. He doesn't have any mana, he doesn't have TP, so he's going to be forced to back. But look
Mickey,
at Splyce.
Leaping forward, Xpeke has to be careful, tries to use the Glitter Lance. He wants to keep Trashy away. No interest in taking a dance with the fat man. Now Tab's backing off as well. Are they going to commit to this? Tactical sweep slows him down. Trashy just going to back out.
Well, Splyce, they're just trying to make the cross-map play onto the bottom tower. The problem is they don't have a minion wave yet. They have to force Origen's bottom away from that objective as well. But the fact that first tower gold will go in the favor of Syncrov and Sartorius is definitely a much-needed boon of gold to find your way back into the game.
And OG, they were so confident. Oh, Wonder, though, he may be the one who's so confident. Oh, leaps out, leaps in.
Smooth move.
But this is good for OG. They get a tower. They are fighting back. Those 3 kills not mattering too much right now, but Tabs is going to have to be careful. Ult goes in. Tabs still alive. Tabs still healthy. Mickey taking way too much tower damage. Tabs, who's he going to pop on? Moving in. Just going to blow up on the creep wave or on Trashy and Copy. Xpeke is still alive, still comfortable. Nahyun coming over the wall. Here comes the parkour. Trashy, there's no good way out of this. Out comes the Shadow Assault. He wants a little bit more. 2 kills picked up for Nahyun.
So Origen do a great job of buying time. They actually end up getting 3 kills for 2, and they will hold on to their bottom tier 1 turret. This is the best case scenario for Origen, and they are fighting back against the overzealous and somewhat greedy
And now it's
Splyce.
even, and it's good that you call it, because that is what it is, Vedius. That was greedy on the top side from Wonder. No knowledge of where the jungler in. He wants to pick a fight. It worked out so well against the Gragas. Doesn't have the same liberty against the Rumble.
Now you're going to be giving a double kill over to Talon, who is not someone you really can afford to be giving kills over to. While Splyce in game 1 had an overfed Wonder, if that same Wonder goes up against an overfed Talon, things may very well go differently. But you can see now, OG just do a great job of buying time. Peke took a number of points, a couple of extra points into his W, and with Kobe being taken out of the fight, that's a lot of damage actually unavailable in favor of Splyce, which means that they can just buy time, they can wait for Nahyun to join the fight. And because Trashy just took 1 too many tower shots, yes, sure, they couldn't keep Peke alive, but the fact that this ended up in a 3 for 2 going in the favor of Origen, you couldn't really ask for much more.
So far, so good for OG. They gave up a lot in the early game, but they clawed back. They found an advantage for themselves, and they're not out of this yet. And while Splyce maybe is focusing on that week 10, focusing on what's ahead of them, OG just have this game right in front of them.
So now things have slowed down, things have calmed. We need to look ahead as to where things are going, because the state of the map will open Sartorius up to now make these movements. Dragon is available, could be a point of contention for Origen, especially with this great teamfight composition that they do have. The big issue is they need tabs to be online. Blade of the Ruin King is a very big spike for this Cogmore, which OG should look to try and utilize. But the fact that Sartorius is now making these movements around the map, he does have his TP as well, should just give a little bit more control over the map to Origen.
Interesting, I've never seen Rift Herald spawn ever, so that was a cool moment for me. Rift Herald's now available. Thank you, observers. I don't know if that's going to be a huge focus here.
Give it to Talon. Make him purpler. To be more purple is to be a greater individual. And just like Wonder, now being red this game, he actually had a great game 1 on this Fizz. We did talk a little bit about it and how game 2, he doesn't quite have the same level of impact as he was having in game 1. This Rumble and Sartorius and Synchro doing a great job of just taking away that early tower and denying this Fizz as much as they can.
Well, OG trying to find themselves an early game objective. Only 10 minutes in, so the Ocean Drake still pretty relevant to have. But the laning phase not over yet. OG grouped up. Mickey maybe overstaying his welcome. Kick flash not going to work. We'll take a look back at that one. Looks like the hook shot wall dive interaction. Timing perfectly coming in on Mickey.
I think it's because what happened is he threw out the hook as the kick was coming in, so the hook still landed, which means that, oh, Synchro
falls into the wall. Trashy now trying to get something in. Mickey leaps forward again, is going to use the Hextech ultimatum. Tabs, no safety from Wonder, but the equalizer goes in. Not going to stop the fight, though. Splyce take the advantage.
Sartorius was just a little bit too late to the party. Why didn't he teleport in behind Splyce? Splyce now committing to this objective. Nathan
goes forward. Shadow Assault comes out. Decent damage going in. Nathan goes out. That's a nice play. He's going to leap over again. No. Blue buff ticks down. Shut down for Kabi. Ignite and forget. Now moving forward for more. Zencux has to play safe.
And that would have been a great opportunity for Origen to fight. The Dragon was exactly the kind of objective where they could have utilized this Rumble, where they could have utilized this flanking Talon. But instead, the coordination just wasn't there. OG coming in at different times. Why was Sartorius so late to the party? Like, he could have landed such a perfect ultimate right into that choke point between Blue and Dragon, and it's actually Splyce that are actually the instigators. Look at where Rumble is. He is nowhere near to this fight. Like, look at that fantastic choke point where you could be throwing an ultimate right now, and instead you land it onto pretty much no one.
And this is the exact fight you do not want to have against a Vladimir.
No.
OG, almost all the pieces were in place for them to force a fight, but Zencux.
I love this decision, though, from Origen, where they realize that Nathan still has his entire kit up. They could still very well turn things around and maybe get a kill. And if Nathan gets away, this actually ends up being an even trade, besides the fact that Origen do lose the Dragon. But it shows the potential now. Nathan, he's still pretty strong at this point in the game.
Oh, Wonder, Mickey, the dive duo now moving forward. Sartorius is in trouble. Zencux has got the damage to back them up. He's going to break. Zencux now unstoppable. Game 1, this was the story of Wonder. Game 2, Zencux 5-0. That is a dream start for any mid laner.
Mickey asserting his dominance as the superior robot here on the Rift, is able to get themselves another kill down on the top side, and now with the two-man unit of Origen, they should be able to hold for the time being. But look at the bottom lane. You still have Kobe pushing up there. You have Trashy pushing in the mid lane. So while Splyce, they make stuff happen on the top side of the map. It is Origen that are always trying to react, trying to save whatever they can. And it's just alleviating pressure from the other side for Splyce to start knocking on the door of those towers.
Yeah, continuing to keep the pressure up. OG still only down less than 2,000 gold, however. Not going to be the end of the world for these guys. You know Camille isn't a robot, by the way.
She is with this skin. She's a robot, dude.
I don't think skins change. I mean, the core champion.
She's definitely a robot.
She's just a woman with blade legs.
Nope, she's a robot.
Look, man.
Have you ever seen the film I, Robot? The first time I heard that, I just thought that the robots were illiterate, and they go, I, Robot. In fact, that's not what it meant. It's more of a deeper philosophical meaning. You're a philosophical man. Did you get it?
I'm going to focus on the game. I don't even know what to say to you. You exist in such a different world than me, Vedius. Zencux, however, the world of Runeterra, the world of trying to one-shot Xpeke. That world looks pretty good for him. There's 3 members of OG here, one of which is standing on a ward, so no surprises. Now continuing to keep the pressure up, but they don't really have any tools to break down this tower. OG, though, Pushing in waves, mounting pressure on the map. What else are they going to find?
Now, given that Senkux doesn't have his ultimate available, it will enable OG to start putting a little bit more weight towards this tower. They actually have a 4-man unit. Peke's on his way back. Notice that Wonder, he's moving his way through the river right now. OG, they instead say, you know what, we don't want to commit to this tower right now. We're going to play it cool. We're going to play it chill. Not a massive gold deficit, while the kills are heavily in the favor of Splyce. Note that they actually haven't been able to take any turrets as of yet, which is enabling OG to still feel pretty confident, still feel comfortable enough to actually trade back against Splyce.
Looks good for him so far. Kog'Maw has the Blade of the Rune King, as you talked about as well, as he gets more items. We'll hit that mid-game stride once you have a few under the belt. So many on-hit effects to dish out the damage.
I still remember that G2 versus Fnatic game where Reckless was playing Kog'Maw, who got shut down all game. And then all of a sudden, he comes back late into the game. He literally stands still. That was Lulu.
Okay.
He had 4 times
let's be honest. That was my least favorite Weird of all time. The stand still with 5.0 attack speed Kog'Maw and kill everyone.
But the point I'm trying to illustrate is, while that's not the same Kog'Maw that we have now, it's the late game power. And Origen always have that window in the bag, right? No matter how far behind they fall, if Kog'Maw gets to like 3, 4, especially 5 items, you overstep even remotely and he melts you. Literally like a volcano falls on top of you. It's that severe.
Oh, Mickey. No volcano on top of Mickey. We're not there yet, though, Vedius. 1-3-4, the scoreline for Tabs. He's not getting too much CS either. 107 to the 146 on the side of Kabi. Most of this gold lead is just CS differentials at this stage of the game. 144 to 124 in the mid lane. Looks grim. Mickey, though, may be able to stay in the welcome. Kick, go in. No, exhaust goes down. Hop right back out.
Good heal there from Kabi. Now Splyce, they're forced to retreat. But Mickey, shame on you for face checking. You had a Gragas with you. You could have thrown a barrel into the brush. Regardless, now Nahyun goes aggressive.
Wants to get a little bit more. Pool's going to actually take health away from Senkux. Flash to safety. Ooh, runs in. Crimson Rush, and that's a rush for Senkux.
Great outplay from the Vladimir, but now Syncroft, he's coming to try and clean up.
Wants a little bit more. Crimson Rush on the way. It's going to be a big healing differential. Can he get it off? No. Shutdown for Syncroft. That's a nice move back from OG, the shutdown.
And Vladimir ends up in a pile of his own blood, but he is still able to get himself the 1 versus 1. Will result in a tower in the top lane for Splyce as well. So you're now starting to see the power of this Vladimir in a side lane. Itemizing very heavily towards damage. It actually sets up Splyce very nicely to take this mid tower as well as move towards that dragon. Syncroft, he's hanging off in the flank.
At this stage, Splyce now control the map once again. But it's not nearly as much of a lead as they found themselves in the previous game. It was 6K at 15 minutes for Splyce.
So Splyce haven't quite had the same level of impact, and it very much rounds back into what we were talking about, Wonder, and how he is an individual. He loves this meta. He is able to now play more carry champions. And while he couldn't quite be able to solo kill Sartorius on the Rumble,
he just got over-eager.
Yeah. He's still having a good game. He's 0-1-3. Training Force is now done. He's still a potent split pusher at this point in the game, but Sartorius isn't so far behind that he won't be able to hold him.
And at the end of the day, OG may be the bottom team in the EULCS, but they're still the bottom team of the EULCS. They are a competitive team. If you give them these opportunities, they will take them. They will find them. Nahyun, though, continues his aggressive fight onto Senkux, waiting for the Crimson Rush to fade away. Senkux just heals right back up. Vladimir just so far ahead at this point in the game. Nahyun can't really do anything. Full combo used, traded for very little back.
The vision in the river resulted in Senkux realizing that he couldn't go for that all-in. But good movements from Splyce to just instantly rotate around to the mid lane, get themselves that tower. Will be a tower trade in the end. Sartorius forced a flash because of the dive that came out from Mickey. And again, look at Wonder in the top lane. He's just been left alone. He's knocking onto that tower once again.
The attack speed Fizz is coming in. Fox said maybe we'll see the tank when Wonder falls behind a little bit, but now he wants to go in on the fight. Hextech ultimatum used on Xpeke. They've isolated them, left him alone, but Tabs can continue to dish out the damage. Equalizer goes in, but it's not hitting anybody. OG looking for a little bit more, but it's just the disengage in the end. One member weaker.
and it's OG to instigate the Dragon, and it's Splyce to respond as they go into
Mickey
Syncroft.
goes in, Syncroft leaps out, nice footwork to try to make it to safety, but it's not enough. The Hemo Plague, Tab's still alive, maybe to able to get something back, can't get it in the end, heals up, and Wonder comes in for the cleanup, double kill for the Fish.
You can see Senkox, he's annoyed about that play, that was gonna be his kill. Wonder laughs as he steals it away from him.
He flashed for that.
Yeah, he did. Hey, he's the Fish, he deserves the kills. Vampires get enough blood as it is.
He's not a vampire. What is it with you and just...
He is now, to me, the Lord of
See,
Blood.
there's a difference. Like, look, if he's mad, it's like hemomancy. You feel me? You know, like he uses blood, magic,
like
understand?
necromancer.
So, like, when you're Annie and you're a pyromancer, it doesn't mean that you eat fire. That's not what that means.
It doesn't? So you're telling me that those people at the circus that eat the fire and then blow it out are not pyromancers?
I mean, technically, maybe they are.
Oh, yeah, they are. Get schooled. Right. Speaking of getting schooled, you can see the OG, they try to set up for this Dragon, but they end up getting flanked from Wonder again. Look at the positioning of Sartorius. This is the second time now that we've seen him try to join a fight. Just too late. He's not in the optimal position to really utilize his strengths. And OG, they're still hanging around. They still feel confident enough to commit, but Nahyun can't get the proper flank off this time. Tabs doesn't have the adequate amount of support. And again, just Sartorius not having the same level of impact as Wonder is.
It's really rough because you have the equalizer. Yes, it does an insane amount of damage, especially with the Leandries, but they have to stand in it. And you have no CC to keep them there outside of the Lee Sin kick. Lulu Whimsy as well, potentially an option, but I mean, it's just really hard for OG to play out these team comps. I feel like they've built themselves something incredibly hard to play as we move forward in the game, whereas Splyce have so many tools to just start fights.
I mean, the thing for OG is, like, I'd actually argue that their comp is easier to play than Splyce's, right? Like, the big issue that OG have is that they've fallen behind in the early game, which has allowed Senkox and Wonder to be strong, independent laners, both on the side lanes. They've picked up a lot of big items, but also OG just in their setup for a lot of these fights. They have the vision, they're there preemptively against Splyce, but then they just don't coordinate properly. They don't utilize this comp that they should be able to better utilize.
Now, however, the itemization coming in. Wonder oozing confidence as he picks up the Medjai's Soul Stealer. Looks like 7 stacks already.
Yep, that's why he flashed for it.
Wants a little bit more. Sartorius goes golden. Fish goes up. Wonder goes out. Equalizer comes down. That's actually really good. Trashy potentially going to get taken out of the fight. That's a good play coming in from Syncroft. They're going to get it. Wonder fails the troll pull. Good start to the team. Another kill goes down as Knight gets something. Tabs! Oh, that's so much Vladimir damage. Here comes the Crimson Rush. Nahyun makes it out. Blast Cone out. Extra fancy. Not going to use the Blast Cone in the end. Potentially a risky choice. Oh, what?
Oh, no, Nahyun!
I didn't know you could... Oh, it goes over another one. There's another one. There's another one. There's another... No! Nahyun, it has a 2-second cooldown. Oh.
Feels bad, man. Nahyun ends up running into the wall. Not quite as planned, but we saw overconfidence from Wonder and Trashy. We saw them trying to get a 2v2 kill down on Sartorius and Syncroft. They actually played that very well, but unfortunately for them, it was not quite enough. And Splyce, they return in kind, getting themselves 2 kills onto Tabs and Nahyun, and we are starting to see how difficult it can be to properly execute this Cogmore.
Gotta say, those who look at this replay, Sartorius and Syncroft recover well from what should have been a disastrous play.
It was a good response, like the kick into the Rumble ultimate, Trashy being forced to flash, and then Wonder.
Oh, you can see Nahyun up here on the top side.
Oh, Mickey died as well in the top side. Didn't even notice that. Just utterly distracted. But then Senkox, Vladimir.
And the other thing that you're seeing there is Ezreal's at that dream point, right? He's got the Trinity Force, he's got the fully completed Muramana, and so he's hitting like a truck too. And pretty much every member of the Splyce lineup is strong at this stage.
Now this is the most kills for Senkox this split. See now.
Trying to fancy footwork his way in. Mickey gonna hookshot wall dive forward, but right into the hands of Nahyun. He grabs one, exhaust goes down. Wonder TP's in, but OG just walking away.
Good damage from Nahyun, is able to get himself the pick. And now Sartorius, he's on the retreat from Corby.
80 carry, hunting down.
Does he have a map for this is the real question. He's getting a little lost right now. Corby, open your map, goddammit. Nope, doesn't have one.
I love how literally you take the word, and sometimes not at all. The inconsistencies are wonderful. Oh, Syncroft. Interesting choice. Down he goes. Not a whole lot to say about that one. Kabi leaps forward. Good damage comes in from Splyce. What is Syncroft doing?
It was the, my man's telling me no. And he thought that because he was in a 4 versus 4, maybe he could go for it. Now Senkek's in a 1v3.
Nahun, his body's telling him yes.
Go on,
Move
Senkek's
forward.
through the blood.
Kabi goes forward. Tabs, he's all alone on the backside. There's no one there to peel for him. Down goes the Hextech Idolmatum. Tabs holding on for dear life, but he just gets taken.
The Void Puppy gets collapsed upon by the robot. Can't quite escape from that. It doesn't matter if you flash, doesn't matter if you heal. Splyce, they have the collapse and to be able to get themselves another kill. Now, 6K gold lead. They're looking for more kills, though.
17 stack. Magi is Soul Stealer.
Not bad, not bad. But it's not quite 20 yet, is it?
They can go to 25, can't it?
Can he, wonder? It can, in fact, go to 25. But that's what I'm saying. 20 is the benchmark with which I consider it to be a good Soul season.
Yes, from all our other Soul Stealer games. Well, Pekka is trying to make the hero play. Synchroft goes in, he gets it! That's nice! Woo! Say what you want, but that's a highlight reel moment. The fight starts to fall apart, but the Baron still drops for OG in the end.
Look at Trashy's face. He knew he done goofed. He thought there's no way they could get this steal. Syncroft just comes in, he's like, mine! Fantastic stuff from the OG jungler. If nothing else, he has that.
I just honestly feel bad for Trashy at this point. He's missed so many smites this season. I mean, you can see the team kind of just, well, not the team, Wonder. Wonder is laughing at him. The rest of the team still very focused, clearly.
And you know that they're saying, like, hey, we already have a lead, it's fine if we lose it. But look at this, uses the Q into the smite. Beautiful stuff from Syncroft. He can't get out, but that's fine, because they still get Baron onto 3 members of Origen. They'll take that, buy more time. He's like, did anyone see that?
That's my face when I become a meme. Poor Trashy.
Maybe they should just avoid Barons. So you can see, like, in Yamato's,
I wonder if that's a discussion.
Yeah,
like,
Yamato's
do
notebook.
we Baron?
No, he's like, Yamato's notebook has like a page on each player, right? So he's like, Wonder, like, prefers split pushes to tanks. Good, note that down, note that down. He's been playing Fizz recently, great.
Yep.
Senkek's, Vladimir, great mid lane champion for him.
Solid, agreed.
He
We'll
likes split pushes too, great, we'll write that down. Trashy, Trashy. Baron, question mark? No, let's avoid that.
We'll put that in the bad column.
I mean, he's a great tank. His Gragas is fantastic. He's been playing well overall.
At the end of the day, remember that this Baron does just buy time. Origen holding on. Now, the later we get in the game, the more potential there is to move into a teamfight with some parity, to move into the teamfight on even footing. But we're not there yet. And it's still going to be a tough road. Baron actually not going to buy any time. Splyce is just grouping up and sieging down these towers.
Splyce like, you know what? We're just going to go into the gravity chamber right now. We're just playing on 100 gravity. It's fine. They want to improve going into week 10, right? They wanted to play on hard mode.
Is that what hard mode is in League of Legends?
Well,
just like
playing against the Baroned up team, yeah, I think it becomes a little difficult. Have a look at Wonder, though. He's still sitting on the side lane, up in the top. Splyce need to wait for him to really start pressuring onto that tier 2 tower before they can really commit onto these inhibitor towers. 5-man group of OG.
Surprise. Not going to be a surprise. Mickey doesn't want to go over the wall. Probably a smart choice. Cannot afford to fight the Rumble in a funnel, no matter how far ahead you are, but it's the tier 2 tower set in their sights. Where's Sartorius? Where's the ultimate going to go? Splyce not coming in yet. Mickey locks down Sartorius. In goes the ultimate. Nahun comes over the wall. He's looking to get his way onto Kabi. He may be able to take him down. Leaps forward, leaps over the wall, takes him out, makes it to safety. Ignite's ticking down. He's slowly burning, but is he going to drop? Doesn't look like it. Oh, Mickey wants to change that. Slows him up. No, tack sweep knocks him down.
But look at this fight for Origen. They end up only losing 1 member, and they get 2 kills. Kog'Maw, he's at 2.5 items. He is starting to hit like that volcano that we were talking about. He is beginning to erupt all over Splyce. And yes, Splyce, they managed to get themselves that turret. But the fact that Origen are able to fight back in a couple of these instances, you have to wonder, like, hey, Splyce, how many greedy mistakes can you make? How many times can you disrespect Origen before you end up losing a bigger lead than you planned for?
Can you just do me a solid and never describe anything as erupting all over something?
Got it, got it.
All right, thank you. Well, Kog'Maw now moving towards a 3rd attack speed item, maybe a Wit's End, maybe a Gwinsu's Rage Blade. just double down on that ability to proc on hit effects. But we take a look at the fight one more time. Starts off pretty well.
Just keep your eyes on Tabs at the top lane. Look, he's just sitting at the back. He has plenty of peel from Peke, and Wonder going in by himself, just nowhere near enough to be able to kill Tabs.
And OG
then Nation
split up.
Coming in from the flank. This is the power of Talon, though, in these team fights. Just being able to... He has so much mobility that a lot of people do not realize. And it just sucks that Mickey also has a lot of mobility, so that Nation can't get away.
Hook shot, wall dive. I feel like if he hadn't stopped there for a brief second to try and channel the recall, he may have been able to leap over a few more walls to make it to safety.
Oh, that's rough. Minus 75.
Keep in mind, so all the gold that you get from taking Baron, I believe, is included in that power play. So that nullified completely. And then another 75 taken away on the side of Splyce. You can see the gold totals on the bottom of your screen right now. Most members 1 to 2K ahead of their counterparts. Nahyun, one of the few members mostly keeping up, only down 1,000 gold himself.
Now I am a little disappointed in Splyce because, Mickey.
Who scored? Mickey tries to use the parry to get safety. Syncroft kicks him out so he can walk to freedom. In comes the Ezreal, hits multiple members. Now the retreat. Satorius, nice flash.
OG.
I feel like we've seen this before, Vedius.
We have seen this before. Wonder in a side lane.
Satorius not going to take the fish in the end. Splyce now need to be careful. They can't afford to take a bad fight, but Satorius just gets deleted.
5-man collapse from Splyce now is going to result in an inhibitor. I don't think the Origen have any answers for it. The Cogmore, he's going to be forced to back away.
Oh, the last rites of Origen.
Things are looking hopeful for Origen. I mean, they looked pretty good in that fight in the top lane, but Splyce recognized the mistake. They said, you know what, let's not try and 5v5. Let's just split them up. Let's go back to our 1-3-1. It was working for us in game 1. We have a comp designed for it, so let's just leave it as it is, keep playing that way. And they're able to get themselves a kill onto Satorius, which then opens up the base for them to move into
Wonder.
OG side of the map.
Kick goes in. Syncroft follows up. Mickey's still here. Is he going to stop the back? Looks like he's just going to keep running. I don't know how much longer Syncroft can chase. Wants to keep going. Urchin strike through. Nice mechanics from Wonder, but is the escape in the end? Now Baron 35 seconds away. Could
do Splyce go for it? That's the big question mark. The thing is, they haven't exposed the inhibitor down bottom. Splyce can very easily play around this because Satorius is going to be forced to go down. There was a window just there, given that Wonder still hasn't gone back yet, for OG to actually get a bit of deep vision around Baron. But the pings are coming down from Splyce. They're saying, you know what, Trashy? It was a bit of a mistake first time round. We're going to give you another shot. But how many opportunities can you really give this man?
One shot, Vedius.
One opportunity? Just the one?
Just the one.
Oh, well.
Well, or maybe two, because I mean, they may just try to take the Baron.
I think they're going to try again.
Not everything is the way Eminem wrote. Although Syncroft may have one shot to escape. Actually, no chances now as the Hextech ultimatum falls. Down comes the heal, though. Team safe for now. Syncroft move forward. All goes out. Mickey's on the front line. Equalizer to try to find the disengage. Nahyun trying to leap into the back line. He's going to try to get Kabi. Leaps out to safety. Parkour right back out. Xpeke safe for now. Health bar's low, but Tab's starting to dish out some damage here. Ult burn.
Look at Tabs!
Still alive, but Senkux is the real threat here. Trashy moves forward. Senkux moving in as well. Tabs' may just get taken down. Kabi's still alive. Mickey leaps forward. Splyce are tearing through OG. Nahyun and Xpeke, they're holding on, but it may be too little too late. Wonder leaps down. Xpeke, he's doomed to fall. Nahyun, he's next on the menu. They clean up. Splyce with the ace.
They get themselves the team fight win that they have so desperately trying to get for such a long time. With 5 members dead from OG, Splyce can look to end the game.
Moving in, it's going to be quick, it's going to be clean, it's going to be the 2-0, and for all Origen's effort to fight back, they will find themselves in the promotion tournament, and Splyce will move up overall in the series. It's a 2-0 for this week. They got to get ready, they got to move forward towards the playoffs, and this is a great start for them to have.
Splyce, convincing game 1. Not quite so convincing game 2. Definitely up and down a little bit.
The 30-minute win in every lane.
It wasn't convincing.
It wasn't as convincing.
They lost a lot of fights. They lost
Fair.
the Baron. But I think that was very much overconfidence, a bit of disrespect, and having a bit of fun. I know we certainly had fun on this cast. And you can see that a lot of the players from Splyce certainly enjoyed it too.
Tab's actually with a smile on his face as well. I mean, when you think when you're Origen, the next step for you, obviously, you have a few more weeks in the LCS. You have a chance to scrim, and now you have a chance to get ready for the promotion tournament. And while it's not where you want to be, you know you're going to be there weeks ahead of time. So you do have the luxury of prepping. You can look at the opposition. You know who the real opponents are. It's no longer these LCS teams. It is those challenger rosters.
There are a lot of scary challenger rosters this split. The promotion tournament will be kicking off tomorrow with Schalke 04 versus Misfits Academy. Would highly recommend that you guys check that out to see who of those two teams will be making their way into the promotion tournament. But Splyce, they're well and clear of the promotion tournament right now. They have a very healthy record, and they're looking good. They're looking strong. I think that if they restrain themselves a little bit, they definitely can put up a very solid fight against the Unicorns of Love, as well as H2K.
And we have to think, I mean, they're not out of the running for second place yet. They're not committed to that third place spot. So if they continue to play well, if they continue to dominate their games, there may be room for them to move up in the seeding. And the difference between being that second seed and potentially finding yourself up against Fnatic on the opposite side and being the third seed and finding yourself up against Misfits, that's pretty massive.
There are a lot of implications moving forward. And I just want to say that I very much enjoyed that game. It was a great cast. Always fun. Pleasure.
I love self-praise on broadcast. Always carries over well.
But it was made great thanks to what was a great game. We saw Fizz, we saw Talon, we saw the Vladimir, quite as exciting. But the Kog'Maw Lulu finally came out, not quite as successful as perhaps Origen would have liked. They really did struggle during the laning phase, a lot of pressure being exerted from the Camille and the Ezreal bottom lane. And it's cool to see how aggressive you can actually be with that duo combo. Mickey, so much confidence, getting so many stuns off and plays. Like, he is so good at that champion.
Well, as exciting as the bottom lane duo was from OG, we have to look at the top lane when we want to talk player of the series, because it was Wunder coming through for this team overall.
Very deserving.
And absolutely deserving. 2 games on the Fizz. Now, admittedly, game 1 was clean. Dirty. I don't really know how you want to describe it. It was good. It was a very good game. Game 2, a little sloppier, but still an impressive performance overall. And I gotta say, I love seeing the Fizz come out. It's a very exciting pick to watch. How viable is it? That's a question we'll see in coming weeks, but it's very interesting.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I like the fact that we are seeing these new picks with Blade of the Ruin King. I've been reading a lot from analysts and coaches and players all saying as to how 7.5 is like such a fun patch because of how much it opens, and I think that we're only scratching the surface right now. I feel like North America's more of the region that will experiment with picks, so expect to see a couple of crazy stuff coming out from them later on. But still, the fact that we are seeing these new innovations and changes in the meta is really cool to see. And Splyce seem to always be the team to deliver on these new champions.
Yeah, I really want to see, because normally we see 1 week before the meta settles, and it feels like every single game this week has had a different composition, different strengths. We see a lot of talent come out. Vladimir rising again in popularity, seeing a lot of bans this week. The mid lane has changed completely. The bot lane has changed completely. Top lane admittedly changed back in 7-4, but I feel like every single role has seen changes, and as it's wide open. Is Fizz the right pick? Will we see the Akali? Probably not, but I'd love to see it. Like, there's so much room for experimentation.
There is potential. There is potential, but she is a very difficult to execute champion. Doesn't quite have the same
that's his
level
way of saying
freedom.
It's bad. It's not a very good. It doesn't have CC. It doesn't have.
No, I mean, she's very all in, and she's not very all out, right? Like, whereas Fizz is a champion that can go into fights.
Champions that don't have the flexibility of going in or out, I feel like generally struggle a little bit. You can't just have a champion that goes forward. Generally does not work.
Exactly.
End of the day, though, still a very good series overall, I think, from this team. And I think for Splyce, they can be happy with that win. It is the 2-0 in the end. It is very clean. But for more on that 2-0 from Splyce, Pyrotechnics is standing by with their jungler.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. More adventures of Vetty and Dracos, I appreciate it. But I'm joined by Trashy, and I want to talk to you about something you said earlier on in your feature a few days ago. Playing around Wunder and his champion pool, it's pretty big, but this time you brought it the Fizz. What was the game plan coming into today playing with that?
So basically, Wunder put a lot of effort into, in the 7.5 there was a Fizz change, and he felt like Fizz was a good champion. So if Wunder tells himself that this champion is good, then he will play it, and then we will just find a way to play around it. And I mean, if he's gonna solo kill people on top, then it's easy to play around, because then he will have pressure in the lane. So it was not really difficult to play around.
All right, fair enough. And your execution overall was pretty good. Almost flawless, but you had a bit of a stumble there with the Baron steal. What was going through your mind when that happened?
Actually, in this game, it didn't really matter too much, because I knew we would win anyway, but it's not really... the Baron momentum is not really on my side lately. Last year, I would steal left and right, and this year enemy is stealing it. So yeah, just unlucky. I think it's Barons is like a lot about like confidence in your call and confidence in your weights. And if it has been stolen a lot of times in the season, then it kind of just goes into your mind a bit, and it's not a good thing. But I'm trying to work on it.
Well, not letting it get in your mind is definitely step one, even if you make the mistake. You talked about, telling me a little bit off stage, how you have a lot of family and friends that kind of watch day in and day out. You have some family here, and the team has some family here. How does that kind of affect your play on the day, going in and knowing that those guys are watching you right there in the studio?
So, I mean, us players are really busy, and it's not a lot of times where we can appreciate that we have family here that supports us. And today we have, I myself have my dad here and stepmom and my grandma even here watching. And even though sometimes I myself, and I'm sure the other guys are not appreciating them all the time and talking to them all the time, but it means so much that they're here supporting us. And I just want to say thank you to all the family that come by here and see the game.
Awesome. It's really cool to see that they come and support you. You can hear them as well. Wow. I mean, big moment especially. And you guys are not locked for playoffs yet, but you're very, very close. All you got to do now is beat Vitality, who you play next week. What's your plan coming into that game? Are you feeling super confident you can just knock it down?
I mean, right now, I think we, as the Splyce team, are just focusing on ourselves. I would be lying if I said everything was perfect in the Splyce house, but so we were just focusing on ourselves, and that's what matters. And I think if we play at the level we know we can play at, we will easily beat them.
All right. Well, looking forward to see how you guys can do in the next weeks and going forward into playoffs. Thank you once again, and congratulations on your win, Trashy.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and send it off to Shock's crew with the post-game lobby.
Drama. Welcome everybody to the post-game lobby, where I'm joined by the official and top laners Foxy from ROCCAT and Splyce's Wonder as we conclude top lane week and look back on the week that was. And I want to start first off by Wonder, and today your series versus Origen, quite convincing, I would say. Was it a series of trying new things out for you guys?
Yeah, I think this patch in general is a lot about trying new stuff, and I think our idea of draft that we had going into today was different from a lot of other teams. So I think it's fair to say that we tried all the bit of stuff, and it seemed to work out. But of course, you can't take a lot from games against lower tier teams. So we'll have to wait and see going into our games against HUK and Unicorns of Love, for example.
Yeah, how everything evolves indeed. Do you want to jump in?
No, I was just first pick Thresh, man. I love it.
Yeah,
I love it. Missed every hook. Yeah, the old days.
Well, you definitely had a really good series. You were also player of the series, so congratulations on that once again.
I think I'm actually. I think I'm leading. Am I number one?
We're gonna have someone check that.
I think I have 5 out of 6 wins.
Then you're leading. Then
how many wins do we have?
So I detect that you find it quite important as well that you're top. Nah, not at all.
Every week he's like.
All right.
Yeah, every week I'm like checking.
Yeah.
I'm there.
Still number one? Cool.
We're going to look into it, and meanwhile, we're also going to take a look at a series from earlier this week, because the Unicorns of Love, they upset H2K in a 2-0 to claim the top spot in Group B. Honestly, who of you expected Unicorns of Love to win? No, you didn't.
Okay, maybe not.
No. So for us, it was kind of a surprise. Foxy, what do you think about that series? What happened there?
I think Odamne was too confident that he can do well in this matchup, and it showed that he just needed too much help and couldn't do much.
Yeah, that was said about Odamne. Like, I had an off day. What do you think happened in the Renekton and Camille matchup, Wonder?
I think, I mean, I can kind of like agree on him that coming from scrims, it's maybe a bit different. He thought of it a bit different, but like from this series, I would have thought HUK would win for sure. But it's also hard to judge from, because like if you scrim Unicorns, you never know what you get, and I feel like HUK has been really consistent lately, but maybe, like you said, they just dropped the ball and they'll look for a bit more consistency in their games.
Does it worry you, the Fisho, that those late game problems, which were a problem before IEM, popped up in such an important series, even if it was an off day?
I mean, a little bit, but I just feel like for me, and I guess for everyone watching, is like you want to see the top teams realize what kind of issues they have, and then you want to see during the regular season they kind of fix the issues, so going into playoffs they don't have it anymore. Odamne wasn't too worried, but like going into playoffs,
in every H2K series, I won't be 100% confident they're going to win the late game, for sure. Almost no matter what happens the last few weeks. And I think the problem for them was the comp they had in game 2 with the Rumble top lane, even with the goal lead, was pretty hard for them to play. And then against the Nautilus top, they just like, it seemed like they couldn't do anything whenever it was a pure 5-on-5. And that is still a little bit of a problem, but I guess we can say they had an off day. But like, you shouldn't have those off days when you play for the first seed in your group, because they might have lost the semi-final.
Yeah,
right?
might have left the bye.
The bye, yeah.
Like, I think that Nautilus Rumble game in specifically, I think the HUK I know would have closed that game out, and I think that a lot of top teams should have closed that game out. I think they had a significant enough lead to play the game out, and I don't think even they get that hard outscaled if they just know what they have to play for in the game. And they kind of dropped the ball, and they got caught off guard by like them pretty much going ARAM and like grouping up and invading their jungle. And but I still think they should have won that game, and it should have went to game 3.
Well, that is fair. I think we all can agree. But when we talk about improvement, we have to talk about Foxy and about ROCCAT. Pick up wins in both series here in week 8. Of course, Fnatic all the way back on Thursday, and then today again a clean 2-0 win over Giants. So I'm going to let the Fisho say something about ROCCAT before we go to Foxy, because this is also a surprise. Let's put it this way.
It's a surprise, but I love it. I absolutely love when a team who is 0-7 plays a 75-minute long game against Origen, managed to win the series, and then they win 3 other series in a row right after, and actually play pretty good League of Legends. Because the series today, like, you guys were much better than Giants in those 2 games, and I think that's very impressive.
What do you think it was today? Aside from your amazing Gnar.
Because the Gnar was amazing.
I think we just learned how to draft a bit better and play around our drafts better. Like, before, we didn't really knew that. The wins definitely helped, but yeah, it just drafts. Counter-pick top lane right now is really good, I think, on red side.
I think when it comes to ROCCAT, like, I would have expected them to do a lot better coming into the split as well. I think that looking just on paper, I would have expected them to be more, like, at least a lot more convincing than Giants. And Fnatic right now is kind of struggling a bit, so it's also, like, I would say that ROCCAT looks the better of the 3, and that's kind of how I've expected it. Like, besides Fnatic, who right now is having some issues, but like, of course, the Gnar helps, and he's definitely a contender for best Gnar in Europe at the moment.
Also second to you, of course.
I mean, I'm not going to say anything about
But you're not saying it. That Wonder is feeling good today.
No, he's good on Gnar, and it's definitely like a big reason they win the games.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, huge impact. And well, as you mentioned there, the playoff picture, possibly taking a look at the standings as week 8 reaches its conclusion. Origen now, first and foremost, officially mathematically locked into the promotion tournament, and then H2K, Misfits, Unicorns of Love, G2, only teams locked in the playoffs. But as you mentioned there, Fnatic struggling, ROCCAT on the way up. We talked to Foxy about it before as well, if it was possible, and you say, of course, it all hinges on that match versus Misfits. So
yes, I think Misfits is a pretty tough opponent. I won't be too confident in that matchup, but definitely if it's our day that day, I think we can take it if it's our day.
Do you agree, Fisho?
Ooh, I think it's tough. Like, it's hard when he's right there next to me and everything, but
hard.
I think Misfits, even on a bit of an off day, will still be better than ROCCAT and
what
win
about
the
game 1
series.
versus G2 Misfits?
I mean, yeah, no. I think I can see Misfits lose a game in this series, but I think they will take it at least 2-1 then, and they're gonna lock, their second place, and sadly probably keep ROCCAT just outside. But again, you guys are obviously gonna avoid promotion tournament as it looks right now, which is also really good when you were 0-7 like 2 weeks ago. So I'm gonna give it to Misfits almost no matter how they play.
All right.
I mean, I think Misfits is a really strong team, and I do think there's ways you can like make them a bit less convincing. I think you can do some things around how the top jungle works together, and you can definitely put, I feel like, Alfaria on some chance where he doesn't have that much impact as he usually does. And in that way, you can maybe do some things there, but of course, I'm not going to sit here and say that ROCCAT is going to win against Misfits or something like that. I think they're definitely like a top maybe 3 team at the moment. So
we need some Foxy Gnar. then it can happen.
It's still going to get banned out.
It's totally going to get banned out. That's first ban.
But yeah, maybe you guys have something up your sleeve. And it's very interesting that I like that we're talking about this match in this manner now, because only 2 weeks ago we wouldn't have. And ROCCAT has just made incredible strides. Before we move on, Wonder, you were right. You've taken the #1 spot on the Player of the Series leaderboard over Kakao, Sven, and Jankos. So.
We voted for Senkox, so...
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Second game, at least.
Yeah, second game, definitely. Like he, I mean, it was a bit back and forth. I think second game, it was kind of hard for me to do anything because they kind of had the tent in top lane, and I just had to, like, I feel like I played the way that's giving up a lot of things and just playing it really safe. I think I played that smart and well, but of course Senkox just popped off in the mid lane, and it's not my fault that people get solo killed everywhere. So I mean,
you did your job.
I did my job, I feel like, and I think my team probably did more than enough. So.
Yeah, and you guys booked the win. As for us, we will be back on Thursday as week 9 of the Spring Split kicks off. As we have Splyce versus Vitality up then, G2 versus Giants will be Thursday. It looks like more of a clear-cut day, but then the ROCCAT versus Misfits comes up, Unicorns of Love, OG. It's going to be hard for the bottom teams to get wins there, and the Fnatic versus Giants closer will be very important.
Oh, that would be super important if Fnatic lose that series. Obviously, I guess depending on how you guys played against Misfits, if you lose to Misfits, I think Fnatic is pretty safe. But still, they obviously want to bounce back because you want to have some wins going into playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, looking at week 9, it feels like it's a lot of one-sided matchups. I think that if I have to bet on like every team, like who wins here and there, I think I would at least get a pretty good percentage right, because I think it looks kind of rough for a lot of these bottom tier teams at the moment, and I don't think there will be a lot of upsets.
But Vitality has Kachai now. Maybe they can pull something off.
Yeah,
that's true.
They looked a lot stronger, I think.
Pulling down the
Wow. We'll talk a bit more about that and continue our top lane discussion with our special guest. So if you're watching us in client, be sure to hit up eu.llesports.com for the full post-game lobby. All right, there we go. Phew, that's out of the way. Let's go. What do you want to talk about, Fish Show?
Fizz top lane.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Give me Fizz top lane. Okay. So first game, Sartorius didn't know how much damage you could deal when you got the first blood.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, a lot of people have no clue what Fizz does. It's a lot different to when Fizz top was last meta. Like, he had the dot on the W, and now it's a lot more burst, a lot more, like, less... it's a lot more, like, bursty trades, like short trades you do, and I think he was just not used to it, and that's probably why that he got killed.
Is it top tier? Or is it more, I was testing it, I was just trying, he didn't really know the matchup?
Can you say that, though?
Can you say that?
I mean, I think it's a pick I will play moving forward. I don't think it's bad in many ways. I don't think it has a lot of counters. And of course, I'm not going to sit here and give away what counters Fizz or anything. I'm just going to let people find out or figure out eventually. But I think it's definitely a good champ, and it has a lot of safety as well and a lot of playmaking potential. Everything I like, kind of.
Good.
Every top laner is happy with the current meta. We also asked our viewers at home to send in some questions for you guys with the hashtag #AskATopLaner. And Chris, he wants to know, what was your favorite top laning meta of all time?
Fiora.
Fiora.
I mean, I can say that I didn't play top lane before Season 4. So like in start of Season 4 and Season 3, I didn't play top lane. So I would probably say like the meta where a lot of Aurelia was being played, Fiora, a lot of like pretty much last season actually, where you played like, could play GP, you could play Fiora, Aurelia, stuff like that. I think that's a really fun and exciting meta. Not like Tank Echo, even though Tank Echo is probably one of the funniest tanks to play, but Poppy, Maokai, all these champs, I don't
Maokai, this out of nowhere.
Yeah, Maokai as well.
We love some Maokai. What about you, Foxy?
I'd say top Echo was actually the most fun for me. I really like that champion.
AP Echo is really fun. I think Tank Echo is the degrades a bit, but it's still okay to play.
The Fervor Trinity Force Echo, I'd say that was really, really fun.
Yeah.
And obviously, the Fiora Aurelia was also my type. The split push.
I mean, I'm waiting for the Fiora. We have the Fizz now. We have the Renekton in there.
It's banned.
Is it bad?
Yeah, it's banned. It's banned every game.
Oh, it's banned, yeah.
I think Fiora in competitive, it's a champ where a lot of champs in top lane right now and jungle evolves around being able to like dive, and you can kind of pressure and push the wave and then dive her, and I really don't know how good the champ is. I think it has like, of course, it's being played like sometimes, occasionally, like maybe in Korea or something, maybe like a Smith would pull it out against the tank or in NA or something. But
you can see the poker face. It's like, yeah, if you're
yeah,
terrible, disgustingly bad, I'm totally not going to play it next week.
We did hear Trashy say in that interview that, you know, when you want to play something, you guys just put your heads together and find out how he can help you and how you can play it. So
I mean, that's basically just me saying I want to play this. And
yeah,
then,
that's what it looks like.
Yeah, then it probably doesn't matter what he thinks really, but yeah.
Well, to that, Satindari wants to know, who is your favorite champion to play in solo queue that is out of meta? Faxi, you mentioned the Echo. Is there any other thing that you really, really love playing?
Right now, I'd actually say Fiora is kind of out of meta, so I like to play Fiora a lot and Jace a lot. Just these carry champions, kind of.
Yeah.
I would say Akali or LeBlanc top maybe. I played a lot of LeBlanc top with Trinity Falls, and I really want that to come back. That was the funniest experience.
I have like a distant memory of an official game where Soaz played LeBlanc top, or am I?
You played Ziggs top, and you played Talia top.
Yeah, they played in LMS I think a lot, or in China. I think they played a lot of LeBlanc top actually, at more than 10 games.
Maybe so.
I have a memory of that, but
I want to know.
At that point, I was playing solo queue and like some challenger games, national games as well, and I played it a bit. But I think that was a really fun champ to play, and Akali as well, or something like that.
I want to ask you, Faxi, because all these top lanes are always talking about, you know, playing carries, split pushers, all that fun stuff.
Yeah.
Yorick. After the rework.
No.
Okay, so what is wrong with Yorick? What does he need?
What does he need?
Because he's a pure split pusher.
No, it's fun spells, maybe.
Okay. Fun
maybe
spells.
some mobility.
Fair, he's pretty slow,
like,
yeah.
Actually, I could compare Yorick a bit to Trundle, I guess, in a way. It's. I mean, do you really need to play this champ, man? Can it just get nerfed and maybe?
It's just to spend so much time reworking him, and then no one wants to use him.
Trundle support. That's fun.
I just want to see someone use his ulti in competitive. The problem is he's just like everything else is just pretty useless.
No, but his ult was more fun.
Yeah, that
to
was
watch,
better,
no?
obviously.
That was funnier to watch, I think.
So no one plays Origen high use solo queue.
No,
I don't encounter any. I saw they played in NA a bit, in NA challenge, like the challenge solo queue, but I looked at it and I was like, nah, these guys are just bad.
Like the laning is worse than before, so you're not even that lane abuser that always was, you know, like abusing lane really hard. Now you even lose lane, like it's just even worse.
I can't lie, I've played Yorick a bit, okay?
See, I knew
So I know that the reworked one is better against melee matchups. So like, but the older one was better against like range matchups because he had this goals you could just like, he would get live and slow them and stuff like that, but you can't really do that anymore, so.
If you are that Yorick one-trick amazing player, you can tweet at Esports, #AskATopLaner, and tell us what these guys have to do to make it work, because we'd love to know. And maybe one more tweet. Dero wants to know, as a top laner, what do you want the most from your jungler? Good one, maybe. Faxi. Ganks?
Attention.
I don't get much help from my jungler, but all I want is kind of just some cover. Sometimes when I'm about to get dived or something in bad matchups, that's all I want from my jungler. Don't really want him to camp my lane, because I know he doesn't like that, so
Yeah.
just some cover sometimes.
Oh, Wonder, you mentioned like adaptability, that you get the freedom to play what you want to play.
Yeah, I think for my jungler, like it depends on the matchups I play, honestly. Sometimes you just need cover. Sometimes you don't even need to play around your lane because maybe it's like tank versus tank or something that doesn't really snowball as much as maybe other lanes. So I think some wards or something. If you have pressure, I would like my jungler to go up and ward maybe deep in the jungle or something, or maybe dive him if that's a possibility. And if it's not, then that's basically all I need. And I feel like I would be able to play the lane on my own.
They're being so nice. They're sitting and whining and calling for the jungler every minute in game. They're like, Maxlaw Trashy, top lane.
Maxlaw has a fun playstyle right now where he likes to farm the jungle. So I enjoy to play against Maxlaw at the moment.
Trashy's not allowed to. He has to go camp the lane.
He has to go. That's farming as well. Well, as long as we're on the topic of social media, Faxi, you were mentioning before that you were kind of touched by the bad Reddit comments or the community comments. So I looked up some good ones for you from today.
Yeah, a lot of them today.
Yeah, Foxy is a beast on Gnar. I see here Foxy's Gnar was a joy to watch, seeing him going ham, carrying by himself. Insane play by Foxy. So does that? How important is that to you too? Because you obviously mentioned the bad ones. So this must
I don't
be a
really
boost.
watch Reddit much, but other people tell me what other people, Redditors, write about me. Like in the Origen game when I played Gnar, there was a lot of hate, some funny jokes about my Gnar. So I guess it makes me a bit happy that they like me now. They like my Gnar.
I wonder, do you read do you care a lot about the online comments?
No, I honestly don't care about it, but I like to read it just for my own entertainment, because it's always fun to read what other people, like, they always know the answer, like, go. So
of course, they challenge you.
Yeah, they're all challenger in there, and they like to know what I do wrong, and especially in Spring Split, my first split here, I was getting flamed a lot, right? But I knew what I did wrong myself, and I don't think I needed any Redditors to tell me that and learn from or something. So I just read it to get a good laugh, and then I just moved on and played my game.
Yeah, it's about finding a healthy balance. What about you? I have a comment here, actually. I didn't like the Fisho at first. Sounded like he was chewing a brick, but I'm really warming up to him.
Great. Thanks. I've heard that one quite a few times, how people used to hate me and now they really like me. So I like Reddit right now because
all right.
there's a lot of good comments in there. Keep it going, guys. Don't stop.
Yeah, it was actually Shock's 29.
Yeah.
All right, in any case, as the Spring Split playoffs draw closer, it's a very important time for us to turn our attention to the Challenger Series, because the teams that will be fighting to take the place of the most underperforming teams in the EULCS. And for more, here is Medic.
Thank you, Shocks. I'm Aaron Medic Chamberlain, and I'm here to break down what's coming up in the European Challenger Series. 2 weeks ago, we saw the Spring Split come to a close, with Schalke 04 sitting pretty at the top of the standings, undefeated across the entire split. With 5 teams battling it out for the last 3 playoff spots in the final week, it was Paris Saint-Germain, Fnatic Academy, and Misfits Academy that managed to lock in their spots for the playoffs. Tomorrow, we see Schalke 04 face off against Misfits Academy in a battle for the first promotion spot. Let's start off this breakdown with a look at Schalke. They've arguably been the best team ever seen in the Challenger Series. Without losing a single game, they bulldozed through their opposition and now stand on the cusp of getting back into the LCS. Schalke's season has been defined by their impeccable macro play. They ended the regular split after taking 92 towers and only losing 19. In other words, for every 1 tower they lost, they managed to take 5. Now, Selfie is a player that has always been striving to reach the highest tier of League of Legends play. It's been a difficult road for him, but he has shown signs of brilliance across the splits, picking up double kills early on in a lot of his games. Among the moments of genius, however, we have seen signs of overconfidence. Millennium are the only team that seemed to have stretched Schalke, and they did so by camping Selfie in that middle lane. There are cracks in the armor of Schalke 04, no matter how impenetrable they may seem. Compared to Schalke, however, Misfits Academy's road to the playoffs has been full of potholes. Losing their starting jungler Kadir, they had to bring in Pridestalker to fill his role in week 2. After a few turbulent games, Pridestalker and the Misfits began to find their stride. It's never an easy feat to join a team midway through a season, especially when your predecessor has performed so exceptionally well. Pridestalker took up the mantle as Misfits jungler after Kadir had to bow out. Known as the solo queue terror, he struggled to convert his solo queue fame into on-stage form. When the 2 teams last met, Pridestalker found himself ever stalked by the presence of EULCS. If he manages to shake this deadly shadow, Misfits Academy definitely have a shot of taking down Schalke. After Schalke and Misfits square off tomorrow, we'll have to wait an entire week before we find out who will be joining the winners in the promotion tournament. Fnatic Academy, with a revitalized roster, line up against Paris Saint-Germain, the pre-season favorites. Our victors will head into the promotion tournament against the 2 fifth-place teams from the LCS groups, starting on the 6th of April. But the next step on the road to the big league starts tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central European time. Back to you guys on the desk.
Thank you so much, Medic. Super interesting there. The best Challenger team there ever was. Does Wonder have anything to say about that?
I mean, I played Challenger Series when Origen was there, and I feel like that they might be competing for that spot. I think that at that time, Origen was, even though they went 9-1, they lost the game. I think they were maybe 3 levels above everyone else. I think maybe individually, someone could, because we were all solo queue players and we were individually we were fine, right? So we could probably match them a bit, but then mid game came, and or even just the rotations, early game, how they played the map, and then kind of just crumbled. So
Origen definitely has had back then more potential than the current Schalke one. I feel like Origen's ceiling was much higher. That's why also they went all the way to top 4 when it came to Worlds, because they had like Mithy, Pick, Sven, all these guys. Funny enough, though, I remember when Splyce was a challenger team and they played the Challenger final. Do you remember that here in the studio?
It was a 5 games.
It was 5 games, and
I do remember.
it was back with the 5 dragons, and we had like, was it, I don't know.
4 out of 5 games.
4 out of 5 games,
were 5 dragons.
Nothing happened
Best
for
dragon
like
control
50
ever.
minutes, and there was just dragons. We were like, oh great, Splyce is in the LCS now. It's like they do nothing.
We started playing at like 6, and then at 11 or something we were finished, and I was like,
oh, it took forever, man.
I mean, but that's the nature of those games, right? It's so important.
It was the biggest headache after the games. I just felt like going home and taking a nap real quick. So.
But you made it in.
A nap at 11 p.m. You could just go to bed, you know?
Technically, yeah.
I mean,
he's a pro gamer though, so.
Yeah. I mean, our adrenaline was kind of pumping a bit after that, so maybe sleeping right after is kind of hard, but yeah.
Is nerves a big problem for you still, Foxy?
No, I don't think nerves were really a problem this split. I just found myself really confident in my skill.
Yeah.
So.
Do you think Schalke will make it into the LCS without any problems? Or can you see them maybe struggle in a promotion tournament game?
I'm not sure. If they're against Origen, they probably won't struggle a lot to get into the LCS.
What about Giants?
I also think they're better than Giants, yeah.
What about ROCCAT?
No.
They're not going to play ROCCAT.
We're not going to play them.
We're running through the scenarios,
yeah,
right?
I mean, obviously it's double elimination.
Yeah.
So let's say Schalke makes it all the way through, then the 2 LCS teams can still either face each other or they face like whichever other challenger team makes it in. Like, technically Schalke also has to beat Misfits Academy before they're actually in the promotion tournament.
Definitely.
So we want to see in the BO5s if they can still continue to steamroll.
The Fnatic Academy up versus PSG. And also, very interestingly, that promotion tournament, it's different from previous years. It starts before our playoffs, so that is 3 weeks now. So also for a team like Origen, you had a tweet there from Tabs before that said already mentally like starting to prepare for that promotion tournament because it's only 3 weeks away. Will that make a big difference?
I mean, I don't know. It kind of feels like maybe it's a bit easy to just focus on the promotion tournament now, since like they can't change anything in the standings right now. So it depends on what team you are and what like kind of mentality you have, because either it could be like it could go really hard down from here because they feel like they're not playing for a reason or stuff like that, or they could take this as new motivation that they don't really have to care that much about how it goes in LCS and just focus on like ironing out the problems they have. But if like my opinion about the promotion tournament is kind of that Schalke is probably better than the bottom 5 teams in LCS right now. So that's like Fnatic, ROCCAT, Giants, Vitality, and Origen. So.
But we also said that last year, or last split, I remember, with Misfits, when they were playing. And it was like, yeah, these guys are just going to steamroll everything. Not as good, obviously, as Schalke. I'm not saying they were as good.
I mean, I didn't agree on that either.
That's fair. It's just like a lot of people like getting on 3-0 everything. I remember there were some predictions like maybe it's not going to be so easy. They lost to Origen and had to then beat Schalke, obviously, to make it in the last one and knock Schalke out. So it's always tricky when you're on stage. But actually, there's super quick question for both of you guys.
No, you got time.
Oh, we got time? Oh, great.
Yeah.
Long question then. You guys were 0-7, and then you guys last year in spring obviously also had your like losing streaks, and you're down in the bottom of the standings. You mentioned like with your Origen, you just gotta iron out your problems. You don't really think too much about the standings, but like when you're on losing streaks, like how's the atmosphere like on the team? I assume it's like after every time you lose on stage, don't you just kind of get a little bit more sad and demotivated to kind of work on your problems? Or is it just easy enough to say we just need to fix this and then it's good?
For us, I don't think morale was a problem. Like we always had high morale in our team. Like even losing scrims, like losing LCS, I think it didn't affect us that much. Like because everyone on the team is like really funny, like the jokes all the time. Like we have a Korean that's joking all the time.
Yeah, so. Tell us about Wadid, because he looks like
he's a really funny guy, a really positive guy. Like, he's the type of guy that would, in a game, let's say, a Baron is stolen or something, Maxer doesn't smite it, and Wadid is like, it's fine, Maxer, don't worry. It's fine, next Baron will get it. He's that type of guy in the team.
Who's that type of guy in Splyce?
Oh, I don't know. Honestly, right now, we are kind of lacking a lot of. Our team morale is not as high as it used to be. So even though like in these games, because we played Origen and it was kind of we could mess around a bit without losing the game. So in these games we were a bit loose, and we said it's fine. Even though they stole Nash, like we will win the game anyway. So it's okay. But I would say we all have like a role like that. I think it just depends on the day, and like if someone is probably like feeling a bit better in the game or something, he will be the guy who cheers people up as well.
Yeah. You mentioned morale, and Trashy also hinted at it. Is that like the main thing? If you had to say, this is the main difference from last year, because we also had the big storyline, all the Danes together then, and the friendship prevails and all that, and it's kind of your first year, so you're allowed a bit more mistakes, but now the pressure is really on.
I think the main issue right now is that we just struggle really hard to improve. Even though we are winning games in LCS and we are doing fine, I think we just met with like a wall, and we are trying to improve further and expand on like on our playbook and stuff like that, and it just doesn't seem to work out, or we don't seem to improve at as a fast pace as other teams. So it kind of you don't even have to be the losing team to have a bad morale, or you can also be the team that. Sure, you can win against bottom tier teams, but you're not improving as fast, and that can make you feel really bad as well about playing and really make you demotivated. So
same thing that G2 says, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, if you play scrappy games and everyone is expecting you to win. Like coming into this, most people thought Splyce would be the G2 of Group A or Group B, where it's like it would be Splyce #1 and then it would be G2 #1, because you guys had that really good summer split and the same players, everything was the same. And then obviously it went pretty downhill, and now you guys, I think you're climbing your way back up. Like even if you're saying you guys don't improve as fast as possible, I don't see that huge of a difference between you and, let's say, Misfits, Unicorns, and H2K right now. Maybe you feel the difference in scrims, but I don't see it when you guys are playing, at least.
No, I definitely think that there's not like the widest gap between us and the other teams. I just think that personally we would want to be the best possible team, right? We don't want to look really at other teams and how they do things, because of course every team has issues, right? So not every team is going to have a perfect year or perfect split. So we're just looking at ourselves, and we feel like we could do better, and it's kind of not working out as we would like it to, at least. So.
But it's looking upwards now, another victory on the book. So we'll see what happens, and we'll see you guys all next week as week 9 of the regular split gets underway. We're going to take a look at the matches again, as said, Splyce versus Vitality. A lot of very clear-cut ones. Excited, maybe the Fnatic versus Giants one, that could be an important one, and ROCCAT versus Misfits, which would be a monumental win for ROCCAT in the standings. For us, though, it is time for us to log off as Top Lane Week comes to an end. Thank you guys very much for joining us here on for Top Lane Week and PGL.
Thank you.
Thanks.
No problemo. Well, we'll see, and you too. We'll see you at 5 p.m. on Thursday, Central European Time, as the EULCS 2017 Spring Split continues. Have a great Saturday night.
Yeah, he does get the knock up on Max Low, but in comes Meganar. He's going to flash juke it all out, but they gnaw him into the wall and blow him away. Let's see if he can get his great health off this time. He does. On the hump, goes through it. Now Giants, it looks like round 2. Go fight. They're going to lose for it. It's Yarden picking up Hustle, and EQ blows the curtain call, but there's no one in the back. Betsy dives in, snaps back. ROCCAT continue their surge. They will grab game number 1. A convincing victory and a stylish one, too, over Giants. And now ROCCAT are trying to react as Baxi came in and got a big gnar against the wall. Yarden gets 1, Yarden gets 2. Giants are Betsy right on top. There's the exhaust. He goes in. Let's see if they can finish the job. Yes, he can. It's Yarden that finishes him off with a piercing arrow. Flash, if they weren't in sync with this one. PQ. He's insane now by Foxy. He's going big on this one in mini gnar. Or no, not nearly. That's going to be just enough to finish the Lexus. It's ROCCAT. No minions required. They're going to take it out. 39 minutes. 2-0.
I didn't know that would do that much damage! First blood! Going so long now!
That Wonder getting knocked back. Going up the other. Where's that going to go?
Damon goes back in for round 2. Can he get it? Oh no! Fizz!
This is Splyce. Cleaning up, taking members down. Nathan wants a final kill for himself. He's not gonna get it. Quadra comes in for the fish, and this is the story of Wonder dominating. Running forward, they're trying to take him down. He's gonna get first blood. There's no flash available on Ekpeke. He's gonna go down. Taz potentially next. Trashy flashing forward. Mickey with the extend. That's 2 kills for Splyce.
Goes through the wall. Trashy now trying to get something in. Mickey leaps forward again. Is going to use the Hextech ultimatum. Tabs, no safety from Wonder, but the equalizer goes in. Not going to stop the fight, though. Splyce take the advantage.
Tabs still alive. Maybe able to get something back. Can't get it in the end. Heals up, and Wonder comes in for the cleanup. Double kill for the fish.
You can see Sengox, he's annoyed about that fight. That was going to be his kill. Wonder laughs as he steals it away from him.
Splyce will move up overall in the series. It's a 2-0 for this week. They got to get ready. They got to move forward towards the playoffs, and this is a great start for them to have.